Chapter 1307. You're scaring me again. Although the young man said so, he still subconsciously looked over and was immediately dumbfounded. In front of him, a blue-robed youngster was standing on the white beach. His face was somewhat indistinct under the illumination of the sun. The ebb and flow of seawater had soaked his trousers, making him look a bit more real. The young man seemed to vaguely see a trace of a smile at the corner of the blue-robed youngster's mouth. After confirming that it was her big brother, Yi Xiaoxiao did not have the slightest demeanor of a virtuous lady. She directly pounced over and hugged Yi Qin. Since childhood, she and her second brother had worshipped their big brother the most. However, the time they spent together was too little. Every time they met, she especially treasured it because she knew when they would meet again. Xiaoxiao, it's been 100 years. You've finally found a partner. Before going to Black Wind Stream, Yi Qin hadn't heard that his little sister had found a partner. He hadn't expected to receive such a pleasant surprise. In fact, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's talents were limited. Cultivating to life and death realm was not difficult, but cultivating to the 7th layer was extremely difficult. Therefore it was time for them to find a partner. Not only his little sister, but Yi Qin's 4 disciples had also reached the limit of their potential. If they wanted to continue advancing, they could only rely on the accumulation of time. Big brother, let me introduce you. He's Wei Yanfeng. Yi Xiaoxiao's face reddened as she glared at Wei Yanfeng. Why aren't you greeting big brother? Big brother. Wei Yanfeng reacted and promptly called out with excitement and apprehension in his eyes. Yi Qin nodded with a smile and asked about the other party. Through their conversation, Yi Qin learned that Wei Yanfeng's family was also a big family. In the family's history, there had been several 8th-layer life and death heavenly monarchs. The current patriarch of Wei Yanfeng family was called Wei Yantong, a 7th-layer life and death realm expert. Not many people in the Yi family knew that Yi Qin had come to Waterbird Planet. At his level, there were not many people who could be close to him. Apart from his closest relatives, everyone else would be extremely nervous when they saw him, afraid that they would say the wrong thing. It was better not to see him. Therefore, in the entire Yi family, only his parents and younger siblings knew that he had returned. As for the disciples, they were all in the Fallout Sword sect and not in the Yi family. Although Yi Qin did not plan to meet with the others, he still used his soul force to scan the Yi family. In the entire Yi family, everyone older than Yi Qin apart from his parents had basically died. There was nothing that could be done about it. Under life and death realm, the lifespan of a martial artist was 500 years. Even if they obtained some treasures, they could at most increase their lifespan by a bit. Moreover, the longer one lived, the worse the effect would be. Originally, Yi Qin's parents had already reached the end of their lifespan. However, the 2 life and death fruits had allowed them to become life and death kings, increasing their lifespan to 100,000 years. For ordinary martial artists, 100,000 years was a long time, and 700 years was but a blink of an eye. None of Yi Qin's cousins of the same generation had died. With sufficient resources and decent innate talents, they had all become life and death kings in a few hundred years. Of course, they could not maintain their youthful appearance like Yi Qin. They were all middle-aged. Yi Xian, who could be considered the #1 beauty of the Yi family, had also become a middle-aged woman, causing Yi Qin to sigh endlessly at the passage of time. When he was young, Yi Hai, who had a good relationship with Yi Qin, was currently teaching his great-grandson a lesson. You little bastard, if you don't work hard now, you will die in front of me in 500 years. Hearing this, Yi Qin could not help but laugh. This Yi Hai. The 3 training bases of the Yi family were also in Yi Qin's eyes. The 3 training bases only trained disciples at the mortal realm. If they could reach the condensing reality realm within a certain period of time, they would be sent to the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School for training. In the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School, the Yi family was the biggest power. However, it was not a one-man rule. This was also ordered by Yi Qin to prevent the disciples of the Yi family from being too domineering. There were a lot of disciples of the Yi family in the 3 training bases. Every year, a batch of disciples would leave and a new batch would come. Among them, there were not many direct disciples. A lot of them were the descendants of the guest warriors, and most of them were the descendants of the servants. In the Yi family, no matter how low the status was, as long as the descendants were capable, they could still bring honor to their ancestors and have their own territory. The Yi family was like a huge tree with branches growing out from the trunk. After 700 years, the total population had reached 10 million. Of course, the real Yi family members were actually very few, only a few tens of thousands of people. Among them, the direct descendants of Yi Qin's parents were the least, and there were only a few of them. People like Yi Hai and the rest of them had been reproducing for God knows how many generations. 10 million is still not a lot. The ones who are truly of the Yi family's bloodline are only a few tens of thousands. Regarding the Yi family's population of 10 million, Yi Chen was not surprised. How many people in the imperial palace were of the royal bloodline? Most of them were not of the royal bloodline, but were only there to serve the royal bloodline. However, as time passed, the Yi family would become more and more complicated, and the number of people with the Yi family's bloodline would also increase. When the forest was big, there would be more and more people who liked to enjoy life. And the speed of those who liked to enjoy life was extremely frightening. They could easily take in dozens of wives and concubines. This was something that Yi Chen could not control, and could only let nature take its course. Compared to the Yi family, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School was even more frightening. Its population actually reached several hundred million. It was said that this was under the condition that they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Otherwise, the number of disciples and life and death kings who wanted to join the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would be uncountable. After staying on the Waterbird Star for a while, Yi Chen returned to the 9 Revolution Star Sky continent. So many treasured swords, it should be enough. As a sovereign, it was too easy for him to obtain a large number of treasured swords. There was a star in the sky above the Sky continent that was filled with treasured swords, ranging from low-grade to royal-grade treasured swords. There were hundreds of millions of treasured swords. Although the sword essence of low-grade treasured swords was small, there were many of them. On this star, more than 90% of the swords were low-grade treasured swords. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, 5 sword patterns flashed on Yi Chen's body. With the appearance of the sword patterns, a majestic suction force was born. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of sword shadows were projected towards Yi Chen. With so many sword essences entering his body, Yi Chen could not help but moan. It was too wonderful. It was as if he had become a peerless treasured sword, and the sword essences were nourishment, tempering the peerless treasured sword. With a sword hum, another sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. He had reached the 6th level of the immortal sword body. In the beginning, the 6th sword pattern was very light and faint. As time passed, the color of the sword pattern became darker and darker. Only when it was the same as the previous 5 sword patterns did it stop changing. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen smiled helplessly. The immortal sword body consumed too many treasured swords. So many treasured swords could only help him increase by 1 level. However, it was understandable. The 6th level of the immortal sword body could already withstand the attack of a 6th grade supreme battle puppet, which was a top-notch supreme attack. So the demand for sword essences was definitely high. Next, if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the immortal sword body, low-grade treasured swords would no longer be useful. Unless the number of swords reached billions or even tens of billions, there would not be much of an effect. Yi Chen had a premonition that once he reached the 9th level of the immortal sword body, not even royal-grade treasured swords would have any effect. He would only be able to use supreme treasured swords. Chapter 1308. A gust of wind blew past, and the countless swords that had been stripped of their sword essences instantly decayed and disappeared with the wind. Losing sword essences was akin to losing one's spirit, chi and soul. Immortal sword body's rapid advancement was directly related to the absorption of countless sword essences. Otherwise, even if Yi Chen's body could endure the advancement, he would at most reach the 5th layer. I wonder if I can break through to the 7th layer. Yi Chen felt that his body had yet to reach its limit. Immortal sword soul, sword yuan, blood chi and immortal sword body's routes simultaneously exerted force, transforming Yi Chen's body in an extremely mysterious manner. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Chen's body emitted a series of rumbling sounds. His blood flowed like 10,000 swords, his muscles rubbed like 2 mountains colliding, and his heart beat like an earthquake. If an ordinary 7th layer life and death monarch were close, they would have likely vomited blood and died. The immortal sword body had forged Yi Chen into a divine sword. The space-time faintly trembled as the 7th sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. This sword pattern was extremely faint, and would be hard to notice without careful observation. Gotcha. All of a sudden, the small star below him shattered into thousands of pieces. It couldn't bear the immortal sword body's aura and shattered into pieces without any warning. As time passed, the 7th sword pattern became increasingly profound. Eventually, just like the previous 6, it imprinted itself on Yi Chen's body like a brand. Peak of the 7th layer, there's no way out. The peak of the 7th layer of immortal sword body had exhausted Yi Chen's understanding of his own body. Sometimes, knowledge was useless if it couldn't be put into practice. Yi Chen's understanding of the human body couldn't compare to Golden Buddha Supreme. After all, Golden Buddha Supreme had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he compare? I don't know what level my fighting strength has reached, but I'm confident that apart from True Martial Supreme and Sky Demon Supreme, I won't have to fear anyone. Even if I can't beat them, I won't have to worry about my life. Yi Chen was very confident in himself. In terms of offense, he could already fight against a Grade 8 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was equivalent to a mid-level Supreme Expert. After so many years of seeing and hearing, Yi Chen roughly knew the levels of Supreme Experts. For example, the True Martial Supreme and the Heavenly Demon Venerable belonged to the first level, which was a high-level Supreme Expert. Of course, the two of them had Saint artifacts, so their real strength was estimated to be at the Legend realm. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Venerable, they were mid-level Supreme Experts, which was equivalent to Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen was weaker, it wouldn't be by much. In terms of defense, Yi Chen had the Immortal Sword Body. The peak of the 7th level of the Immortal Sword Body allowed him to resist the attack of a Grade 7 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was the attack of a low-level Supreme Expert. Although it couldn't compare to the Golden Buddha Supreme, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Earth Demon Venerable. In this case, even if Yi Chen was unprepared and was hit by the Earth Demon Venerable, it wouldn't be fatal. At most, he would be injured. As for Sword Intent and Sword Domain, Yi Chen wasn't bad either. Yi Chen's Sword Intent was at the peak of the 8th level, and Yi Chen's Sword Domain had also reached the peak of the 8th level. Currently, in the universe, there were only a few people who had reached the 9th level. Even the Heavenly Demon Venerable and the True Martial Supreme hadn't reached it. Perhaps only some hidden old antiques had such a domain. Perhaps in terms of sword art, Yi Chen was slightly lacking. A powerful sword art could only be honed through bloody battles. Yi Chen had only experienced the battle between Supreme Experts twice. One was the battle with the projection of the Demon River Supreme and the other was the battle with the Flawless Demon Venerable. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's 9th transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the Heavenly Demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's 9th transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the Heavenly Demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. The demons have one more Flawless Demon Venerable and one more Corrupt Demon Venerable. I wonder if the Golden Buddha Supreme has recovered from his injuries. If he hasn't, the human race seems to be in danger. After estimating his own strength, Yi Chen began to estimate the strength of the human race. After estimating, Yi Chen felt that the human race was in danger. The war between humans and demons this time wasn't like the previous one. Last time it was just a test. This time it would probably be a real war. Both sides would reveal some of their trump cards. For example, Flawless Demon Venerable appeared out of nowhere. Different situations call for different measures. The human clan has been able to fight against the demon clan for so many years. They won't be defeated so easily. Yi Chen thought. 9th transformation star, Myriad Buddha Continent. In the center of the continent there was a Myriad Buddha mountain. There were a total of 10,000 Buddha statues. They were vivid and lifelike. On this day the Myriad Buddha mountain shone with golden light like a rising sun. True Martial Continent. Supreme True Martial's face flashed with joy. The Golden Buddha finally came out of seclusion. These days, he had a premonition that the war was about to begin. The demons had 2 more fierce generals. The human race seemed to be lacking in confidence. Although Yi Chen was talented, he was still a little too young. He couldn't place all his bets on him. He trusted the Golden Buddha the most. As long as it wasn't a divine weapon, the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations golden body was enough to face anyone. Golden Buddha, have you recovered? Supreme True Martial sent a telepathic message with anticipation. I've used up so many treasures. If I don't recover soon, I don't know where I can hide my face, Supreme Golden Buddha replied with a smile. Good. It's good that you've recovered. See you in the Supreme Pavilion. As he spoke, Supreme True Martial's body flashed and he was directly teleported to the Supreme Pavilion. Not long after, Supreme Golden Buddha arrived. True Martial, long time no see. The Golden Buddha Supreme being smiled. Long time no see. Supreme True Martial observed him carefully. When he confirmed that Supreme Golden Buddha had indeed recovered, He began to tell him what had happened in the past few hundred years. What? A legendary Supreme's martial path Yuan Shen escaped from the Black Wind Stream? Supreme Golden Buddha's smile faded and his expression became solemn. Supreme True Martial nodded. Unblemished Demon Venerable, the human race has a way to stop him. But this corrupt Demon Venerable can't be stopped by anyone except me. Although your 9 transformations golden body is powerful, you can't fight against both Earth Demon Venerable and corrupt Demon Venerable at the same time. I have to try. After so many years of seclusion, I feel that the 9 transformations golden body is about to advance, Supreme Golden Buddha said slowly. The 9 transformations golden body is about to advance. Supreme True Martial knew the power of the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body at the peak of the 8 transformations could ignore Earth Demon Venerable's attacks. If he and Sky Demon Venerable didn't have divine weapons, they wouldn't be able to break the 9 transformations golden body either. Once the 9 transformations golden body reached the 9 transformations, the effects would be indescribable. That's great. Supreme True Martial walked back and forth excitedly. He had been worried about this matter for the past few days. But now it seemed that the situation wasn't that bad. Chapter 1309. Golden Buddha, there are still some days before the battle. During this time, I will order the other Supreme Masters to find treasures that can help you break through the 9th transformation golden body. Make a list for me. Although body tempering martial arts and supreme martial arts were both martial arts, there was still a clear difference in essence. Supreme martial arts could only be achieved through comprehension, but body tempering martial arts, in addition to comprehension, could also be used to speed up the breakthrough through treasures. Body tempering, as long as it could be tempered, it didn't matter what path it was. Supreme Master Golden Buddha thought about it and nodded. Okay. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation on his own, it would take him hundreds of years or even thousands of years. After all, it was just a sign of a breakthrough. If he could obtain some useful treasures, the process could be shortened 1,000 times. I need Golden Body fruit, the more the better. And 100 refining grass, spring of life, celestial demon fire spirit fruit, cold spring of heaven and earth. Supreme Master True Martial listened and frowned. These things were not easy to find. Tianqing Continent. Yichen was walking with Murong Qingqing and Su Jing. The 3 of them were chatting about daily life or martial arts. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Yes. Suddenly Yichen stopped. What's wrong, Yichen? Murong Qingqing asked. I need to go out for a while. Supreme Master True Martial has a task for me, replied Yichen. In the universe, Yichen shuttled through space and time like a sword, heading in a certain direction. Supreme Master True Martial has asked us to find these treasures. But it is related to whether Supreme Master Golden Buddha can break through the 9th transformation golden body and the future of the human clan. We must do our best to find them. Yichen didn't have any complaints about this kind of coercive order. He believed that the other supreme beings wouldn't have any complaints either. If the Golden Buddha Supreme was strong, the human race would be strong too. Everyone would prosper together and everyone would suffer together. It was fine as long as they weren't constantly ordered. The supreme beings all loved freedom, and no one was willing to work themselves to death for others. The first place Yichen went to was the Supreme Secret Realm, the 100 Refining Secret Realm, which was near the Vermilion Bird Star Field. The 100 Refining Secret Realm had the most 100 refining grass, which was a kind of body-refining spirit herb. Consuming it could enhance one's physical strength and defense just like refining the diamond. Of course, the 100 refining grass that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed was not an ordinary 100 refining grass, but 100 refining grass that was at least 50,000 years old. This kind of 100 refining grass was extremely rare. In the past million years, only 3 of them had been found in the 100 refining secret realm. After all, the 100 refining grass had a lifespan, and it was extremely difficult to live up to 50,000 years old. Yichen was now a supreme being, so his flying speed was extremely fast. In just half a day, Yichen arrived at the 100 refining secret realm. Grass was the most common thing in the 100 refining secret realm. These grasses were dozens of miles tall, and each of them looked like they were forged from steel. In fact, ordinary grasses in the 100 refining secret realm were sharper and harder than high-grade weapons. Unfortunately, they were too big and they were plants. Once they left the ground, they would gradually wither. Flying in the steel grass forest, Yichen fully released his soul power and opened his netherworld Saint Eye. Not long after, Yichen found 100 refining grass. This 100 refining grass was not bad. It was nearly 10,000 years old and was about 50 meters tall. It was much shorter than the ordinary grasses in the 100 Refining Secret Realm. Fortunately, Yi Chen was a supreme being, and he had the Netherworld Saint Eye. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to find it. The 100 Refining Secret Realm was a supreme secret realm. It was very difficult to tear the spacetime inside. Therefore, there was no possibility of spacetime travel. Without spacetime travel, Yi Chen could only rely on his speed to travel. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. Yi Chen had found a total of 1,000 refining grass. One was 10,000 years old, and the other 9 were 8,000 years old, and the lowest was 3,000 years old. This 100 refining grass can be stored in the Yi family's treasury. Although Yi Chen had no use for the 100 refining grass, he still had to consider the Yi family. These 100 refining grass could make the Yi family's body refining king more powerful. Of course, other than Yi Chen's close relatives, if the other clansmen wanted to obtain treasures, they would need to have enough contribution points to the family. The family would not give you treasures for free. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly a sharp buzzing sound was heard. It sounded like the buzzing of a bee's wings, but magnified by 1,000,000 times. 100 refining blade insect. Yi Chen did not need to look to know that the buzzing sound came from the 100 refining blade insect. The 100 refining blade insect was a terrifying creature similar to a praying mantis. Its arms were long blades, hard and sharp, not any weaker than a supreme saber. Its attacking power was also equivalent to a normal supreme, and the more powerful ones could even be compared to a powerful supreme. Its only weakness was that its defense was relatively low. Any supreme could easily kill it, provided that it could be hit directly. A blurry shadow appeared a few hundred miles in front of Yi Chen. The blurry shadow gradually became clearer. It was a 10 meters tall monster that looked like a praying mantis. Its whole body was emitting a cold light. The 100 refining blade insect was sizing up Yi Chen, and Yi Chen was also sizing it up. This was his first time seeing it. He had only heard of it before. Come. Yi Chen crooked his finger at the 100 refining blade insect. His immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 7th layer, and he had not fought it yet. It would be good to have an appetizer first. As if enraged by Yi Chen's contemptuous attitude, the 100 refining blade insect's wings fiercely flapped, and in a flash, it arrived in front of Yi Chen. Its sharp blade-like arms slashed at Yi Chen's chest, containing the distorted power of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's immortal sword body was so powerful that the 100 refining blade insect's blade-like arms couldn't even break Yi Chen's skin, not even leaving a mark. Clack, clack, clack. The 100 refining blade insect did not believe it. With Yi Chen as the center, it shuttled back and forth. Every time it shuttled, it would erupt with thousands of slashes. A cold light surrounded Yi Chen. As the cold light dissipated, Yi Chen was unharmed. Die. After testing out the immortal sword body, Yi Chen pointed a sword finger at the 100 refining blade insect without any warning. This sword finger contained countless changes, and the 100 refining blade insect could not dodge at all. It was directly pierced by the sword chi. This pair of blade-like arms is not bad. After killing the 100 refining blade insect, Yi Chen harvested its blade-like arms. In the future, when he forged a supreme treasure sword, the blade-like arms could be used as an ordinary material. The 100 refining secret realm was huge. Very quickly, 3 months passed. Even though Yi Chen had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, which could scan the 100 refining secret realm without any blind spots, he only found a 45,000 years old 100 refining grass. During this time, Yi Chen met more than 1,000 refining blade insects, and the strongest one was not weaker than a powerful Jizun. Unfortunately, they met Yi Chen. 45,000 years old, it should be barely usable. With the extra time, I can go look for other treasures. Yi Chen was very concerned about this matter. He also planned to go to the Golden Creek Secret Realm. That was one of the big secret realms with golden body fruits. However, it was also a relatively dangerous Jizun secret realm. Even powerful Jizun would be in great danger if he went there. The other secret realms with golden body fruits were a bit better, but the probability of golden body fruits appearing was much lower. Chapter 13:10. Golden River Secret Territory. Yi Chen floated above a mountain range. The mountains below him were all golden mountains. The plants on the mountains were also golden plants. Even the lakes and rivers in the mountains were golden liquid. As far as the eye could see, everything was golden, pure and flawless. His golden pupils scanned the surroundings. After a while, Yi Chen found a golden body fruit. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Yi Chen dashed towards the golden body fruit. The golden Buddha Supreme Being needed a large number of golden body fruits, the more the better. Currently Yi Qin had already obtained 5. As he was passing by a golden lake, a huge golden hand suddenly reached out. This golden hand was thousands of li wide. There were spiral patterns on the palm, and in the middle of the spiral patterns was a small black hole. In the supreme secret territory, one couldn't tear time and space to travel. Just as Yi Chen was about to be grabbed by the golden hand, a majestic sword chi shot out and slashed at the golden hand. The golden hand was shaken a few hundred li away. Using this gap, Yi Chen escaped from the golden hand's range. Rumble. The golden lake shook and a 10,000 li tall monster emerged. This was the Golden River Secret Territory's unique monster, the Golden River Monster. Its strength was at least at the supreme level. Moreover, it was invulnerable and had an extremely strong defense. Even a super supreme would have a hard time injuring it. Yi Chen didn't want to be entangled with it. After obtaining the golden body fruit, he flew away at full speed. In a short while he disappeared without a trace. In terms of speed, the Golden River Monster was much slower than Yi Chen. The Golden River Monster's defense is too strong. Fortunately its speed isn't that fast. It's only equivalent to an ordinary supreme. When he first came to the Golden River Secret Territory, Yi Chen had fought with the Golden River Monster. Although on the surface Yi Chen had the absolute upper hand. However, even with his attack power he couldn't injure the Golden River Monster. He could only leave sword marks on its body. The Golden River Monster's body was huge. These sword marks probably couldn't even break its skin. Moreover, as time passed, the Golden River Monster would recover. Yi Chen estimated that it wouldn't even take 3 to 5 months to determine the winner with one Golden River Monster. 10, 15, 30. In half a year Yi Chen found 30 golden body fruits in the Golden Creek Mystic Realm. Time to go back. Yi Chen believed that he had done his best. Supreme Pavilion. Quite a few Supreme Beings had already returned. Most of the Supreme Beings didn't leave, wishing to see how the others' harvests were. Supreme Langya, it seems like you've gained the most this time. One of the Supreme Martial Artists laughed. One of the Supremes beside him said, Supreme Zitherheart's harvest isn't bad either. It's almost on par with Supreme Langya's. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The treasures that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed were basically all gathered. Among them, Supreme Langya's harvest was the most as he brought back 13 golden body fruits and a heaven and earth cold spring. Supreme Zitherheart was slightly behind him as she brought back 11 golden body fruits and a life spring. The other Supreme experts had much less. It was just luck. Supreme Langya smiled humbly. Supremacy Zitherheart was unconcerned. A month later, most of the Supreme Martial Artists had returned. Only 2 or 3 Supreme Martial Artists had yet to appear, and Yi Chen was one of them. What's going on? Why isn't Supreme Yi back yet? Don't tell me he's in danger. Nonsense. Supreme Yi is a powerful Supreme Martial Artist. Other than a few Supreme Secret Realms, ordinary Supreme Secret Realms wouldn't be a threat to him. I'm just saying. Supreme Bronze frowned as he listened to the discussions of the other Supreme Martial Artists. As a Supreme Martial Artist of the Dragon Clan, Supreme Bronze cultivated the physique like the Supreme Golden Buddha. In fact, his harvest was even greater than that of Supreme Langya's. However, these treasures were useful to him, so he kept some for himself. If the Golden Buddha didn't have enough treasures, it wouldn't be too late for him to contribute. He was very optimistic about Yi Chen. He had a feeling that the future of the human clan would be led by Yi Chen. 3 days later Yi Chen returned. Supreme Yi is back. I knew it. With Supreme Yi's strength he wouldn't be in danger so easily. He must have been too focused on finding treasures and forgot about the time. The Supreme Martial Artists heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Chen's return. They were all in the same boat now. As a powerful Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Chen was definitely a valiant general of the human clan. They couldn't afford to lose him. Supreme Yi, how was your harvest? Take it out for everyone to see. Supreme Ice Phoenix, who had a good relationship with Yi Chen, smiled. All right. Yi Chen nodded and took out the treasures he found. Wow. So many golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass. It's almost 50,000 years old. Many Supreme Martial Artists were dumbfounded. Hee Supreme Langya, Supreme Yi's harvest surpassed yours. It's a good thing. It'll be even better if everyone's harvest surpasses mine. Supreme Langya was surprised too, but he wasn't jealous. In terms of harvest, Yi Chen did surpass Supreme Langya by quite a bit. Yi Chen obtained 30 golden body fruits and a 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass. In terms of value, the 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass was no less valuable than the heaven and earth cold spring and the spring of life. Supreme Ye's luck is really good. They didn't think about his strength. To them, Yi Chen was at most close to Supreme Langya. Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha came the next day. Supreme Golden Buddha expressed his gratitude to the Supreme Martial Artists. He and Supreme True Martial had been searching for treasures and had gained a lot. With the treasures in front of them, they could almost reach the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation. Time flew. It had been 5 years since Supreme Golden Buddha went into seclusion again. Tiantian Continent, Tiantian Palace. Sword Domain and Sword Intent seem to have reached a bottleneck. Breaking through seems like a long way off. In terms of sword arts, I can't take another step. How can I increase my strength? Yi Chen was still not satisfied with his current strength. The stronger he was, the greater the hope of humanity contending against the demons. If I have a Saint Sword, I should be able to contend against Supreme Rotten Devil. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Yi Chen's mind. Saint Sword. Sky Sword. Was the true Spirit Continent Sky Sword the Saint Sword? Without a sound, Yi Chen disappeared from the palace. When he reappeared, he was already above the 9 transformation star. The space-time distorted as Yi Chen rushed toward Elysium. For Yi Chen, a million light-years was nothing more than a few days of traveling. Following the entrance of Elysium, Yi Chen entered Elysium. Swish. In the sky above Sky Sword Continent, Yi Chen slowly descended. In front of him was a huge rusty ancient sword. Rise. Boundless ocean-like sword energy boiled. Yi Chen suddenly enlarged, becoming even taller than the Sky Sword. He extended his right hand, grabbed the hilt, and forcefully pulled it out. For countless years, the Sky Sword, which no one had been able to move, was gradually pulled out. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? Look, there's a giant pulling out the Sky Sword. What? Who can pull out the Sky Sword? The Sky Sword had already become the symbol of Sky Sword Continent. Everyone had formed a habit that no one could pull out the Sky Sword. The scene before their eyes made their minds go blank. Chapter 13:11. It's Sword Emperor Yi Chen. I've seen his image before. I've seen it too. Oh my god. Sword Emperor Yi Chen has descended. In Elysium, Emperor and Emperor were still the highest titles. Although Sea of Soul Realm experts already knew that Life and Death Realm had 9 layers, and that Emperor and Emperor were not the pinnacle, the others were too far away for them. Moreover, since ancient times, Elysium had always been the strongest emperor, such as Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. As of now, Sword Emperor Yi Chen was no longer inferior to Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. He was one of the strongest emperor in Elysium. Why did Sword Emperor Yi Chen pull out the Sky Sword? Could it be that the Sky Sword is a powerful sword? It should be. The Sky Sword Sword Qi covers the entire Sky Sword continent and fuses with the Yuan Qi of the world. It's certainly a powerful sword. Amidst the discussions of the people nearby, Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Sword with a clang. The boundless sword Qi seemed to have found a vent as it soared into the sky, shooting all the way to the starry sky outside Sky Beyond. It was like a bull charging into the sky, shooting to an unknown distance and creating an enormous destructive power. Good sword. With a thunderous voice, Yi Chen's eyes fixated on the Sky Sword. Compared to the brilliant God Sword, the Sky Sword was countless times more powerful. Just the sword Qi alone was not inferior to the aura emitted by a supreme expert, perhaps even superior. Holding the Sky Sword, Yi Chen felt his blood Qi and sword Yuan boil, producing a miraculous resonance and amplification. Let's refine it first. His soul power condensed into an imprint and branded on the Sky Sword. Buzz. The Sky Sword trembled and rapidly shrunk. Yi Chen's body also shrunk. In a few moments, the Sky Sword had shrunk to 12 meters long, matching Yi Chen's 15 meters height. It's damaged. After refining the Sky Sword, Yi Chen discovered that the Sky Sword source was damaged, as if it had been damaged by something. Who could damage the Saint Sword? Questions flashed through Yi Chen's mind. It seems that the heavenly sword falling into Elysium isn't as simple as the rumors say. There must be an inside story. Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. As far as he was concerned, a slightly damaged heavenly sword was still a Saint Sword. It was countless times more powerful and sharper than a supreme sword. It could push his strength to a whole new level. Wouldn't it be unfair to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent if we take away the Sky Sword? The Sky Sword was the sword of destiny of the Sky Sword continent. If it was taken away, the chances of the Sky Sword continent giving birth to a powerful swordsman would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Some babies with astonishing potential were born with a strand of Sky Sword Sword Qi in their bodies. This strand of Sky Sword Sword Qi could make it easier for them to comprehend the Sword Tao. Forget it, I'll use the Huang Divine Sword instead. It was impossible for Yi Chen to give up on the Heaven Sword, so he could only give up on the Supreme Treasure Sword, the Brilliant Divine Sword. Although the Brilliant Divine Sword was a Supreme Treasure Sword, it couldn't be compared to the Heaven Sword. But it was better than nothing. Moreover, the Supreme Treasure Sword was stained with his own sword Dao. He believed that it would be beneficial to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent. The Brilliant Divine Sword grew bigger, becoming the same size as the Heaven Sword. Clang, the earth shook. The Brilliant Divine Sword stabbed deeply into the ground, and a vast sword chi spread out. It wasn't over yet. Yi Chen operated the power of time and space and began to condense the Sword Realm. The so-called Sword Realm was actually a space of Sword Dao. There were countless Sword Dao comprehensions and countless sword techniques inside. As long as he sorted them out a little, coupled with the power of time and space, he could condense the Sword Realm. Condensing the Sword Realm was much more difficult. After spending a whole month, Yi Chen finally condensed the Sword Realm. After finishing all this, Yi Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the exit of Elysium. Then he disappeared at the exit. Sky Sword Continent. This sword isn't the Heaven Sword. I wonder what Sword Emperor's intention is? Regarding Yi Chen taking away the Heaven Sword, no one dared to have the slightest complaint. Of course, deep in their hearts they more or less felt some regret. The Heaven Sword had helped them too much. A Peak Sea of Soul Realm expert approached the Brilliant Divine Sword. He entered the Brilliant Divine Sword. 2 hours later he came out. From then on, a piece of news spread. The new Heaven Sword also had a Sword Realm. Moreover, this Sword Realm was even more targeted than the original one. At the very least, many people had improved because of it. Entering the new Sword Realm was equivalent to receiving Sword Emperor Yi Chen's pointers. The matter of Yi Chen obtaining the Heaven Sword was only known to a few people, including Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. During this period of time, Yi Chen was comprehending the Sword Dao of the Heaven Sword. As for the Sword Realm, it wasn't of much help to him. He didn't know how powerful the Master of the Heaven Sword was back then, but he could tell that the Sword Dao inside the Sword Realm was a bit rough. It didn't seem to come from the hands of a sword sovereign. I'm afraid the sword intent of the Heaven Sword's true master has already reached the 9th step. There was still a trace of sword intent left on the Heaven Sword. It was as thin as a gossamer and could disappear at any time. However, judging from the sword intent's level, it was already at the 9th step. The 9th step Yi Chen spoke of was not the ordinary 9th step sword intent, but the 9th step Radiant Sword intent. The Radiant Sword intent was the same as the Immortal Sword intent and Destruction Sword intent. They were all Supreme Sword intents. There were actually 5 Supreme Sword intents: Immortal, Destruction, Radiant, Darkness, and Chaos. Regardless of which Supreme Sword intent it was, they were all extremely rare. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one had great talent. One also needed to be compatible with the Supreme Sword intent. Yi Chen being able to match the Immortal Sword intent and Destruction Sword intent could be said to be the greatest miracle. From this aspect, Yi Chen being able to reach where he was today was inevitable. I wonder if I can comprehend the Radiant Sword intent. Yi Chen carefully comprehended this trace of Radiant Sword intent. Time flowed like water. In Yi Chen's soul ocean, a trace of light appeared. This light was extremely weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. As this light appeared, Yi Chen's soul ocean started to surge. The Immortal Sword intent and Destruction Sword intent tried their best to suppress the soul ocean, preventing it from exploding. At that time, Yi Chen's soul ocean would really be destroyed, and there would be no way to save him. Yi Chen didn't know that his behavior was no different from courting death. He already had 2 Supreme Sword intents, and comprehending another one was like putting 10 times more water into a bottle. It would be strange if it didn't explode. However, Yi Chen already had 2 Supreme Sword intents, and these 2 sword intents complemented each other in an absolute balance. Once something happened, they would be the first to react. After all, if the soul ocean exploded, they would be dead as well. If Yi Chen only had the Immortal Sword intent, and comprehending the Radiant Sword intent, he would definitely die, because the Immortal Sword intent and the Radiant Sword intent didn't complement each other. Of course, this was only a guess. When a person had the Radiant Sword intent, he might succeed in comprehending the Darkness Sword intent, or he might not succeed. Everything was unknown. Gradually the light took shape. It was a sword spirit that shone with radiant light. The Radiant Sword spirit grew rapidly. Rank 1, Rank 2, Rank 3, it only stopped growing when it reached Rank 6. At this point, Yi Chen had 3 Supreme Sword intents: Rank 8 Immortal Sword intent, Rank 8 Destruction Sword intent, and Rank 6 Radiant Sword intent. Chapter 13:12. The moment the Light Sword Spirit reached the 6th step, the light sword intent on the heavenly sword dissipated. Sometimes, the sword intent was also a sword artist's mark, more representative than a soul mark. Holding the heavenly sword, Yi Chen seemed to feel the heavenly sword's breath and emotions. There was no longer any barrier between the two, as if they were in perfect harmony. With the heavenly sword, even if I can't defeat Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil, I can at least put up a fight. If Sky Demon Venerable and True Martial Supreme were legendary supreme beings, then Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil could be counted as a quasi-legendary supreme being. Before, Yi Chen was not his opponent at all, but now he had the confidence to fight. The atmosphere of war is getting thicker and thicker. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Chen walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but as a supreme being, Yi Chen could clearly feel the pervasive atmosphere of war. Is the war about to begin? Su Jing and Murong Qingqing walked over. Yi Chen said slowly, "What will come will come. You two be careful." Su Jing and Murong Qingqing both wanted to participate in the war between humans and demons, as this was their chance to accumulate resources. A person's achievements depended on how much they had experienced. The reason why Yi Chen could become a supreme being was directly related to his rich experiences. In the universe, there were many people whose talents were not worse than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's powerful comprehension was also a coincidence. However, in the universe, there was not a single person who could compare to Yi Chen. Windy Nation, South Rudra Region, True Spirit Continent, Elysium, and the universe. Yi Chen's short 700 years of life was already a legend. In every step he was the absolute protagonist. Therefore Yi Chen didn't plan to stop Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. People couldn't be too selfish. They couldn't stop other people's choices just because they were worried that they would be in danger. Of course he would definitely protect them in secret. We missed the war between humans and demons last time, but we won't miss it this time. Don't worry, we're quite perceptive. Murong Qingqing was looking forward to the upcoming war. Black Tortoise Galaxy. Countless armies of demons, evil spirits, yakshas, and other evil races were gathered in the starry sky. The ones leading the armies were marshals. Their strength was not comparable to a quasi-venerable, but their ability to lead armies surpassed most quasi-venerables. Between a marshal and a quasi-venerable, one was the commander of the army, while the other was the trump card. However, what truly determined victory or defeat wasn't the army, the marshal, or the quasi-venerables, but the supreme paragons. A single paragon was equivalent to millions of armies. For a race without a paragon, no matter how many armies they had, no matter how many quasi-venerables they had, it wouldn't matter. The paragon was the true trump card, the pillar of support. Let's go. Following the commands of the marshals, the battleships started shuttling through the void, heading towards the White Tiger Galaxy. Supreme Pavilion. Supreme True Marshal looked at the Supremes with a solemn expression. Everyone, the war has begun. We lost the Black Tortoise Galaxy last time. This time we can't lose the White Tiger Galaxy too. Losing the Black Tortoise Galaxy was already a huge blow to the human race. The four major galaxies had always been the human race's territory. Losing one was equivalent to losing a quarter of the resources. If they lost the White Tiger Galaxy too, then half of the resources would be gone. Supreme Lang Ye's killing intent sword. This time, they won't be able to take advantage of us. Supreme Thunderbolt, may be an ordinary Supremes, but if the demons want to take over the White Tiger Galaxy, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Supreme Thunderbolt was one of the ordinary Supremes of the human race. True Marshal, is the Golden Buddha still in seclusion? Supreme Bronze asked. Supreme True Marshal explained, the Golden Buddha is at a crucial moment. Don't disturb him for now. I believe that he will be able to break through to the 9th transformation Golden Body and rush over to join the battle. Before the Golden Buddha went into seclusion, he told him that it would be best if he could break through. If not, he would rush over. Supreme True Marshal naturally hoped that the Golden Buddha could break through. Otherwise, just the corrupt devil Heavenly Sovereign alone was enough to give them a headache. I see. Supreme Bronze said, I'm no match for the corrupt devil Heavenly Sovereign, but I can still hold off the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign for a while. Leave the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign to me. Supreme Bronze was one of the strongest Supremes of the human race. Even Supreme Langyo was slightly inferior to him. He believed that he was the only one who could go against the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign. Even though the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign was a Supreme, Supreme Bronze was confident in his own defense. He believed that he could hold off the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign for a while if he gave it his all. All right. Supreme True Marshal knew that this was the only way. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin, you've just become a supreme not too long ago. How strong are you now? Supreme True Martial couldn't see through Yi Qin. Yi Qin said, I'm not a problem against the Earth Demon Venerable. In theory, Yi Qin was definitely stronger than the Earth Demon Venerable. However, Yi Qin didn't dare to be too confident. Who knew if the Earth Demon Venerable had a trump card? In terms of defense, he wasn't as strong as the Golden Buddha Supreme. Moreover, his attacks couldn't kill the Earth Demon Venerable in one go. What? Supreme Yi, you're not joking, right? The Earth Demon Venerable is a mid-level Supreme. Supreme Yi, is what you said true? The human race Supreme experts looked at Yi Qin suspiciously. It wasn't that they looked down on Yi Qin. It was just that what Yi Qin said was too ridiculous. Yi Qin, is what you said true? Supreme True Martial stared at Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded, definitely. Alright, I'll leave the Earth Demon Venerable to you. Supreme True Martial was hesitant. However, when he thought about the incident at the Black Wind Stream, he knew that since Yi Qin was able to survive, he must be stronger than a Supreme. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, the 9 Revolution Star rang with alarms. The alien race army had invaded the White Tiger Starfield. The 10 military planets of the White Tiger Starfield had long since been ready. Fleets were assembled in the starry sky. Last time, half of the Black Tortoise Starfield was occupied by the alien races. This time, the White Tiger Starfield was their territory, and they couldn't afford to lose. Many people that Yi Qin knew were present in the fleet. Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, Golden Robed Emperor, Green Robed Emperor, Dantai Mingyue, Yan Qingxian, Murong Qingqing, Su Jing, Jiu, Leng Fifan, and so on. Yi Qin's 3 disciples were also present: Yin Jianwei, Dongfeng Bai, and Leng Xinghan. They didn't want to be under Yi Qin's protection for the rest of their lives. This war was an opportunity for them to temper themselves. If they could survive, they would have a chance to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm. The white-haired Duguju stood on the bow of the black puppet battleship. Carrying a saber on his back, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It had been many years since the Azura World Arena ended, and he had become even more powerful. Chapter 13:13. The starry sky was like an ocean, deep and unfathomable. This was the border between the White Tiger Starfield and Black Tortoise Starfield. In all directions, it was a vast expanse of nothingness. There were no planets, no light, only asteroids that flowed like a river. These asteroids were affected by the gravitational pull of the 2 starfields, drifting left and right. Standing on these asteroids was no different than a drop of water in the vast ocean. But suddenly, a large expanse of meteors were shattered by the distorted spacetime energy, and then numerous puppet battleships appeared. In next to no time, the dense black mass of puppet battleships practically covered half the starry sky, causing this area of nothingness that was completely devoid of light to become even more oppressive and suffocating. These were the battleships of the Human Alliance. On the other side of the asteroids, the spacetime distorted, and the battleships of the Demons Alliance also appeared. Kill? Without any words, the moment the 2 sides appeared, the battleships accelerated, blasting away the dense asteroids and rushing toward the other side. Along the way, countless beams of light shot out, red, yellow, and blue, incomparably dazzling. In the void of the starry sky, a frightening blade light shot out. A quasi-venerable wielded a blade and chopped down, instantly clearing a line of enemy battleships. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Soon, the battle reached its climax, with experts falling everywhere. As for the ordinary life and death realm soldiers, they were simply cannon fodder. Several hundred light-years away, several figures that were several tens of feet tall appeared. Among them, a 15-zhang tall figure gradually became clearer. It was Yi Qin. This was Yi Qin's first time participating in a supreme war. Unlike ordinary wars, the death rate would not be that high, but the impact would be 1,000 times greater. Sweeping his gaze over his own camp, Yi Qin faintly nodded. The Human Alliance had quite a lot of Supremes, a total of 54. 18 from the Human Alliance, 12 from the Giant Tribe, 11 from the Barbarian Tribe, and 13 from the minor tribes attached to the Human Alliance. Individually, these minor tribes were not powerful, but together they had 13 Supremes, which was not a force to be reckoned with. It was believed that these 54 Supreme Masters were not the full strength of the Human Clan Alliance. After all, every race would reserve some strength and would not reveal all of it unless it was a matter of life and death. For example, the disciples of the True Martial Supreme and the Golden Buddha Supreme, the Xuanhe Supreme and the Ananda Supreme did not come. They were still patrolling the Black Wind Stream. In the Human Race Alliance, the human race had the most Supreme Masters. Including himself, there were 2 Supreme Masters. The Golden Buddha Supreme was still in seclusion, followed by the Giant Race and the Barbarian Race, each having one Supreme Master. As for the other minor races, there was only one Supreme Master. After asking Langya Supreme, he found out that it was the Giant Tree Supreme of the Giant Tree Race. Thinking about it, it wasn't easy for a Supreme Master to appear. The stronger the race, the easier it was for a Supreme Master to appear. As for powerful sovereigns, there were many more. Powerful sovereigns were the core strength of a race. Although their current role couldn't compare to that of a super sovereign, their importance wasn't any lower than that of a super sovereign. After all, only with enough powerful sovereigns could a certain number of super sovereigns be born. Otherwise, there would be a situation where there was a shortage of young and old. Glancing around, Yi Chen looked at the opposite side. The Demons Alliance had 5 more sovereigns than the Human Race Alliance, a total of 59. They also had 2 more Supreme Masters. These 2 were Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master and Flawless Demon Master. Yi Chen vaguely sensed that Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master's injuries hadn't recovered yet. His aura was a little unstable. Thinking about it, it wasn't that easy to recover from a direct hit from a saint weapon. The Golden Buddha Supreme had been in seclusion for hundreds of years before finally expelling the power of the bloodthirsty spear. After all, Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master was in the martial path Yuanshin state, so it would be even more difficult for him to recover. Even so, Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master was still the biggest threat after the Heavenly Demon Master. On the human race's side, except for the true Martial Supreme, no one could stop him. The Golden Buddha Supreme had broken through to the 9th transformation, so he might be able to stop Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master. However, that was only because of his powerful defense. In a frontal attack, the Golden Buddha Supreme was most likely not a match for Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master. Supreme Dual Extinction, Supreme Hydralisk, I didn't expect you to join the Demons Alliance. The true Martial Supreme's eyes fell on the 2 enemy Supreme. One was a Supreme covered in bone fragments, and the other was a female Supreme with a snake tail. These 2 Supreme came from 2 small races, and they had been roped in by the Human Race Alliance before. Supreme Dual Extinction said in a clear voice, "We always have to make choices in life. I'm sorry, but the Demons Alliance is my best choice." Supreme Hydralisk said, "This time you will definitely lose. My choice is never wrong." "Really?" "Not necessarily." The true Martial Supreme said in a deep voice. "Haha, true Martial Hydralisk is right. This time you will definitely lose. Why don't you just admit defeat? I don't want much, just half of the White Tiger Starfield." The Heavenly Demon Master held the bloodthirsty spear and laughed in high spirits. "Heavenly Demon Master, the human race and the demon race have been fighting for countless years. When did the demons ever conquer the human race? This time, your extravagant hopes will still be in vain. In that case, let's fight." The Heavenly Demon Master sneered and waved his hand. Seeing this, a Supreme Demons walked out. "Who dares to fight with me, the Shadow Demon Master?" The Shadow Demon Master was just an ordinary Supreme, but he was not afraid. The Supreme War had its own rules. Ordinary Supreme would fight against Ordinary Supreme, and Strong Supreme would fight against Strong Supreme. If there were many Ordinary Supreme on one side, then a few Ordinary Supreme could fight against one. It was the same for Strong Supreme and Super Supreme. The Supreme War would last for a long time, so there was no need to worry about the outcome. Therefore, having one more or one less Supreme was completely different. If the overall strength of both sides was similar, having one more Supreme would be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and it could completely change the situation. "Supreme Shadow, your opponent is me." The human race's Phantom Supreme stood out. He and the Shadow Demon Master were sworn enemies. One was a shadow and the other was a phantom. When they moved, they came and went like ghosts, and their styles were similar. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 immediately started fighting. Time and space were like folded crystals. Their figures could be seen everywhere. In just a short while, they had fought dozens of light years away. 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. In just a short while, both Ordinary Supreme and Strong Supreme had their own opponents. "Earth Demon Master, do you dare to fight?" The Demons Alliance's Supreme weren't surprised that Yi Chen stayed in the camp of the Super Supreme. Of course, deep in their hearts, they had their doubts. It had only been a few years, but this new Supreme of the human race had actually reached such a high level. When they heard Yi Chen call him Earth Demon Master, some of the Super Supremes sneered. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Flawless Demon Master was the weakest existence among them. Did he think that by suppressing Flawless Demon Master he could challenge the Earth Demon Master? "Hee kid, I will let you die very very miserably. I wonder if you can resist as much as the Golden Buddha Supreme." The Earth Demon Master walked out gloomily, staring at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Chapter 13-14. The Golden Buddha Supreme is the pillar of the human clan. You can't be compared to him. I will deal with you. With his left hand behind his back, Yi Chen said confidently. You're courting death. Earth Demon Venerable's eyes shot out a terrifying light. Earth Demon, don't be rash. Remember, you must kill this guy. Don't give him time to grow. Sky Demon Venerable transmitted his voice to Earth Demon Venerable. Don't worry. If it was me in the past, it would be difficult to kill this guy. But now, with the twisted dagger, it won't take more than 10 moves to kill him. Earth Demon Venerable licked his lips. His body seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast. The void on both sides roared and distorted. Yi Chen, be careful. True Martial Supreme warned Yi Chen when he saw Earth Demon Venerable rushing over. I know what I'm doing. Yi Chen quickly went up to meet him. There was a distance of hundreds of billions of miles between the two. But this distance was not enough for them to burst out with their speed. They collided with each other. Boom, and earth-shattering sounds spread out. Both of them were sent flying. Yi Chen was sent flying hundreds of billions of miles away, while Earth Demon Venerable was also sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. However, neither of them used any weapons. One used a palm technique while the other used a finger sword. Yi Chen was much weaker. After all, in terms of real strength, Yi Chen was barely a mid-level Supreme Master, while Earth Demon Venerable was a veteran mid-level Supreme Master. Quite strong. Yi Chen was slightly excited as it was his first time fighting against a position Demon Venerable. As expected of the Earth Demon Venerable, the nemesis of the Golden Buddha Supreme. If I didn't have the Heavenly Sword, it would be impossible for me to suppress him. How is this possible? Didn't Flawless Demon Venerable say that he only has the strength of a low-level Supreme Master? Earth Demon Venerable was shocked. Gosh, he actually clashed with Earth Demon Venerable and was not injured at all. Amazing. The human race has picked up a treasure this time. To think that such a terrifying genius would be born. Looks like the luck of the human race hasn't weakened at all. Instead, it's getting stronger. Yi Chen's strength and monstrous talent strengthened the confidence of the Human Race Alliance's Supremes. To be honest, it was not that many of them had not thought about it, but they had been members of the Human Race Alliance since ancient times. If they betrayed the Human Race Alliance, not only would they be hated by the Human Race Alliance, they would also not have much status in the Demons Alliance. No matter who it was, they would not have too much trust in traitors, unless they did not care about their betrayal. But in that case they would have even less status. Celestial Demon Sovereign frowned slightly. The way he looked at Yi Chen was as gloomy as one could imagine. The Demons Alliance would not allow such a genius to appear in the human race. The other party's monstrous level made him feel that a monster with the bloodline of a great demon king had appeared in the human race. That fellow actually became stronger again. Flawless Demon Venerable's mouth was wide open. Old demon, go all out to kill him. I don't want to see any accidents happen, Heavenly Demon Commander hurriedly said. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Earth Demon Sovereign let out a long roar. His long black hair shot into the sky, reaching deep into the void, covering the entire space. Both of his hands were pitch black as he slapped out. The pitch-black palm wind turned into countless evil ghosts that pounced towards Yi Chen. Among the evil ghosts were the Evil Ghost King and the Evil Ghost Old Ancestor. They surrounded Golden Buddha Supreme, wanting to devour his flesh. Supreme Palm Art, Thousand Ghosts Greeting. Earth Demon Sovereign had never thought of using Thousand Ghosts Greeting to kill Yi Chen. That was impossible. It was extremely difficult for a Super Supreme to kill a Super Supreme. Even if the other party could not defeat you, they could still escape. Unless your speed was much faster than the other party, you could only continue chasing until you no longer wanted to. The purpose of Thousand Ghosts Greeting was to entangle Yi Chen, not giving him a chance to escape. Die. With a flip of his right hand, a malevolent-looking dagger appeared in the Earth Demon Sovereign's hand. As this dagger appeared, time and space started to distort. Even the Earth Demon Sovereign's palm started to distort. It was as though this dagger could distort everything. Swish. With his speed increasing, Earth Demon Sovereign was like a fish in water. He shuttled through the endless evil spirits and arrived before Yi Chen in an instant, stabbing the dagger over. Given the strangeness of the twisted dagger, all of Yi Chen's methods were useless. The twisted dagger was more than enough to distort the opponent's defense. Saint Tool. Yi Chen was startled. He instantly unsheathed the heavenly sword. Clang. Sparks illuminated the deathly silent void. Earth Demon Sovereign was sent flying backwards. As for Yi Chen, he also retreated diagonally. His opponent's dagger was too strange. It actually twisted the trajectory of the heavenly sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavenly sword was a saint sword, Yi Chen would definitely not be able to block this dagger. Saint Tool. Earth Demon Sovereign was even more surprised than Yi Chen. The twisted dagger came from a miracle. Hundreds of years ago, the Demons Alliance started a war against the Human Alliance because they had obtained the Bloodthirst Spear. Hundreds of years later, the Demons Alliance started a war against the Human Alliance again because they had corrupt Demon Heavenly Master and the Twisted Dagger. In their eyes, this was heaven's blessing for the Demons Alliance. However, where did this saint sword of the Human Alliance come from? They had never heard of a miracle appearing in the Human Alliance's territory. I really didn't expect that the Human Alliance would have another saint tool. Sky Demon Sovereign squinted his eyes and said coldly. Supreme True Marshal put away his surprise. Same to you. Flawless Demon Sovereign, it's your turn. Sky Demon Sovereign looked at Flawless Demon Sovereign. Hearing this, Flawless Demon Sovereign walked out and looked at the Supreme of the Human Alliance. A tall figure stepped out. It was the Bronze Supreme. You're no match for me. Flawless Demon Sovereign shook his head. His goal was to stall a Supreme. Fighting against a Supreme would be a waste of effort. We'll find out later. The Human Alliance had lost two Supreme. Even if the Golden Buddha Supreme returned, they would lose one. Therefore he had to go. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous for the Human Alliance. In that case, I'll take care of you first. Flawless Demon Sovereign didn't waste any time and charged at the Bronze Supreme. He wanted to take care of his opponent in the shortest time possible. Every Supreme had an opponent. Blood Drop Sovereign of Wuxia Clan wielded a saint weapon, Blood Drop Spear, and Storm Sovereign of Barbarian Race clashed. The battle between the two was comparable to the battle between Earth Demon Sovereign and Yi Chen. Saint weapons clashed against each other, sweeping through the boundless void. Evil Spirit Race's Evil Soul Old Ancestor and the Giant Race's Supreme Mountain Chio also had saint tools. The Evil Soul Old Ancestor's saint tool was the Thousand Poison Soul Staff, while the Mountain Chio's saint tool was the Mountain Splitting Axe. In the end, only Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master, Sky Demon Sovereign, and Supreme True Marshal were left. Sky Demon Sovereign grinned. Looks like the Golden Buddha Supreme won't be able to make it. Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master, you can attack at will. Kill as many as you can. In terms of seniority, Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master was many times older than Sky Demon Sovereign. His strength at his peak had also surpassed Sky Demon Sovereign's. However, in this era where strength determined status, the strong were respected. Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master was very clear about this. Just as he was about to move, a golden light swept over from the depths of space and time. Wherever the golden light passed, time and space froze. Then, a huge golden palm with the swastika word on its palm struck at Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master. This palm gave off an aura that could shake the world and pierce through everything. Dang. Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master's palm pressed forward. Instantly, his body staggered and retreated. I'm late. Golden light flashed and the Golden Buddha Supreme appeared. His height had increased from 6 feet to 7 feet. His foundation was undeniably number one in the universe. Chapter 13-15. Golden Body 9 Revolutions, 9th Revolution. Heavenly Demon Sovereign said word by word. I didn't expect someone to reach the 9th revolution of the Golden Body 9 revolutions in this era. That's good. I haven't fought someone who has reached the 9th revolution in a long time. The last time I fought was with Golden Body Supreme. Heavenly Master Rot Devil's face flashed with fighting spirit. The Golden Body Sovereign was many times stronger than the Golden Buddha Sovereign. He had also cultivated the 9th transformation Golden Body to the pinnacle of the 9th transformation. He was a true legendary sovereign. However, the current him was no longer the him of the past. Fighting with a legendary sovereign would be courting death. Golden Buddha, you're finally here. True Marshal Supreme breathed a sigh of relief. With Golden Buddha here, he could deal with Heavenly Demon Sovereign with peace of mind. Golden Buddha Supreme nodded. I've made you worry. Leave him to me. Golden Buddha Supreme's body seemed to be made of the purest gold. Even his eyebrows and pupils were golden. Just by standing there, he gave off an invincible feeling that he could suppress tens of thousands of demons. As for Heavenly Master Rot Devil, he was like a demonic shadow. He didn't seem to have any weight. Wherever he looked, the void began to decay and shatter. Corrosive God Fist. Vast Buddha Light. The two of them immediately used their respective ultimate techniques. Green Fist Winds and Golden Waves collided, but in the end, it was still Empyrean Rot Devil who gained the upper hand. Golden Buddha Supreme was enveloped by endless fist winds, and the surrounding space and time around him was corroded to the point of being riddled with holes, dripping with green mucus. Sure enough, Golden Buddha Supreme is much weaker in terms of attack. Dozens of light years away, Yi Chen was fighting while watching True Martial Supreme's battle. The moment Gold Buddha Supreme appeared, he heaved a sigh of relief just like True Martial Supreme. But as Rotten Devil Heavenly Venerable gained the absolute upper hand, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Golden Body 9 transformations had probably raised Gold Buddha Supreme from mid-grade Supreme to high-grade Supreme. However, Rotten Devil Heavenly Venerable was a quasi-legendary Supreme. Only Sky Demon Venerable and True Martial Supreme, who wielded Saint artifacts, could injure him. I wonder if the 9th revolution of the Golden Body 9 revolutions can withstand the power of corrosion? A strong defense didn't mean that it was indestructible. For example, steel was hard enough, but some liquids could also instantly corrode steel. The green fist wind dissipated and a golden light lit up. The Golden Buddha Supreme Being was unharmed. The 9 revolutions golden body was almost flawless, and the corrosive power could do nothing to it. The only way to break the 9 revolutions golden body was through energy consumption. As long as the Golden Buddha Supreme's Zhen Yuan was used up, then the 9 revolutions golden body would have no energy source, and naturally, it would win without a fight. However, the Golden Buddha Supreme's foundation was much stronger than True Martial Supreme and Sky Demon Venerables. Exhausting his Zhen Yuan was not something ordinary people could do. Sky Demon Venerable had once ambushed the Golden Buddha Supreme, but after fighting for several days and nights, his Zhen Yuan did not decrease much. As expected of the 9th transformation golden body, Yi Chen retracted his gaze. He knew that there was no need to worry about the Golden Buddha Supreme Being, unless Empyrean Rot Devil had a saint artifact in his hands. Brat, you dare to be distracted in front of me? How could Earth Demon Venerable not notice that Yi Chen was distracted just now? He could not help but be enraged. The twisted dagger turned into millions of twisted arcs, attacking towards Yi Chen. With the Heaven Sword in hand, Yi Chen protected himself perfectly. Up until now, Yi Chen found that even saint artifacts had different levels. Although his Heaven Sword's origin was damaged, it was still a level stronger than the opponent's dagger. At the beginning, because he did not know about the special characteristics of the twisted dagger, he was almost hit. Earth Demon Venerable, your era has passed. In the world of experts, if you do not advance, you will fall. Yi Chen mercilessly attacked the opponent. He was now waiting for Earth Demon Venerable to use his trump card. Once Earth Demon Venerable used all his trump cards, it would be time for Yi Chen to go all out. The Golden Buddha Supreme's arrival made Sky Demon Venerable's wishful thinking fall through. According to his estimation, he had at least an 80% chance of winning against the Human Race Alliance. True Martial, watch my spear. Sky Demon Venerable wore the Sky Demon's sacred armor and held the Bloodthirst Spear. He swept with his spear like a dancing blood dragon, destroying the void. Come on. Supreme True Martial slashed at the blood dragon with his True Martial Divine Mace. Rumble. The battle between the two of them surpassed everyone else. They had saint artifacts and were also high-level Supremes. Their strength had already reached the level of legendary Supremes. Even the Golden Buddha Supremacy, Heavenly Venerable Rot Devil, wasn't a match for them. Not only were their attacks strong, but their supreme martial arts were also exquisite. There was no pause between their moves. They were executed at will. Light flashed and the two of them came near Yi Chen and Earth Demon Venerable. Sky Demon Venerable's eyes flashed. He waved the Bloodthirst Spear and 3 Spear Radiance attacked Yi Chen. Sky Demon Venerable, don't you think you are too shameless? Supreme True Martial's speed exploded and he blocked the 3 Spear Radiance attacks. With Sky Demon Venerable's strength, the 3 Spear Radiance attacks weren't something that Yi Chen could block. Once Yi Chen was injured by the Bloodthirst Spear, Earth Demon Venerable would have a chance. The winner takes all and the loser takes all. That is the rule of the heavens. Sky Demon Venerable didn't feel ashamed at all. He would still attack Yi Chen if he had the chance. That was close. Yi Chen didn't plan to fight Sky Demon Venerable yet. That would be an act of overestimating himself. Moreover, the Bloodthirst Spear seemed to be stronger than the Sky Sword unless the Sky Sword could recover. Yi Chen's sword aura strengthened and he kept attacking, forcing Earth Demon Venerable to retreat dozens of light years away from the battle between Sky Demon Venerable and Supreme True Martial. Heart Demon Kill. Suddenly, an aura 100 times stronger than before exploded from Earth Demon Venerable. The twisted dagger stabbed at Yi Chen at a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavens. Time and space meant nothing to him. Heart force eruption is so strong. Yi Chen was shocked. Heart force had peaks and troughs. If one could maintain the troughs at a high level and increase the peaks infinitely, then one's battle prowess would increase greatly. The two's heart force had been maintained at a high level since the beginning of the battle. He didn't expect Earth Demon Venerable to continue erupting his heart force and increase his strength by 100 times. Caught off guard, Yi Chen only had time to raise the sky sword horizontally. Clang! The sky sword collided with Yi Chen's body and sent him flying. Fortunately, his immortal sword body gave him a strong defense, so he wasn't injured. He's not injured? Earth Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. His heart demon kill consumed a lot of his heart power. If he used it too many times, his heart power would reach a low point. He originally thought that even if he could not hit Yi Chen with his twisted dagger, he would at least be able to wound him. None of the supreme beings can be underestimated. This should be Earth Demon Sovereign's final trump card. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Earth Demon Sovereign, take my sword as well. With his heart force erupting, Yi Chen used Omniscient Nature, which had the most variations. Omniscient Nature's variations had also surpassed the limits of the heavens. Chapter 13:16. Danger. As soon as the boundless manifestation sword aura appeared, Earth Demon Sovereign's face turned pale. If Yi Chen didn't have the holy sword in his hand, he wouldn't be too worried even if he was hit. Between Super Supremes, it was very difficult to injure each other. Saint artifacts were an exception. However, Yi Chen had the holy sword in his hand. As long as he was grazed, his foundation would be injured. I can't be hit. Earth Demon Venerable poured demonic energy into the twisted dagger. In a short time he consumed more demonic energy than before. Under normal circumstances, there was a limit to how much energy a weapon could be infused. Beyond this limit, no matter how much energy was infused, it wouldn't increase its power much. It might even cause the weapon to explode. Naturally, the holy artifact couldn't explode, but the increase in power was limited. But it could at least slightly increase the power of the twisted dagger. The twisted dagger created layers of illusions. The violent power of distortion overlapped, making Earth Demon Venerable feel like he was in another world, a blurry world separated by countless layers of space. The next moment, countless bubbles disappeared, and the power of distortion was peeled off layer by layer. The reason why the Omniscient Nature was so powerful was that the sword art pointed directly to the heart, and the changes were close to infinite, even the enemy's heart could be reflected. However, the twisted dagger was a sacred tool after all, and it contained incredible power. The sword momentum of the Omniscient Nature could not directly lock onto the Earth Demon Venerable, and it was distorted. I blocked it. Earth Demon Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent is just SOSO. I underestimated the twisted dagger. Earth Demon Venerable's confidence grew after blocking Yi Chen's sword. To be honest, his confidence had been shaken before. This dagger's effect is to distort everything. Then what effect does my heavenly sword have? Holy artifacts had their own effects. For example, the twisted dagger contained the power of distortion, the bloodthirsty spear contained the power of bloodthirsty, the true martial divine mace contained the power of unparalleled, and the blood-dripping spear had the power of dripping blood. The others such as the storm hammer, the thousand poison soul staff, and the mountain-splitting axe all had their own powerful effects. This was one of the main reasons why holy artifacts were so powerful. While Yi Chen and Earth Demon Venerable were fighting, the other Supremes were also fighting. Among them, the Bronze Supreme Martial Artist had it the hardest. After all, he was only a top-notch Supreme Being. Perhaps he was one of the best among the Supreme Beings, but when he encountered a Super Supreme Being, he was suppressed from the start to the end. Fortunately, Flawless Demon Sovereign was a 100 transformation demon, which was weaker in terms of combat. Even so, Bronze Supreme Being still suffered some light injuries. Even his Supreme Being armor was unable to completely offset the opponent's attack. If I can cultivate the Bronze Battle Body to the 5th level, he won't be able to hurt me. The Bronze Dragon Bloodline's strongest body-refining martial art was the Bronze Battle Body. The Bronze Battle Body had a total of 5 levels, and as long as one cultivated it to the 5th level, they would be able to withstand the attack of a Super Sovereign. Of course, the most powerful body-refining martial art of the Dragon Clan was the Golden Battle Body, which was only slightly inferior to the Golden Body Transformation 9 transformations. The reason why Yi Chen was able to create the Immortal Sword Body was that he had studied the countless black smoke in the Black Wind Stream and his own Immortal Sword Soul. Compared to the Bronze Sovereign, the Golden Buddha Sovereign was much more relaxed. After breaking through to the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Golden Body, There was almost no one who could hurt him except for a divine weapon. Moreover, this was the early stage of the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations golden body. Once he cultivated to the peak of the 9 transformations golden body, even a legendary sovereign wouldn't be able to hurt him. The Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil's martial art was a supreme martial art, exquisite and extraordinary. Even Heavenly Devil Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign couldn't compare to it. In a short period of time, the Golden Buddha Sovereign suffered no less than dozens of attacks. Really troublesome. Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil was a little annoyed. He didn't have a divine weapon, so he didn't know how long it would take to exhaust the opponent's Zhen Yuan. Although the ratio of Zhen Yuan consumption between the two was 10-1, the Golden Buddha Sovereign's Zhen Yuan was the strongest among all the sovereigns. The Zhen Yuan contained in the 70-meter-tall golden body was too vast. Corrosive demonic light. Suddenly, 2 black beams shot out of Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil's eyes and entered the Golden Buddha Sovereign's forehead. The Golden Buddha Sovereign felt dizzy, but he quickly recovered. Upon reaching the Supreme Realm, Soul Attack secret arts were nearly useless, unless they were Transcendent Soul Attack secret arts. But Transcendent Soul Attack secret arts were even rarer than Transcendent Martial Arts. The vast majority of legendary Supremes weren't able to create one. As for Empyrean Corrupt Devil's Corrosive Demonic Light, it was only one of the more powerful Transcendent Soul Attack secret arts. Humph, my martial path Yuan Shen is too seriously injured, and I only have 1,000th of my peak power. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to block it. Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil didn't use soul attacks anymore. If he recovered the power of a legendary sovereign, the Golden Buddha Sovereign would more or less be injured. The same soul attack secret art, when used by different people, had different power. The most intense battle was between True Martial Sovereign and Heavenly Devil Sovereign. But the battle between the two was also the most boring. The main reason was that both of them had divine weapon armors. True Martial Sovereign's divine weapon armor was a little broken, but he didn't give Heavenly Devil Sovereign a chance to hit his body. Some aftershocks couldn't shake him at all, so it was impossible for him to fight head-on and get injured instead. Again and again they tested each other. Both of them were exploring the mysteries of each other's divine weapon, preparing for the next attack. That's right, the Heavenly Sword once contained the Light Sword Will. Could the effect of the Heavenly Sword be the power of light? Yi Qin used all his sword skills once, but he could only suppress Earth Devil Sovereign at most. He couldn't break through his opponent's power of distortion. He even tried to use soul attacks. He didn't cultivate a supreme soul attack secret art, because the Netherworld Sacred Eye would improve along with the realm, so there was no need to cultivate a supreme soul attack secret art. But the power of distortion of the distortion dagger could even distort soul attacks, so it couldn't make Earth Devil Sovereign dizzy for a short time. Of course, Earth Devil Sovereign's supreme soul attack secret art couldn't do anything to Yi Qin. Yi Qin had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, the Immortal Sword Soul and the Destruction Sword Soul, so any soul attack was useless against him. Besides the Destruction Sword Will in the Heavenly Sword, Yi Qin also transferred the not-so-powerful Light Sword Will into it. As the Light Sword Will entered, the Heavenly Sword seemed to have spirituality, and it shone brightly. Just as I thought. Yi Qin rejoiced in his heart. The power of light wasn't just pure power. With it, all the means of the enemy wouldn't be able to deceive his eyes. This was a righteous power, and he could only face it head-on. Boundless nature was used again. What? Earth Devil Sovereign was horrified to find that the power of distortion couldn't distort the opponent's sword momentum. This sword momentum contained the power of light, and it directly enveloped him. The distortion dagger was much weaker than the Heavenly Sword. 3 wriggling sword marks appeared on Earth Devil Sovereign's body, shuttling back and forth on his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recover. When the inextinguishable power encountered the sword marks, it was quickly consumed, which scared Earth Devil Sovereign so much that he didn't dare to use the inextinguishable power that came with the 8th rank spirit body. Chapter 13:17. Not good. Heaven Demon Venerable had been paying attention to Earth Demon Venerable's situation. Seeing Yi Qin injure Earth Demon Venerable with a single strike, he was both shocked and furious. After being struck by a saint artifact, even he wouldn't be much better off, let alone Earth Demon Venerable. Haha, with such a genius my human race will definitely prosper. Supreme True Martial laughed happily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. The long period of pressure had made him feel incomparably tired. Only killing could make him forget everything. What? Earth Demon Venerable is injured. Not good. Now that Earth Demon Venerable is defeated, what should we do? Why are there always geniuses in the human race? Each one is more stunning than the other. The heavens are really too biased. The battle between Supremes was long and drawn out. Everyone was paying attention to each other. Yi Qin, you dare to injure me? Earth Demon Venerable roared in disbelief. Every time the sword wound on his body made a circle, it would take away a part of his essence, energy, and soul, causing a gap to appear in his foundation. So what if I injure you? Yi Qin sneered. Heart Demon kill. Erupting with his heart force, Earth Demon Venerable threw out the twisting dagger in his hand. The twisting dagger hissed in the air, and in the next moment, it transformed into a single-horned black snake. The single-horned black snake slithered rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yi Qin. Ding. Similarly erupting with his heart force, Yi Qin sent the single-horned black snake flying with a single strike. However, the single-horned black snake seemed to have a mind of its own. Every time it was sent flying, it would fly back and attack Yi Qin from an even more crafty angle. Once, twice, dozens of times. Yi Qin was clearly stronger than Earth Demon Venerable, but at this moment he was in a passive situation. The twisting dagger was too strange and the angle of attack was crafty. Why can't I break through his defense? Earth Demon Venerable was incomparably vexed. There was a limit to his heart force eruption. If this move couldn't injure Yi Qin, then his heart force would fall to the bottom. In the end, Earth Demon Venerable still couldn't injure Yi Qin. Although he was much stronger than Yi Qin in terms of heart force, he was still lacking a little if he wanted to break through Yi Qin's defense. Death Cleave. Yi Qin could sense that the Earth Demon Venerable's aura had become much weaker. He unleashed his death cut, and the overwhelming sword shadows engulfed the Earth Demon Venerable. Two sword shadows streaked across the Earth Demon Venerable's shoulder and waist, leaving behind a sword mark on each of them. Including these two sword scars, there were a total of 5 sword scars on the Earth Demon Venerable's body. These 5 sword scars were like 5 blood-sucking worms, sucking the source energy from the Earth Demon Venerable's body. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon Venerable's heart force was at its lowest point. Coupled with the fact that he had been injured by the Heaven Sword, his strength had dropped to an unprecedented level. Sword Burial Technique. 5 elements slash. All things in the world. Yi Qin seized the opportunity and used his ultimate moves. If he could eliminate the Earth Demon Venerable, it would definitely be a blow to the demons, and the human race would have one less enemy. Samsara. 7. 10. When the number of sword scars on his body reached 10, the Earth Demon Venerable was afraid. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker until he was killed by Yi Qin. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Sky Demon. Earth Demon Venerable asked Heavenly Demon Venerable for help. You come to me. The Sky Demon Venerable's face was gloomy. Yi Qin was the biggest variable in this Supreme Being battle. He was also a variable that he had never expected. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme, he was another variable. When these two variables were combined, it was enough to turn the situation around. Hearing this, the Earth Demon Venerable's speed erupted as he flew towards the Sky Demon Venerable. An opening appeared in the Sky Demon domain, and the Earth Demon Venerable entered. Boom. Boom. Supreme True Martial took the opportunity to attack, causing the Sky Demon domain to distort. However, the Sky Demon Saint armor was too strong. Supreme True Martial's attacks only made the Sky Demon Venerable retreat a dozen steps. Supreme True Martial, I'll go help Supreme Bronze. Seeing that the Earth Demon Venerable had the protection of the Sky Demon Venerable, Yi Qin felt that it was a pity. With the Sky Demon Venerable's protection, not to mention him, even Supreme True Martial wouldn't be able to injure the Earth Demon Venerable. Moreover, there was quite a gap between him and the Sky Demon Venerable and Supreme True Martial. Even if he helped, it would be useless. He might as well help the others. Alright, I don't need your help here. Supreme True Martial nodded. The battle between Bronze Supremacy and Flawless Demon Supremacy was completely one-sided. After all, Flawless Demon Supremacy was a supreme supremacy. His attacks were many times stronger than Bronze Supremacy's. Even with the Supreme Armor reducing 90% of his attacks, it was still difficult for him to endure. Bronze Supremacy estimated that he would be unable to hold on for another quarter of an hour at most. Dang. Just as Flawless Demon Venerable was about to attack Supreme Bronze again, a sharp sword appeared out of thin air and sent Flawless Demon Venerable tumbling back. Yi Qin. Flawless Demon Venerable was shocked. Supreme Bronze, you go help the others. Leave this demon to me. Yi Qin ignored Flawless Demon Venerable and said to Supreme Bronze. That would be for the best. The Bronze Supremacy heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally take a breather. His injuries weren't too serious. It was just that fighting flawless demon supremacy had put him under a lot of pressure. He wasn't afraid of anyone below supremacy. We meet again. Yi Qin stood upright in the void with the heaven sword pointing downward. Being stared at by Yi Qin, flawless demon venerable felt like he had nowhere to run. Yi Qin, don't be too arrogant. You should know that you have truly offended the demons by obstructing our great cause. In the future we demons will go all out to kill you. There will be no escape for you. Flawless demon venerable threatened. With a smile Yi Qin mocked, it seems that the demons and humans have been enemies since ancient times. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Also, I welcome you to find trouble with me at all costs. I'm happy to oblige. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yi Qin was a battle maniac. Without battle, what was the point of pursuing the pinnacle of sword Dao? Cut the crap. Take this sword. With a flash, Yi Qin thrust his sword at Flawless Demon Venerable. Flawless Demon Venerable found that he couldn't dodge this sword and could only resist with all his might. This sword was too powerful. The dagger in Flawless Demon Venerable's hand was turned around and pierced into his own chest. He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in. Along the way, Flawless Demon Venerable kept spurting out blood. The dagger in his hand was a supreme weapon, while Yi Qin's was a saint's sword. The power of the saint weapon was cancelled out by the dagger and supreme armor. It was not something he could handle and his origin was damaged. Die. The most versatile skill, 10,000 forms of limitless phenomenon, was displayed. Bubbles appeared and disappeared. Flawless Demon Venerable felt like he was being cut into pieces. His flesh and blood flew everywhere and his bones and flesh were separated. However, a Super Supreme was still a Super Supreme. This sword still couldn't kill Flawless Demon Venerable. Killing intent surged in Yi Qin's eyes as he continued to display his killing moves. Brat, you dare? I, Heavenly Demon Venerable, swear that if you kill him today I will make sure you die without a complete corpse in the future. I will kill all of your 9 generations. Heavenly Demon Venerable roared. It was too late for him to save Flawless Demon Venerable. He regretted that he didn't give the order to retreat immediately, which led to Flawless Demon Venerable being in a situation where he was sure to die. Hundreds of petals danced in the air as a sharp sword light flashed by. The flesh and blood of Flawless Demon Venerable was instantly destroyed. Chapter 13:18. Right at this moment, Heavenly Venerable Rotten Devil, who was battling Golden Buddha Supreme, flickered and instantly appeared behind Yi Qin like a flickering light. A green spiraling fist wind rushed toward Yi Qin. Heavenly Sovereign Rotting Devil was a legendary sovereign at his peak. Although he was currently in martial Yuan spirit state and had been injured by True Martial Supreme's divine rapier, his strength was not even 1/10,000th of his peak. However, a legendary sovereign was a legendary sovereign after all, and the martial skill he used was a supreme martial skill. Yi Qin only had time to take a step sideways before he was struck by the fist wind. Like a windmill, Yi Qin spun hundreds of times. His entire body was wrapped up in the green storm. Sacrificing a flawless demon master in exchange for the life of a peerless genius. It's worth it. Rotten Demon had been waiting for a chance to kill Yi Qin. Therefore, even if Flawless Demon Master was killed by Yi Qin, he didn't care. As long as Yi Qin was dead, the human race would lose. Now his wait was worth it. Although Yi Qin had a sacred weapon, it was a sacred sword, not a sacred armor. How could it defend against his all-out attack? Even a legendary supreme would suffer after being hit by my corrosive spiral wave, let alone you. Rotten Demon Master sneered. True Martial Supreme was stunned. The Golden Buddha Supreme was also stunned. Sky Demon Master's expression brightened up. Just like Rotten Demon Master, he was more than happy to sacrifice Flawless Demon Master in exchange for Yi Qin. He didn't particularly care about Flawless Demon Master's strength. It would be great if he had Flawless Demon Master, but it didn't matter if he didn't. After all, Flawless Demon Master had always been hiding in the dark. The only thing he cared about was Yi Qin's identity as a 100 transformation demon. What a powerful corrosive power. In the green storm, Yi Qin's immortal sword body emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. His right shoulder, which was directly hit, was already dyed with a layer of green. The corrosive toxin was spreading through his flesh and blood. Once it spread to his whole body, it was estimated that his soul and martial arts Yuan Shen would not be spared. Supreme martial arts were not that easy to endure. Fortunately, Yi Qin had the Immortal Sword Intent and the Destruction Sword Intent, these two supreme sword intents. The Immortal Sword Intent was able to resist the spreading of the corrosive toxins, while the Destruction Sword Intent was able to slowly kill the toxins. With the cooperation of the two supreme sword intents, Yi Chen didn't lose his life directly. Of course, the supreme armor on Yi Chen's body had been completely destroyed by the corrosive power. Even the source of the armor had been polluted, and even his cultivation couldn't be repaired. Sword light flashed. Yi Chen's right shoulder and arm were chopped off by Yi Chen's sword. The corrosive toxin was too overbearing, and Yi Chen had no way to expel it in a short period of time. Thus, he might as well damage his own origin energy and cut off the corroded part. As soon as this part was cut off from Yi Chen's body, it instantly turned into green pus that corroded the void. Sword energy and inextinguishable strength surged. Yi Chen's right shoulder and right arm quickly grew back. With a wave of his hand, the remnants of the green storm dissipated. Yi Chen looked at Empyrean Rot Demon. This opponent's attack had consumed 30% of his sword energy and half of his inextinguishable strength. It was truly worthy of being a supreme martial art. What, you didn't die? Empyrean Rot Demon was stunned. I won't give you another chance. Yi Chen was extremely wary of Empyrean Rot Demon, even more so than Empyrean Sky Devil. Empyrean Sky Devil used a supreme martial art. Yi Chen had a high chance of dodging it, but he couldn't completely dodge a supreme martial art. Of course, this was also related to Empyrean Rot Demon's sneak attack. Empyrean Rot Demon, your opponent is me. As Yi Chen spoke, Golden Buddha Supreme stood in front of Empyrean Rot Demon. Apart from Supreme True Martial, only he could completely block Empyrean Rot Demon. Empyrean Rot Demon stared at Yi Chen and didn't attack again. Fortunately, Supreme True Martial exhaled. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't die. An unblemished demon sovereign for Yi Chen was too much of a loss for the human race. Yi Chen, very good. Treasure your remaining life. You don't have much time left. Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign's right hand that was holding the bloodthirst spear slightly spun. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the spear. In the next moment, the spear's blood-red radiance erupted. With a sweep of the spear, Supreme True Martial was sent flying several light years away. Retreat. Supreme True Martial roared and raised the bloodthirst spear toward the sky. A brazen killing intent filled the void. Everyone stopped, including the Supremes of Human Race Alliance. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would have to face the wrath of Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign. With his strength, it wasn't impossible to kill one or two Supremes of Human Race Alliance. Of course, at that time both sides would suffer great losses, and the Supremes of Demons Alliance would suffer even greater casualties. Before leaving, Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign coldly stared at Yi Chen. If an ordinary Supremes were to be stared at by this gaze, they would probably have nightmares. However, Yi Chen was indifferent. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. As soon as the battle between the Supremes ended, the battle between the armies also ended. Both sides lost countless life and death soldiers and even some quasi-venerables. When the army of Demons Alliance retreated, the Human Race Alliance erupted in cheers. They had won. Truly inconceivable. I thought we were going to die in the battlefield. Yeah, Demons Alliance came with such a menacing momentum, but they were beaten back by us. It must be the battle between the Supremes. Our Human Race Alliance has the upper hand. And it should be so. In a battle between armies we are much weaker. Everyone discussed spiritedly, and their emotions were stirred. Murong Qingqing and Su Jing did not die. The battle had not lasted for a long time, but they had gained a lot. The berserk aura of the battle had allowed them to display their potential to the fullest. The continuous battles with the demi-sovereigns had also tempered them. Normally, when they fought with demi-sovereigns they would not go all out. It was not a true life-and-death battle. Among the quasi-venerables, Duguju and Yan Qingxian were undoubtedly a pair of shining stars. The number of quasi-venerables killed by the two alone reached more than a dozen. As for life-and-death soldiers, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The other side won. Yan Qingxian gazed at the edge of the void. She had a very strange feeling towards Yi Chen. Back then he was merely a junior, but now he was a supreme supremacy. The difference in life level gave Yan Qingxian a very mysterious feeling when facing Yi Chen. It was as if her student had suddenly turned into a god worshipped by everyone. I'm still lacking a lot. Just what am I lacking? Duguju pondered. He originally planned to use the battle to sense the supremacy realm, but the battle was over and he was still confused. Looking at the life and death soldiers filling the starry sky and everyone's respectful attitude, Duguju suddenly understood. General trend. He lacked the general trend. In an era there could only be one person walking at the front, and Yi Chen was undoubtedly this person. To become a supremacy, one had to rely on the general trend. Yi Chen had relied on the Azura world's arena to overcome the general trend of all geniuses, as well as the general trend of being a peak character, and had stepped into the supremacy realm. From now on, I want Duguju's name to resound in the starry sky. Duguju raised his head, his eyes brimming with domineeringness. Chapter 13-19. Supreme Yi, it's all thanks to you this time. Supreme Yi, when will you visit my barbarian race? Even if you want to go, you should go to my giant race. With the retreat of the Demons Alliance, the Supremes of the Human Race Alliance heaved a sigh of relief, which was soon followed by ecstasy. Compared to the last time the Human Race Alliance had won a great victory, the situation was countless times better than they had expected, and all of this was due to Yi Chen. Of course, Golden Buddha Supreme had also played a big role. After all, he had blocked the most troublesome rotten devil Heavenly Sovereign. Yi Chen, you did well. True Martial Supreme raised his thumb, his eyes full of admiration. Repelling the Demons Alliance is everyone's contribution. I couldn't have done it alone. Yi Chen didn't take all the credit for himself. Although the Human Race Alliance didn't lose a single Supremes, they were all wounded. Some of them were especially gravely injured, and their auras were chaotic. Perhaps their strength couldn't compare to Yi Chen's, but they had all contributed greatly. The credit is naturally everyone's, but we couldn't have done it without you. The golden light on Golden Buddha Supreme's body dimmed as he walked over with a smile. Before, True Martial Supreme and Golden Buddha Supreme were the pillars of the human race, and they had to bear a lot of pressure. They couldn't let the human race fall in their hands. Otherwise, they would become the greatest sinners in history. Now that there was another Super Supremes, Yi Chen, they were naturally very happy. They wished the human race could have 10 Super Supremes so that they wouldn't have to worry every day and could do many things they wanted to do, such as exploring the Heavenly River in Hell. Demon Domain, 9th grade life planet, Lich Planet. On top of a sky-reaching tower, the old Shaman Demon Emperor looked up at the starry sky. Letting out a sigh, Shaman Demon Emperor took out a palm-sized rainbow crystal ball from his storage ring. This was the most precious crystal ball of the Shaman Demon clan. In the entire history of the Shaman Demon clan, there were a total of 5 crystal balls, and 3 had already been used by the ancient people. The ancestor of Lich race instructed that unless it was a matter of life and death, one shouldn't use the fate crystal ball. Otherwise, one would suffer the wrath of heaven. My time has come. I'll use this fate crystal ball to predict the fate of this child for the demons. With the Shaman Demon Emperor's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to predict the fate of an honorable being. But with the Destiny Crystal Ball, things were different. Unless the other party was a demigod and had a trace of God's power, as long as he wasn't a demigod, he would still be able to predict the trajectory of the honorable being's fate. The Shaman Demon Sovereign raised his right hand slightly, causing the fate crystal ball to float up. A gentle 7-colored radiance radiated outwards, freezing time and space. At this moment, even a supreme being could forget about disturbing the Shaman Demon Sovereign. In the name of the Shaman Demon King, I shall calculate his fate. The gate of destiny open. From within the Shaman Demon Sovereign's body, a wave of essence chi floated out. This was the most primitive essence chi of a martial artist. Once the essence chi was depleted, it would mean the end of one's life. The primordial essence chi floated into the fate crystal ball. After that, the fate crystal ball started to rotate slowly. The 7-colored radiance flickered, and a series of blurry images appeared. These images were all about Yi Chen. At the start, they were images of Yi Chen's past. Especially the first image, it caused the Shaman Demon Sovereign to frown. Why could he only see the young Yi Chen? Why couldn't Yi Chen predict the future? The Shaman Demon Sovereign frowned. To predict the future, one had to be familiar with the other party's past. The Shaman Demon Sovereign didn't know how the fate crystal ball was created and what materials were used. But he knew that the power of the fate crystal ball had already enveloped Yi Chen. Someone is calculating my fate? Who is it? In the heavenly treasured palace, Yi Chen opened his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen closed his eyes again. Fate was too mysterious for words. Maybe only true gods could control their own fate. Or maybe true gods were just fishermen in the river of fate. They could see the fate of the fishes, but they couldn't see their own fate. Whoever wanted to calculate his fate, just let them be. Images appeared one after another. At the start, these images were still. Once they appeared, they would start to move. The Shaman Demon Sovereign's body became more and more stooped, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Legendary rank supreme. Demigod. After calculating that Yi Chen could become a demigod, the Shaman Demon Sovereign shook his head. Indeed, back then he had relied on his own strength to calculate Yi Chen's fate. He had predicted that Yi Chen would become a legendary rank supreme, or even surpass it. But at that time it was just a premonition. It wasn't as clear and certain as it was now. A new image appeared. This image was extremely primitive, as though it wasn't in the universe. In this image, Yi Chen was fighting against a group of demigods. In the end, all the demigods died. The final scene appeared. It was a scene of chaos. Nothing could be seen. Slowly, a pair of eyes appeared. What kind of eyes were those? He could see them, but he couldn't remember them. Suddenly, the shaman demon king was stunned. That was because a voice rang out. How dare you calculate my fate? The true God. The shaman demon sovereign breathed his last breath and vanished into thin air. His death was too sudden. He couldn't even leave a message. The fake crystal ball shattered and everything disappeared. Only the pair of eyes didn't disappear. The pair of eyes grew bigger and bigger until they were as big as the universe. However, no one could feel the existence of the eyes until they disappeared into the chaos. Crackle. Black lightning struck down from the shaman demon planet. The power of these black lightning bolts was extremely strong. It was comparable to the destructive lightning bolts that struck the puppet true God's will in hell. This wasn't the wrath of the heavens. The wrath of the heavens didn't appear in the form of lightning. If the shaman demon sovereign was still alive, he would know why the black lightning bolts appeared. Unfortunately, he was already dead. The complete disappearance of the shaman demon planet shook the demon realm. One had to know that in history, a rank 9 life planet had never disappeared for no reason. Even a demigod couldn't destroy a rank 9 life planet. In the heavenly palace, Yi Chen opened his eyes again. He saw a familiar pair of eyes, but he couldn't remember what they looked like. Did you hear? The shaman demon planet suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The shaman demon planet is a rank 9 life planet? I don't know either. Maybe the existence of the shaman demon planet violated a taboo. It's good that it disappeared. Who knows how many geniuses of the human race died because of the shaman demon clan's divination. Yes, the disappearance of the shaman demon planet is equivalent to digging out one of the demon's eyes. It's a good thing. In the 9 Revolution Stars Supreme Pavilion, a few Supremes had already heard the news. Good. Fate has finally started to favor the human race. In the True Martial Continent, the True Martial Supremes and the Golden Buddha Supremes were drinking and laughing. In the dark chaos. Damn Sword God, he actually destroyed the Shaman Demon clan. Just you wait, just you wait. Chapter 1320. The human body was a universe. If one wanted to completely understand the human body and develop all the mysteries of the human body, it would not be any easier than completely understanding the universe. However, the human body was different from the universe. The universe would never change, but the human body would change. This was because the human body was constantly evolving along with cultivation. To continue improving the immortal sword physique, he needed to understand more about the human body, and this was what Yi Chen lacked. I should ask the Golden Buddha Supreme for advice. Yi Chen thought for a while and flew out of the heavenly palace, heading towards the Myriad Buddha continent where the Golden Buddha Supreme was. Yi Chen, how come you have time to find me? The Golden Buddha Supreme invited Yi Chen into the Myriad Buddha Hall. The Golden Buddha Supreme sat cross-legged in the Myriad Buddha Hall. Opposite him was a simple stone table and a stone chair. Yi Chen sat down and went straight to the point. Golden Buddha Supreme, I'd like to ask you about the mysteries of the human body. I see. The Golden Buddha Supreme nodded. I have a human body quintessence here. Take it and ask me if there's anything you don't understand. The Golden Buddha Supreme took out a golden book and handed it to Yi Chen. Thank you very much. Yi Chen took the book and expressed his gratitude. The Human Body Quintessence was truly a wondrous book. Just the introduction alone was enough to benefit Yi Chen. The universe has its source and so does the human body. The universe's source evolves into all things and the human body's source evolves into blood, flesh, and bone marrow. Although the Human Body Quintessence was only a book that introduced the knowledge of the human body, according to its introduction, the human body realm was divided into 10 levels. Yi Chen estimated that he had only reached the 4th level of the human body realm, and was only at the early stage of the 4th level. If he could fully comprehend the human body quintessence, he would be able to reach the 8th level. As for the 9th and 10th levels, they couldn't be taught and had to be explored by oneself. Of course, this was too far away for Yi Chen. Just the first 8 levels were enough for him to study for countless years. Too wonderful for words. Yi Chen was immediately immersed in the contents of the human body quintessence. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. On this day, Yi Chen suddenly woke up. I should be at level 5 of the human body realm now. The fourth stage of the human realm corresponded to the seventh and eighth stages of the immortal sword body, and the fifth stage corresponded to the ninth and 10th stages. If the human realm really reached the fifth stage, then the immortal sword body would at least reach the ninth stage. As soon as he thought about it, he started to train the immortal sword body. The eighth floor. The peak of the eighth level. The ninth level. The peak of the ninth level. When the immortal sword body reached the peak of the ninth level, Yi Chen's knowledge of the human body was gradually exhausted. Apart from that, his knowledge of body tempering also came to an end. The ninth level of the immortal sword body was enough to withstand the attack of a high-level supreme being, and the peak of the ninth level could reduce the consumption to the minimum. If Empyrean Celestial and Empyrean True Martial didn't have saint artifacts, then Yi Chen wouldn't need to fear them. Facing Empyrean Rotten Devil, Yi Chen would also have the strength to fight. Of course, Yi Chen knew very well that his ninth level of the immortal sword body was still far from the Golden Buddha Supreme's Golden Body 9 refinement stage. Every time the Golden Body 9 refinement stage was upgraded, its defensive power would increase greatly. At the late stage of the 8th transformation, it could withstand the attack of a high-level supreme being. At the peak of the 8th transformation, it could withstand the attack of a peak supreme being. At the 9th transformation, even Empyrean Rotten Devil's supreme martial arts couldn't hurt the Golden Buddha Supreme. It was estimated that saint artifacts wouldn't be much of a threat to him, and he could almost withstand the attack of a legendary supreme being. If the immortal sword body wanted to withstand the attack of a legendary supreme being, it would at least have to be cultivated to the 11th or 12th level. It couldn't be helped. The Golden Buddha Supreme had been a supreme for hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to him, Yi Chen's age couldn't even compare. This sword body of yours is really amazing, but it seems to have some flaws. After 20 years, the Golden Buddha Supreme was amazed by Yi Chen's progress. After asking some information about the immortal sword body, the Golden Buddha Supreme gave his opinion. To be precise, it can't be considered a flaw. The main problem lies in the immortal sword intent. At present, the level of your sword body isn't high, so the requirements for the immortal sword intent aren't high. When the immortal sword body reaches the same level as the immortal sword intent, the only way to continue improving the immortal sword body is to improve the immortal sword intent. You also know how difficult it is to improve the supreme sword intent from the peak of the 8th level to the 9th level. It's not as easy as becoming a legendary supreme being. The Golden Buddha Supreme said slowly. Yi Chen smiled. There's no hurry. In fact, he had already considered this problem, but he really wasn't in a hurry. First, he had the destruction sword intent. The resonance between the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent would speed up the progress of the two supreme sword intents. Secondly, the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent had both reached the peak of the 8th level, just a step away from the 9th level. This step might be very difficult, but Yi Chen had a feeling that it wouldn't take too long. There's no hurry? The Golden Buddha Supreme was taken aback. He then smiled and said, there's indeed no hurry. With your age, time isn't a big problem for you. He misunderstood Yi Chen's meaning. Yi Chen didn't explain. Although the outside world knew that he had two supreme sword intents, they didn't know that the two complementary supreme sword intents would resonate with each other. Just like that, Yi Chen would sometimes go into closed-door training to study the human body quintessence. Sometimes he would go to the Golden Buddha Supreme to learn from him. Sometimes he would meet up with Su Jing and Murong Qingqing and give them some pointers. His days were full and he had some gains every day. It's time to go to the Black Wind Stream. The shortcut to obtaining body-refining knowledge was to go to the Black Wind Stream. Yi Chen had basically read all the body-refining martial arts passed down by the human race. There were only a dozen supreme body-refining martial arts, and the body-refining knowledge was limited. Only the Black Wind Stream contained endless body-refining knowledge. It should be known that the demons imprisoned there were all supreme-level demons. Over the years, countless of them had been imprisoned, and many had died, leaving behind a lot of information. The true martial supreme didn't stop Yi Chen from going to the Black Wind Stream. The current Yi Chen wasn't someone anyone could tempt. He was different from the Mad Lord back then. Be careful of the Black Wind Stream cave. There used to be demigod-level demons imprisoned there. The true martial supreme only reminded him. Yi Chen nodded. The Black Wind Stream. The Xuanhe Supreme and the Ananda Supreme were waiting for Yi Chen at the entrance. Supreme Xian He and Supreme Ananda were already aware of the situation in the outside world. They were naturally delighted by the Human Alliance's victory. They were even more delighted that the Human Alliance had gained another powerful supreme being who possessed a divine implement. In this way, the alliance of demons would have to think twice before attacking the human alliance in the future. They would not start a war so easily. Sorry for bothering you in the future, Yichin said to the two. He came here purely to study the black smoke and didn't participate in the patrol. Therefore, the patrol task was still completed by the Xuanhe Supreme and the Ananda Supreme until the 500 years were up. Not at all. We might need Supreme Yi to give us some pointers in the future. The Xuanhe Supreme and the Ananda Supreme laughed. Sure. Yichin was not going to be modest at all. As his cultivation level increased, Yichin found that he hadn't thoroughly studied the black smoke on the walls of the black wind stream. There was no need to go to the cave for the time being. Supreme Yi, you're so hardworking. No wonder you could become a supreme in less than 1,000 years. The Xuanhe Supreme admired Yichin for studying the black smoke every day. Mad Lord, I'm here again. On this day, Yichin came to the cave where the Mad Lord was sealed. Chapter 13:21. Supreme True Martial is really generous to you. Lord Kuang's voice came from the cave. Yichin smiled faintly and said, Should I call you Lord Kuang or something else? What do you mean? I think your memories aren't limited to Lord Kuang's. The Black Wind Mountain Cave had imprisoned demigod demons before. Last time, Yichin had been invaded by a demigod's thoughts. But thoughts were just thoughts. With Lord Kuang's talent, he shouldn't have been invaded by a single thought. If Yichin was right, Lord Kuang should have merged with a different kind of martial arts Yuanshin. That was why his memories were messed up and he couldn't tell if he was a human or a demon. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The cave seal loosened a little and a wisp of essence leaked out. I'm just curious. Since you want to know, I'll tell you myself. Roar, roar, roar. A ghostly howl resounded as a silver shadow dashed towards Yichin like a silver storm. Silver martial arts Yuanshin. No one knew that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuanshin wasn't a bronze one, but a silver one. Yichin could see that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuanshin was even purer than Heavenly Master rotting demons. It was as if it was made of silver steel needles, shining with a silver light that could penetrate one's bones. The silver shadow was extremely fast. With just a curl, Yichin was sucked in. Then it spun and shrank, causing the walls to tremble. Yichin's expression didn't change. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and stabbed at the silver shadow. Divine weapon. The silver shadow shrieked and with a swoosh it pulled away. If you were free from the seal, I might be afraid of you. But now. Yichin's body flashed as he waved the heavenly sword. The silver shadow was fast, but how could it be faster than the heavenly sword? It was cut into dozens of pieces. Damn it. Dozens of silver shadows burrowed into the cave. They were only a part of the silver martial arts primordial spirit and not all of its power. It was no match for the power of a divine artifact. The cave that had sealed it in the past had now become its refuge. After all, Yichin did not dare to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, the complete silver martial arts primordial spirit would be completely freed. Where are you going? Yichin shook the heavenly sword in his hand, and hundreds of petals danced in the air. Time suddenly stopped, but the silver Yuanshin's fragments were too powerful. The sword aura only affected the last fragment of the silver Yuanshin, and the rest all drilled into the cave. Reaching out, Yichin grabbed the fragment of the silver martial Dao primordial spirit. Chi. As if he had caught a hedgehog, Yichin's sword energy was riddled with holes. Break. Seal. The destructive sword intent, sword energy and heart force exploded, and the silver Yuanshin's fragments exploded. Then Yichin held the heavenly sword and swung it in a circle, sealing the fragments into the heavenly sword realm. Although the heavenly sword realm was not very exquisite, its structure was very strong, and it was more than enough to seal a fragment of the silver Yuanshin. You will regret this. In the cave, Mad Sovereign said venomously. That's a matter for the future. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yichin waved his hand, and the black wind token appeared. In the next moment, the token floated out and stuck to the entrance of the cave. A mysterious power surged, repairing the damaged seal. The caves on both sides of the black wind stream could only seal demons below the legend rank, and not the silver Yuanshin. However, with the black wind token he could strengthen the seal again and again, and when he had the power he could seal the other party in the black wind stream. The power of the black wind token and the power of the black wind stream come from the same source. I wonder how it was made. After a long time, Yichin kept the black wind token and thought to himself. The black wind token was not created by the true martial sovereign, and he only had the right to keep it. It was said that the power of the black wind token was the human race's top secret. Heavenly Sword Realm. From the first layer to the last, the sword realm was filled with dots of light. These dots of light were the tiny fragments of the silver yuan xin, and each dot of light contained a lot of information. The reason why Yi Qin provoked the mad sovereign was not because he was impulsive. The mad sovereign would not go crazy for no reason. There was an 80% chance that he was invaded by a foreign yuan xin, and the two yuan xin fused together, causing his memories to be in a mess, and he could not tell who he was. Since Yi Qin dared to provoke the mad sovereign, he naturally had full confidence. First, the seal on the two sides of the black wind stream was not very strong. If the mad sovereign could break free, he would have done so a long time ago. It was likely that the mad sovereign had only begun to reach the silver yuan shen in recent years, and was preparing to accumulate power to break the seal and escape from the black wind stream. Once the mad sovereign escaped from the black wind stream, he would be a much bigger threat than the corrupt devil holy master. Of course, Yi Qin was also a little shocked. He was not very sure, and he only wanted to test the waters. In the end, he caught a big fish. Fortunately, he had the heavenly sword, or this big fish would have eaten him up and devoured his yuan shin. The test this time could be described in one sentence: the skilled were bold. The cavern is much more dangerous, but it is safe to study these yuan shin fragments. Other than Mad Sovereign, no one had studied the black smoke more than Yi Qin. Therefore Yi Qin knew how dangerous the black windstream cavern was, and he could not stay there for long. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Qin would not choose to go there. Although he was confident, when faced with a demigod-level yuan shin, his confidence would sometimes turn into arrogance, and he would become like Mad Sovereign. 1, 2. Soon Yi Qin had studied the light dots from the 1st to the 10th level of the sword realm, and his mind was filled with a lot of information about body refinement and spirit refinement. Spirit refinement was to cultivate the yuan shin, so Yi Qin put it aside for the time being. Soon a year had passed. It's about time to break through. On this day he opened his eyes and slowly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. A demigod's martial yuan soul was indeed a demigod's martial yuan soul. Although revered Mad probably didn't fuse much with it, the amount of information was immeasurable. The information contained in a demigod's martial yuan soul was hundreds or even thousands of times more than that of a legendary sovereign's martial yuan soul. The immortal sword intent soared into the sky, and Yi Qin's immortal sword physique trembled a few times. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on Yi Qin's body, like a spider web. More and more cracks appeared and streams of blood flowed down. But soon these cracks recovered and the blood flowed back into his body. Immortal sword physique level 10 breakthrough. The reason why there were cracks on Yi Qin's body was because Yi Qin's body structure had instantly collapsed, and then reformed, becoming stronger and tougher. Chapter 1322. The 9th level of the immortal sword body could withstand the attack of a high-level supreme, while the 10th level could withstand the attack of a peak supreme. In the entire human race, apart from the Golden Buddha Supreme, there was no one stronger than Yi Qin in terms of physical defense. However, it was said that the long-lost Golden Supreme of the Dragon Clan surpassed the Golden Buddha Supreme in terms of body refinement. Of course, the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Golden Supreme were both at the 9th level. Even the True Martial Supreme, the Bronze Supreme, and a few other Supremes were also at the 9th level. If Yi Qin could upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level, then the 10th level of the immortal sword body would not only be able to withstand the attack of a peak supreme, but also the attack of a quasi-legendary supreme such as Heavenly Master Rot Devil. The 9th level spirit body was also known as the indestructible body. The power of the indestructible body was surging, which was of great benefit to upgrading the immortal sword body. The two complemented each other. Therefore Yi Qin felt that it was necessary to upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level. Unfortunately, if a non-refining supreme wanted to upgrade his spirit body, he couldn't rely on himself and could only rely on heavenly treasures. Although the 9th level spirit body cultivated in this way was much weaker than a body refining supreme, it was better than nothing. At Yi Qin's level he deeply felt the importance of defense. With high defense he could at least run away if he couldn't beat others. With high offense he might be able to seriously injure those with weak defense, but it was still useless against those with high defense. For example, the Golden Buddha Supreme's attack was inferior to Yi Qin's, but Heavenly Master Rot Devil couldn't do anything to the Golden Buddha Supreme. Golden Body Fruit 100 Refinement Grass, Spring of Life. After leaving the Black Wind Stream, Yi Qin didn't stop and went to various supreme secret realms to find treasures that could upgrade his spirit body. The matter with the Golden Buddha Supreme was a major event of the human race, related to the life and death of the entire race. This time it was Yi Qin's personal matter, so Yi Qin could only rely on himself to find treasures. Yi Qin's luck was good. He found a spring of life. The spring of life and the heaven and earth cold spring were relatively precious spring waters in the universe. Finding one was already a stroke of luck. Of course, the life energy of the spring of life wasn't endless. Breaking through from the 8th level to the 9th level would probably consume one spring of life at a time. Therefore, there was a lot of the spring of life. It was just that it was hard to find. As for the golden body fruit and the 100 refinement grass, they weren't very precious. The truly precious ones were the golden body fruit and the 100 refinement grass that were more mature. 100,000 years old golden body fruit and 50,000 years old 100 refinement grass were a grade higher than an ordinary spring of life or a heaven and earth cold spring. Icy secret realm. In the coldest supreme secret realm in the universe, the temperature inside was absolute zero. Even time and space were frozen in this absolute low temperature. Of course, this was the absolute zero of the universe. Under human circumstances, it could be even lower. The prerequisite for entering the icy mystic realm was to become a supreme being. Otherwise, there was no way to survive for a long time inside. Interestingly, the worldly cold spring was even colder than absolute zero. The lower the temperature, the more precious the worldly cold spring was. For example, it could be 1, 5, 10 times lower than absolute zero. An ordinary worldly cold spring would only be twice as cold as absolute zero. After arriving at the icy secret realm, Yi Chen felt that time and space were frozen. His thoughts were also much slower. In the void there were many round ice balls. The smallest of these ice balls was hundreds of millions of miles in size. The bigger ones were several light years in size. It was as if he had entered a solid world. Every time Yi Chen moved forward, the sword energy consumed was 10 times that of the outside world. Fortunately, a supreme being had plenty of energy. This bit of consumption was nothing to Yi Chen. Activating the netherworld sacred eye, Yi Chen scanned the surrounding ice balls. And Yi Chen found something. But soon he smiled bitterly. On one of the ice balls, Yi Chen saw a flowing liquid. This liquid was actually the worldly cold spring. Unfortunately, there was no source. Someone must have taken away the worldly cold spring and left some of the spring water behind. In the icy secret realm, only the worldly cold spring water would flow. In the icy secret realm there was no time. Yi Chen searched day and night. 3 years passed in the outside world. On this day Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With a swish, without wasting any sword energy, Yi Chen flew to an ice ball that was several light years in size. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard. Yi Chen saw a flowing spring. This spring water came out of the hole on the surface of the ice ball. Finally found it. Sword energy erupted. Yi Chen forcefully dug out this worldly cold spring from the ice ball. For him, absolute zero was just a relatively cold temperature. The worldly cold spring was like a white dragon, struggling in Yi Chen's palm. Fortunately, Yi Chen was a supreme being. One should know that a worldly cold spring could freeze a small galaxy and turn it into an ice ball. Crack, crack, crack. On the surface of the ice ball, cracks spread out with the hole as the center. Rumble. A huge ice monster jumped out. It was the unique life of the icy secret realm, giant ice monster. If you can understand me, you better not come over. Holding the worldly cold spring, Yi Chen said lightly. Uff, uff. How could it understand Yi Chen's words? It only knew that Yi Chen had snatched its worldly cold spring, which could make it stronger and stronger. It opened its mouth, and a whirlwind that surpassed absolute zero burst out. Each wind blade could cut open the defense of an ordinary supreme being. Shaking his head, Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword finger. Uff. The whirlwind dissipated, and the giant ice monster was blown away by the powerful finger power, losing a large piece of its chest. In terms of defense, the giant ice monster was not weaker than the Gold Creek monster. Of course, this was mainly because Yi Chen didn't kill it. Otherwise, he would have taken out the heaven sword and killed it without a doubt. After blowing away the ice beast, Yi Chen tried his best to seal the heaven-earth cold spring. The temperature of the heaven-earth cold spring was too low. If he put it in his storage ring, the space of the storage ring would collapse, which would waste the cold chi of the heaven-earth cold spring. Only by sealing it or putting it in the ice secret realm would it not be wasted. While sealed, the giant ice monster attacked Yi Chen without any regard for its life. However, each time it attacked Yi Chen, it lost a piece of its body. After hundreds of attacks, the giant ice monster finally learned its lesson and avoided Yi Chen. Although its intelligence was low, it vaguely knew that continuing to attack would not bring it any benefits. Soon Yi Chen sealed the worldly cold spring and put it in the storage ring. Time to leave. With a large amount of golden body fruit, 100 refinement grass, life spring water, and worldly cold spring, Yi Chen had a 30 to 40% chance of breaking through to the 9th step spirit body. At the very least he could increase his spirit body to the peak of the 8th step. Once he found some useful treasures, it would not be so troublesome. Leaving the icy secret realm, Yi Qin returned to the 9 Revolution Star Sky continent. Rumble. Rumble. After putting down the Life Spring and Worldly Cold Spring, 2 long rivers appeared in the Sky continent. One was emitting boundless life force, while the other was emitting boundless cold chi. The 2 rivers converged, forming a small Taiji-like lake. Yi Qin jumped into the small lake and accepted the washing of the Life Spring and Worldly Cold Spring. Chapter 1323. Taiji Lake. Yi Qin couldn't help but let out a groan when he jumped in. The Heaven-Earth Cold Spring was too cold, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could endure without any defenses. The flow of his blood and chi gradually slowed down, and even his vitality showed signs of being frozen. Yi Qin's position just so happened to be at the boundary between the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring and the Spring of Life. The left side of his body was nearly frozen by the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring, while the right side of his body was being nourished by the Spring of Life. One side was comfortable while the other was cold. It was simply the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Taking out a golden body fruit, Yi Qin directly swallowed it down. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of golden color spread out from Yi Qin's body. This was the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit. The biggest characteristic of the golden body fruit was its rapid absorption. When the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit was exhausted, Yi Qin took out 100 refinement grass and opened his mouth. The essence of the 100 refinement grass turned into a cold light and was sucked into his mouth. Compared to the golden body fruit, the 100 refinement grass was much harder to absorb. However, the medicinal effect of the 100 refinement grass was 10 times stronger than the golden body fruit. Cold light blossomed on Yi Qin's body bit by bit. When the cold light gradually covered Yi Qin's entire body was like a steel cast that had been tempered 1,000 times. Even his hair was hard and emitted cold light in all directions. 40 golden body fruits and 500 refinement grass. In the end, the golden light and cold light intertwined on Yi Qin's body, and his aura became incomparably firm. At this point, no amount of golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass would be of any use. The human body had a limit to its absorption. After all, Yi Qin wasn't a physique refinement sovereign, and the limit of his body's absorption was far from that of a physique refinement sovereign. Generally, if a physique refinement sovereign wanted to break through their absorption limit, they would have to find even more precious treasures to break through. Now, he had to see if he could break through to the 9th grade spirit body. Otherwise, Yi Qin could only search for more precious treasures. The Spring of Life was filled with boundless vitality, while the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring was bone-chilling. Yi Qin, who was in between the two, felt his body itch, numb, hot, cold, stinging and soft. With the effects of the Spring of Life and the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring, the medicinal power of the golden body fruit and the medicinal power of the 100 refinements herbs were quickly absorbed and refined. The nourishment of the Spring of Life and the stimulation of the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring could more or less increase the absorption power. He's already at the peak of the 8th step. Yi Qin could clearly feel his body becoming stronger and stronger, his bones becoming harder and harder, his muscles becoming more and more full of explosive power. The inextinguishable strength within his body was also rising steadily. Closing his eyes, Yi Qin sank into the spring water. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body wasn't something that could be done overnight. He had plenty of time. After a month, Yi Qin floated up. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body was countless times more difficult than he had imagined. No wonder only 5 people from the human race had broken through to the 9th order spiritual body. Apart from true martial sovereign, the others were all body refinement sovereigns. It should be known that those sovereigns who hadn't broken through to the 9th order spiritual body were already thousands of years old, while the older ones were already hundreds of thousands of years old. If it was so easy to break through, they would have done so long ago. The remaining energy of the Spring of Life and the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring was less than 1% of their original energy. Yi Qin called Su Jing and Murong Qingqing over and let them soak in the Tai Chi lake. Su Jing was a body refinement sovereign, and her spirit body had already reached the late 8th order. Murong Qingqing wasn't bad either, having just broken through to the early 8th order not long ago. However, their martial arts were too low, unlike Yi Qin, who was a sovereign and had the 10th level of the Immortal sword body, which could resist the low temperature of the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring. Therefore, the remaining energy of the Spring of Life and the Heaven-Earth Cold Spring was just the limit of what they could bear, which was very beneficial to them. In the Tai Chi lake, 2 white and tender figures swam back and forth, creating a unique scene. Yi Qin, who hadn't had the pleasure of having sex for a long time, felt his heart move. He tangled with the two and beautiful sounds spread out. In the vast starry sky, there was no end to it. Yichen made up his mind to break through to the ninth order spirit body. The heavenly river was too unpredictable and hell was too mysterious. Yichen didn't want to go to these two places for the time being. Therefore he set his goal on exploring the universe. To a sovereign, the universe was boundless, and exploring the universe was basically everyone's dream. It should be known that the territories occupied by the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance were only a small part of the universe. Whether there were other races in other places, no one could be sure without seeing them with their own eyes. Yichen's speed was very fast. Normally he could fly hundreds of thousands of light years in a day. At full speed it was possible for him to travel millions of light years in a day. Yichen went to many places such as the Death God Star Zone, where the Death God Vines gathered. In this star zone, there was an Emperor-level Death God Vine on every planet. Some of the Death God Vines had even reached the sovereign level, and they could kill ordinary sovereigns or even powerful sovereigns. The skilled were bold. Yichen went on a rampage in the Death God Star Zone, and the Death God Vines that filled the starry sky couldn't stop him at all. It's been 3 months. This place should be hundreds of millions of light years away from the 4 major star zones with life. Yichen stood on a neutron star. The neutron star's powerful gravity and terrifying high temperature were useless to him. They couldn't even damage his clothes. Swoosh! A deep pit appeared on the neutron star, and Yichen disappeared. Soon half a year had passed. Yichen came to the side of a deep and unfathomable black river. This was the famous dark galaxy in the universe. There were many dark beasts in the dark galaxy. In addition, there was also an extremely rare treasure, the dark lotus. The roots of the dark lotus could temper the body, the leaves could heal wounds, and the most precious thing was the lotus seed. A single seed could save 1,000 years of hard work. The only pity was that the dark lotus was only useful to people who cultivated demonic power, such as the demons and the demonic humans who cultivated demonic power. Murong Qingqing's talent and comprehension weren't top-notch. Without external help, she would need at least tens of thousands of years to become a sovereign. Take Duguju for example. If he couldn't grasp the big picture, then the time it would take for him to become a sovereign would be 10 times or even 100 times longer. It would take at least a few thousand years. This was also why there would only be 1 or 2 amazing people in an era. The others would only serve as foils. With the Dark Lotus, Murong Qingqing could save a few thousand years of hard work. A dark beast comparable to an ordinary sovereign pounced at Yichen, its huge body parting the water with terrifying momentum. Facing the dark beast that was thousands of times larger than him, Yichen stretched out his right hand and grabbed lightly. Poof, the dark beast was directly crushed into meat paste. While the immortal sword body gave Yichen a powerful defense, it also gave him an invincible power. Although the power contained in the immortal sword body was only comparable to a powerful sovereign, it was still quite amazing. The dark galaxy flowed all the time. Without Yichen knowing, Yichen followed the dark galaxy to another place, a place that Yichen had never been to before. Chapter 1324. Although the dark galaxy couldn't be compared to the celestial river, it was still unpredictable. If an ordinary supremacy entered, they might get trapped and wouldn't be able to get out. As he roamed the dark galaxy, Yichen gradually got used to its environment. This place gave people a feeling of loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. There are mana fluctuations. On this day, Yichen sensed mana fluctuations different from those of the dark beast. These fluctuations were very weak, and Yichen had to distinguish them several times before he could confirm it. Without any hesitation, Yichen flew towards the source of the mana fluctuations. Yichen discovered that the closer he got to the source of the mana fluctuations, the more dark beasts there were. There were ordinary supremacy dark beasts, powerful supremacy dark beasts, and super supremacy dark beasts. These dark beasts all had violent natures, and they were frantically attacking Yichen. Seeing that more and more dark beasts were attacking him, Yichen became ruthless. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and released a death slash. The dense sword net cleared out a large number of dark beasts, and only a few super dark beasts survived. Looking at Yichen in bewilderment, these dark beasts swung their tails and fled in a certain direction. Yichen couldn't be bothered to chase after them, so he continued forward. Half a day passed, and Yichen arrived at the source of the mana fluctuations. He saw that the black water had formed a whirlpool, and in the center of the whirlpool, a black lotus the size of a mountain was blooming. The roots of the black lotus went deep into the whirlpool and the leaves covered the whirlpool. Above the leaves was a lotus pod the size of a small mountain. Black lotus of darkness. A trace of joy flashed on Yichen's face. Just as he was about to pluck the black lotus of darkness, the nearby spacetime rippled, and a huge head popped out. It was a dark beast. Compared to the super dark beasts, this dark beast's head was a bit smaller, and there was an additional golden pattern on its head. It looked ruthless and noble. It should be the leader of the dark beast. Roar! Upon discovering Yi Qin, the dark behemoth chief roared into the sky, and a terrifying sound wave radiated outwards, causing Yi Qin's hair and clothes to flutter wildly. High-level Super Supremes or Peak Super Supremes? The previous few Super Dark Behemoths were only Elementary Super Supremes or Intermediate Super Supremes. Seeing the Darkness Behemoth Chief's attack, Yi Qin knew what grade it was. The Darkness Behemoth Chief's entire body darted out and raised its right paw. 5 rays of black light flashed out, evaporating the black water. With a clang, Yi Qin was sent flying. Peak Super Supremes. Yi Qin's battle prowess was also at the Peak Super Supremes level. It might be slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. However, Yi Qin's strength lay in his defense, which wasn't much weaker than his attack. He could resist the attack of a Peak Super Supremes head-on. Seeing that the other party was at the Peak Super Supremes level, Yi Qin relaxed. As long as it wasn't a quasi-legendary Supremes, it was basically impossible for it to pose a threat to him. In fact, even if it was a quasi-legendary Supremes, Yi Qin still had the strength to fight. With the Heavenly Sword in hand, he also had the chance to injure a quasi-legendary Supremes. The battle between man and beast caused the surrounding black water to disappear. Yi Qin's defense was strong, and the Dark Beast Chief's defense wasn't weak either. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sword in Yi Qin's hand would definitely leave a sword mark on the Dark Beast Chief's body. In the long run, the Dark Beast Chief would become weaker and weaker until it was killed by Yi Qin. Brr. The Dark Beast Chief was enraged. The golden patterns on its head sparkled. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a black light with golden threads. The black light flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Yi Qin. As this was the Dark Galaxy, Yi Qin's movement speed and dodging ability were greatly reduced, so he couldn't completely dodge. Break. It was very straightforward. Yi Qin didn't dodge and slashed the black light with his sword. The black light was split into 2. One of the halves landed on Yi Qin's shoulder. With a snap, Yi Qin's shoulder split open and blood flowed. This black light actually broke through Yi Qin's defense. This should be the other party's strongest move. The crack on his shoulder healed. Yi Qin thought to himself. Seeing that Yi Qin was injured, the Dark Beast Chief continued to spit out black light. It's not up to you. Yi Qin didn't want to be hit by the black light again. Although it could only injure him lightly, it had consumed a lot of his energy. Raising the Heaven Sword high, Yi Qin slashed out with a 5-colored sword chi. 5-element sword art, 5-element slash. Boom. Boom. The 5-colored sword chi clashed with the black light, creating a series of explosions. All of a sudden, a figure dashed towards the Dark Beast Chief from the side. A sword slashed out, and as the sword slashed out, hundreds of flower petals fell. Time stood still. Crack. This sword slashed open a third of the Dark Beast Chief's skull, and black liquid splashed out. The Dark Beast Chief was stunned. Could feel the threat of death. At this critical moment, the Dark Beast Chief twisted its body and whipped its tail at Yi Qin, forcing Yi Qin to pull away. What happened next was beyond Yi Qin's expectations. The Dark Beast Chief gave up on fighting with Yi Qin and disappeared without a trace. Flesh and blood beings are flesh and blood beings after all. Their intelligence is much higher than energy beings. Yi Qin smiled. Rise. Holding the root of the Dark Lotus with his right hand, Yi Qin pulled it out with all his strength. The moment Yi Qin pulled out the Dark Lotus, the surrounding Dark Star River started to tremble. It was as if a giant water monster was wreaking havoc, destroying everything in its path. Under this majestic power, Yi Qin's heart started to palpitate. He couldn't care less about sealing the Dark Lotus anymore and fled. After an unknown period of time, the trembling behind him became smaller and smaller. Only then did Yi Qin stop. Raising the Dark Lotus, Yi Qin observed it carefully. He found that there were 7 lotus seeds on the lotus head. It was said that 9 lotus seeds was the highest grade of the Dark Lotus. 7 lotus seeds can increase 7,000 years of cultivation. If I find an alchemist emperor or an alchemist supreme to refine it, it's not impossible to increase it by 10,000 years. In the universe, the most precious profession was the alchemist profession. Only 1 in 1,000 8th layer emperors was good at alchemy, and alchemist supreme was even rarer. At least, there wasn't a single alchemist supreme in the human race. However, there were some alchemists who were learning alchemy. After becoming alchemists, their lifespan would increase, and they could spare a part of their energy to do other things. After placing 49 seals on the Dark Lotus, Yi Chen finally managed to seal it, preventing its power from leaking out and allowing it to be stored in his storage ring. Time to go. Opening his netherworld Saint Eye, Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the black water and landed in the boundless distance. It's this direction. Soon Yi Chen found the closest edge of the Dark Star River. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. I'm finally out. What is this place? At the edge of the Dark Star River, Yi Chen looked around and frowned. He had never heard of this place before. Closing his eyes, a heart-shaking aura pervaded the air. At this moment, Yi Chen felt like an ordinary person who had arrived in a wild world filled with savage beasts. Chapter 1325. A huge bull-shaped beast flew across the starry sky. Judging from its aura, it was obviously an emperor-level beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. But then, a group of vicious fishes with sharp teeth and wings on their backs flew over and devoured the bull-shaped beast without leaving any bones behind. The vicious fish's aura was also at the emperor level, but they were much weaker than the bull-shaped beast. However, there were too many of them. After devouring the bull-shaped beast, the evil fishes were still not satisfied. They pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't counterattack, letting them gnaw on his body. Of course, the result was miserable. The fish's teeth all fell off. Grabbing one of them, Yi Chen released his soul power to study it. The structure of the evil fishes was very complicated. They had 3 small hearts. This should be a 3-hearted evil fish. If I'm not wrong, that bull-shaped beast is an eclipsing moon ancient bull. It likes to devour things. The moon also has energy, hence its name. The 3-hearted evil fish and the eclipsing moon ancient bull were both space beasts. No one knew how many there were. The difference between the beast race and space beasts was that one had intelligence no lower than humans, while the other had low intelligence and only knew how to kill. Yi Chen tried to tame the 3-hearted evil fish, but he found that as soon as he imprinted his soul mark on it, the fish's soul immediately scattered. He couldn't tame it at all. Come here. The 3-hearted evil fish was a delicacy. Yi Chen didn't want to let it go. He directly sealed their power and sent them to the 5-element space he had created. Yi Chen's 5-element space was many times more stable than Wuling Old Ancestor's 5-element space. Swish. A river was created. Yi Chen put the 3-hearted evil fish inside. Eclipsing moon ancient bull. 3-hearted evil fish. Heaven fragrance giant snake. Rolling heart strange vegetables. Falling thunder whale. Black flame giant bird. Along the way Yi Chen caught whatever he caught. The 5-element space had almost turned into a nest of space beasts. Fortunately, the power of these space beasts had been sealed by Yi Chen. Even if they killed each other inside, the destruction would not be too great. Moreover, after losing their power they would not be able to bite each other. There are so many delicacies here. It should be enough to make the barbarian supremes die of envy. The barbarian race loved meat the most. The meat that the barbarian supremes wanted to eat was naturally not ordinary meat. At the very least, it had to be the meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast. The meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast was the best. As for the supreme-level starry sky beast, no one was willing to eat it. While flying, Yi Chen used the netherworld sacred eye to look around. What? A metal planet. Suddenly Yi Chen saw an azure metal planet. This metal planet was not big, but it was several thousand li in size. It was revolving in the starry sky, emitting a boundless azure radiance. Whoosh. With a teleport, Yi Chen arrived on the metal planet. Using his right hand as a knife, Yi Chen tried to dig out a piece of metal, but no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to grab some metal scraps. This is a supreme-grade metal? Yi Chen was incomparably surprised. Supreme-grade metal was an excellent material for forging supreme weapons. Only supreme-grade metal couldn't be destroyed by Yi Chen with his bare hands. Of course, this was because Yi Chen didn't use the sky sword, nor did he use any martial arts. Otherwise, a mere supreme-grade metal wouldn't be able to stop Yi Chen, unless it was forged into a supreme weapon. Right, I still haven't read that book about supreme-grade materials. Let's see if there's such a metal. The storage ring flickered and a 7-colored book appeared in Yi Chen's hand. The book opened and each page had a projection, introducing the color, hardness, effect and other information of each material. Soon Yi Chen found some useful information. Azure Star Iron, a 3rd-grade supreme-grade metal. Its color is azure and its hardness is enough to block a super supreme-grade attack. It can be used as the main material to forge a 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapon, and can also be used as a supplementary material to forge a 4th-grade supreme-grade weapon. Supreme grade weapons were divided into 5 grades, from the lowest to the highest. First grade, second grade, fifth grade. The brilliant god sword that Yi Qin used before was a second grade supreme grade sword. Similarly, supreme grade materials were also divided into 5 grades. Whether it was the Human Race Alliance or the Demons Alliance, third grade supreme grade weapons were extremely rare, and fourth grade supreme grade weapons were almost non-existent, not to mention fifth grade supreme grade weapons. It should be known that fourth grade supreme grade weapons were usually used by legendary supreme grade martial artists, and fifth grade supreme grade weapons were used by demigods. As for saint grade weapons, they were infused with divine stones, but not all supreme grade weapons could be infused with divine stones. The minimum requirement for infusing divine stones was that the supreme grade weapon had to be third grade or above. Once a supreme grade weapon below third grade was infused with divine stones, it would immediately become useless. In simpler terms, the higher the grade of the supreme grade weapon, the higher the success rate of infusing divine stones. For example, Yi Chen's Sky Sword was at least a third grade supreme grade weapon before it became a saint grade weapon. Might even be fourth grade or fifth grade. Of course, the possibility of it being fifth grade was quite low. Collect. After sealing the Azure Star Iron, Yi Chen directly stored it in his 5-element space. As for the storage ring, its space was not that big. Unknowingly, Yi Chen arrived in the vicinity of a continent. This continent was floating in the sky, with a diameter of tens of billions of li. Waves of horrifying barbaric aura were emitted from this continent. Yi Chen wanted to see through the entire continent with his netherworld saint eye, but he soon discovered that this continent was shrouded in a mysterious power. His netherworld saint eye, which could see through boundless space, could only see a few thousand li. His soul power was even worse, only able to radiate out a few li. Should I go in? Yi Chen could feel that this continent was very dangerous, countless times more dangerous than the Supreme Secret Realm. The unknown always contained too much danger. Perhaps it's an opportunity. After hesitating for a while, Yi Chen flew toward the continent. The moment he landed on the continent, Yi Chen felt the restriction of the rules. The rules greatly reduced his speed, the range of his soul power, and his destructive power. In short, Yi Chen felt a lot weaker on this continent. Even his immortal sword body was weakened. His overall strength might not even be comparable to an ordinary supreme, and was somewhere between a quasi-supreme and an ordinary supreme. The power of the rules surpassed everything unless one could surpass the rules. Not good. Yi Chen discovered that he couldn't leave the continent. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. He simply couldn't escape the restriction of the continent, just like ordinary people couldn't leave the planet, because they couldn't break free from the planet's restriction. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. At this moment, regret was useless. Not to mention, Yi Chen didn't regret it at all. Exploration had always been risky. Things without risk meant that the harvest wouldn't be much either. Flying leisurely, Yi Chen headed toward the depths of the continent. After flying for an unknown number of days, Yi Chen saw a small village with his netherworld saint eye. There were only 100 families in the village. Chapter 1326. When Yi Chen was less than 3 miles away from the small village, a group of strong villagers, wearing all kinds of armor, rushed out with a group of fierce hunting dogs. Woo 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 woo. These hounds were not ordinary domestic dogs. The leading hound was a large dog that was even stronger than a black bear. Its fur was brown and yellow, and when it growled, its neat and fierce teeth were revealed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that its pupils were 6-pointed stars, and there was a hint of wildness in its nobility. The hounds behind it were a bit smaller, and their auras were not as fierce as the large hounds. However, judging from their auras, they all had the aura of a high-level or even a top-level emperor, while the large hound had the aura of a supreme being. Astral bear dog, royal hunting dog. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. He would never have imagined that there would be a star bear hound and a group of royal hunting hounds in a small village. Canine-type ferocious beasts were one of the few ferocious beasts that could be tamed. Usually, it was considered lucky to see a single royal hunting hound. The probability of seeing a group of them was so low that it was negligible. As for the star bear hound, it was even rarer. In the Human Race Alliance, only the barbarian race had star bear hounds. Who are you? The villagers looked similar to barbarians, but there were still some slight differences. Their pupils had a cross shape, and their teeth were finer and sharper. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wielding a sharp spear. His aura was powerful, and he was clearly a sovereign. Beside him was that lofty and incomparably ferocious starry bear hound. I am Yi Chen, and I wandered here. Yi Chen sized up the villagers and replied. An outsider? A villager asked. Yi Chen did not hide it. Yes. Village chief, he is an outsider. You can let him join our great Gale village. Hearing Yi Chen say that he was an outsider, the villagers' eyes lit up. In the wilderness god continent, there were only the desolate race and beasts, but occasionally outsiders would come to the wilderness god continent. These outsiders were powerful, and the weakest was a powerful sovereign. The middle-aged man with a sharp spear nodded. Are you willing to join the great Gale village? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. I can temporarily join the great Wind village, but when I want to leave you can't stop me. Now that he knew nothing about this mainland, it was good to go to the great Wind village to understand the situation. Alright, but the minimum time limit is 3 months. There were more than 100 families and more than 300 people in Gale village. The houses in the village were different from the style of the outside world. Instead, they had a very primitive house structure. They looked round but not round, square but not square. In the village, the ground was paved with large gray-blue stones. Yi Chen stepped a little harder and found that the hardness of the stones was very exaggerated. It was estimated that even the top emperor level could not damage it. Once they entered the village, a lot of villagers followed them out of curiosity. There were also a lot of kids. Although they were kids, their cultivation bases were incomprehensible. Even the lowest among them was at the astral reaching realm. Could it be that these kids had been training since they were in their mother's wombs? Puzzled, Yi Chen arrived at the temple in the center of the village. In the wilderness god continent, you have to make an oath to join the village. Now you have to make an oath in front of the desolate god crystal. The content can be. The village head said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought for a moment and felt that there were no loopholes. Then he said loudly to the desolate god crystal in the temple, I, Yi Chen, will join the Great Wind village from now on. The minimum time limit is 3 months. During this time, Brother Yi Chen, welcome to the Great Wind village. My name is Feng Lai, the village head. After Yi Chen made the oath, Feng Lai let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. After living in the Great Wind village for 3 days, Yi Chen completely knew what kind of continent this was. The continent's name was Wilderness God Continent. According to the records, it was a continent created by the desolate god. What covered the continent was not the natural law, but the desolate god's law. In other words, anyone below the true god level could not violate the desolate god's law. Living in the wilderness god continent were the desolate race and the beast. The desolate race had the bloodline of the desolate god. The people of the desolate race were born with the cultivation base of the astral reaching realm. As they grew older, their cultivation base would increase rapidly. Normally, they would automatically become life and death realm warriors when they reached adulthood. After that, they would have to rely on themselves to train seriously. This was also why the lowest cultivation base of the kids in the Great Wind village was the astral reaching realm. In the desolate god continent, there were tens of thousands of villages. Small villages only had dozens of families, while big villages had almost 1,000 families. Once there were more than 1,000 families, they would become tribes. Between 1,000 and 2,000 families, they would become rank 1 tribes, 2,000 to 5,000 families, 5,000 to 10,000 families, 4,000 to 20,000 families, and so on. There was a very strange law in the desolate god continent. No matter who it was, they had to eat meat. Otherwise, their strength would decline very quickly. In the outside world, there was no need to eat at all. The reason why they ate was just to enjoy delicious food, which was dispensable. Therefore, there would often be wars between villages in order to conquer each other. After all, the more people there was, the more meat they could hunt. If the population was small, sometimes they would have to starve. In the desolate god continent, outsiders were very popular. Even in the tribes, outsiders would be treated very well. The main reason was that outsiders who came to the desolate god continent were basically powerful supremes or even super supremes. Moreover, their martial arts were especially powerful. Experts were welcomed everywhere. This was something recognized by the laws of the desolate god continent. As a new member of the Great Wind village, Yi Chen was naturally assigned a house. This house had been vacant for a long time and it was covered with dust. Fortunately, he would only live here for 3 months. Yi Chen was too lazy to build a new house. Building a house here required a lot of energy. The soil and stones of the desolate god continent were extremely hard. Lying on the recliner outside the house, Yi Chen looked up at the sun. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the scenery so leisurely. Yi Chen felt that his mood was much calmer. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw a little girl staring at him from the corner of the house. Yi Chen waved at her. The little girl walked over carefully. I heard that you are an outsider? Yes, what's your name? My name is Feng Na. All the people of the Great Wind village had the surname Feng. Feng Na, a very nice name. Yi Chen smiled and took out 2 three-hearted evil fish from the 5-element space. Do you want to eat barbecue? I'll treat you. Feng Na swallowed her saliva. There were more than 300 people in the Great Wind Village, but there were only dozens of people with real battling power. A part of them had to stay in the village while the others could go out to hunt. However, normally each family could only get a little bit of prey. The ones who contributed more would get more and no one could refuse meat. The smell of barbecue filled the air as Feng Na wolfed down the food. Yi Chen also ate a little bit. On the desolate god continent, he felt the hunger that he had not felt for a long time. 1 three-hearted evil fish contained way too much power. Feng Na had only eaten 1% of it and she was already full. After all, her cultivation was only at the early Sea of Souls realm, and it was impossible for her to be like Yi Chen, who could just eat a little bit and fill up half of it. Can I take the rest? Feng Na pointed at the remaining 3-hearted evil fish she had eaten. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. Thank you for the treat. Feng Na happily took the rest of the 3-hearted evil fish back. There would be more updates at night. Chapter 1327. Another 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, a group of people returned from the mountains outside of the village. The hunting team is back. Yeah. There is meat to eat again. The kids cheered as they rushed out of the village. In every village there would be a hunting team. Their mission was to go deep into the mountains to hunt down the beast. Large villages would have more than 2 hunting teams. The Great Wind Village only had 100 families, and only dozens of people had fighting power. Therefore there would only be 1 hunting team. Therefore, everyone would have to wait for the hunting team to come back. Sometimes it would be half a month and sometimes it would be 1 or 2 months. This period of time was the most torturous for everyone. The leader of the hunter squad, Feng Dachuan, was tall and sturdy. He had a domineering and awe-inspiring aura. Just like Feng Lai, he was also a supreme being. The Great Wind Village had a total of 3 supreme beings. 1 was the current village chief, 1 was the old village chief, and the last one was the leader of the hunter squad. Behind Feng Dachuan was a black hunting dog. It was a supreme level beast, the Black Wind Tyrant dog. In terms of value, it was only a bit weaker than the Sky Bear dog. Feng Lai brought the villagers out to greet them. Looking at the hunting team and seeing that there were still people, he asked, "It should be smooth this time, right? You guys are back so soon." The hunting team had gone out half a month ago. Feng Dachuan patted his chest and laughed. "Our luck is not bad. None of them died. With me, Feng Dachuan, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as they are not dead." How was the harvest? Besides the casualties, Feng Lai was most concerned about the harvest. If the harvest was not good, then he would have to tighten his belt. But if the harvest was good, then he would be able to last for a long time without having to worry about not having enough meat to eat. "I told you our luck is not bad." The storage ring on Feng Dachuan's finger flashed with a dim light, and countless beast corpses appeared on the village road. These beasts chi ranged from the 1st to the 8th sky of life and death realm. There were 58 of them in total. The wild god continent was not the same as the outside world. Their bodies were all very small. For example, Yi Chen's body could only maintain a height of 180 meters. The Sky Bear dog and the Black Wind Tyrant dog were also only 1.5 meters tall. Therefore, among the 58 beast corpses, the biggest was only a dozen meters long, which was a python. Alright, with so many dire beast corpses, it should be enough to last us for a month. The more powerful one's cultivation base was, the more meat one could eat. For example, a supreme expert could eat a huge amount of meat in a single meal. Moreover, it had to be the meat of a beast at or above the 7th layer of life and death realm. Below the supreme realm, even 100 emperors couldn't compare to a single supreme. As a member of the Great Gale Village, Yi Chen also had the right to get some meat, but he didn't want it. There were too many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, and all of them were emperor-level ominous beasts. It was enough for Yi Chen to eat for hundreds of years. Of course, he wasn't obligated to give his ominous beasts to the Great Gale Village. First, he didn't owe the Great Gale Village anything. Second, he could see that in the wilderness god continent, one must have meat to eat. Although there were many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, he wouldn't give them for free. "Feng Na, where did your family get the 3-hearted evil fish? If you have it, why didn't you offer it up?" Suddenly, a shout came from the village. It was Feng Dachuan's voice. Feng Na's sobbing soon followed. "What happened?" Yi Chen heard the voice and walked over. "Big brother Yi Chen." Seeing Yi Chen, Feng Na said in an aggrieved tone. "What happened?" Yi Chen asked. It turned out that Yi Chen had given Feng Na a 3-hearted evil fish last time. Feng Na ate 1% of it and gave the rest to her parents. In the following days, Feng Na didn't eat a single bite of meat. She only felt that she wasn't hungry at all, and her whole body was full of energy. She immediately knew that the meat Yi Chen gave her was not ordinary meat. Of course, she didn't think that it was an emperor-level vicious beast. Out of her childish nature, Feng Na secretly took some of the three-hearted evil fish's meat for her other companions to eat. Among them were Feng Dachuan's children. After Feng Dachuan found out about this, he came to question them. It must be known that in the village, only supremes could eat the meat of emperor-level vicious beasts. The others weren't qualified to eat it. This wasn't hegemony because supremes wanted to maintain their power, so they had to eat the meat of high-level vicious beasts. After knowing the whole story, Yi Chen said to Feng Dachuan, "I was the one who gave her the three-hearted evil fish. Let's forget about this matter." Yi Chen wouldn't dislike the Great Wind Village's rules because of this. However, Feng Dachuan's attitude toward Feng Na made him a bit unhappy. Feng Na's parents were only normal life and death realm warriors. Under Feng Dachuan's yelling, they were shaking uncontrollably. They actually didn't know that it was a three-hearted evil fish, an emperor-level vicious beast. Outsiders, this is our Great Wind Village's rule. No one can violate it. Feng Dachuan frowned. He was still a bit scared of outsiders. Then what do you want? Yi Chen asked. According to the Great Wind Village's rule, anyone who violates it will be locked in a dark room for a month. Someone take Feng Mu's entire family away. Feng Dachuan waved his hand and ordered. Wait. Yi Chen's face was a bit gloomy. This is my fault. If I knew about the Great Wind Village's rule, I wouldn't have given her the three-hearted evil fish. Since it was her first offense, a verbal punishment would have been enough. Why do you have to be so serious? Yi Chen didn't want to break the Great Wind Village's rule. No. Feng Dachuan was used to being a tyrant in the Great Wind Village. His words and actions were swift and decisive, and no one would dare to disobey him. Only Feng Lai and the old village head could talk to him. Don't go too far. Yi Chen said coldly. Outsiders, although you have joined the Great Wind Village, you have to know that as a member of the Great Wind Village, you cannot disobey the orders of the village head and the leader of the hunting team. How dare you? After all, outsiders were a legend, and this was the first time Feng Dachuan had met an outsider. The Wilderness God continent was extremely vast, and even if there were outsiders here, there would only be a few of them. How could Great Wind Village have the chance to meet one? Thus, although he was wary of outsiders, he was not afraid of them, especially when his prestige was challenged. I remember that in the oath, there was only one rule about not killing the people of the Great Wind Village. It did not say anything about not disobeying. If there was such a rule, Yi Chen would not have made the oath. He was not an idiot. Brother Yi Chen, it is my fault. Don't worry about it. At this time, Feng Na suddenly said. Yi Chen shook his head. I only do things with a clear conscience. Whoever dares to take her away today, don't blame me for turning against you. You dare. Feng Dachuan's voice was low. The Black Wind Tyrant Hound beside Feng Dachuan suddenly jumped, pouncing at Yi Chen. Many people screamed in shock. The strength of the Black Wind Tyrant Hound was obvious to all. This was a supreme-level fierce beast with a fierce and cruel personality. Ordinary supreme beings would take a detour if they encountered a Black Wind Tyrant Hound. Woo woo woo, however the next second, everyone was shocked. The powerful Black Wind Tyrant dog had its mouth covered by Yi Chen's hand and was lifted up into the air. Its four legs were struggling, looking like a little puppy, looking very pitiful. Chapter 1328. Bang. With a casual fling, the Black Wind Tyrant Hound was thrown out of the village. When it ran back into the village, it no longer dared to be presumptuous towards Yi Chen. As a ferocious beast, although its intelligence was not high, it could still sense the gap between them. When Yi Chen pinched its mouth, that terrifying power was like a vast ocean. Any explosion could probably crush it to death. Yi Chen's eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on Feng Dachuan. He said word by word, with my strength, it is not difficult to sweep the Great Gale Village. You are not my opponent. Feng Dachuan glared. Enough, Dachuan. This matter is indeed not Feng Na's fault. Why make things difficult for her? Feng Na, this is a lesson. You should know the rules of the Great Gale Village. At this moment, Feng Lai walked over with the Starry Sky Bear Hound. The Starry Sky Bear Hound licked the fur of the Black Wind Tyrant Hound and looked at Yi Chen with fear. Yes, village chief. Feng Na lowered her head and said. Rubbing Feng Na's head, Feng Lai said to Yi Chen apologetically, Brother Yi Chen, Dachuan is not a bad person. He is just a little inflexible. I hope you don't mind. Although Yi Chen's words were arrogant, Feng Lai was not angry. Instead he was a little happy. Although the Black Wind Tyrant Hound only had the strength of a normal supreme being, this was the Huang God continent. Under the cover of the Huang God's law, the gap between supreme beings had shrunk a lot. Yi Chen could easily subdue the Black Wind Tyrant Hound, which meant that he was much stronger than he had imagined. I won't mind. I just hope that the rules of the Great Gale Village will be more humane, Yi Chen said. That is for sure. After saying that, Feng Lai looked at Feng Dachuan with a look of reproach. The Great Gale Village's rules were actually not that strict. They did not care about human feelings at all. This time, most of the fault was on Feng Dachuan's shoulders. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Feng Dachuan's face alternated between green and white. Originally, he had wanted to consolidate his prestige and not take even half a step back when facing the people from the outside world. But now the result was the complete opposite. His prestige had fallen to the ground. No matter where one was, the rule of the strong was an unchanging truth. He could berate Feng Na and his family, but he didn't dare to berate Yi Chen. Just now, Yi Chen had easily restrained the Black Wind Tyrant Hound with his powerful strength, and it had left a lingering fear in his heart. A week had passed since the three-hearted evil fish incident. In the chief's yard, Feng Lai, the old chief, Feng Dachuan, and Yi Chen were chatting while eating barbecued meat. The meat was provided by Yi Chen. The eclipsing moon ancient cow's meat is really good. This kind of meat is usually only eaten by the tribe's supremes. Feng Lai took a large piece of beef and ate it in big bites. The old chief nodded. The tribe has a large population and a lot of fighting power. We can organize 2 or 3 hunting teams to take turns to enter the mountain. Our Great Gale Village will be satisfied with just enough food and clothing. Listening to the contents of the two's conversation, Yi Chen's heart was moved. He thought, why don't we help the Great Gale Village and let it become a tribe? The stronger the Great Gale Village is, the more help it will be to me. I help the Great Gale Village and then the Great Gale Village will help me. This Huangshan continent is so vast, there must be a place for the Great Gale Village. Brother Yi Chen, come, let me toast you. What happened last time was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Feng Dachuan raised his wine cup and toasted Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, we are all supremes, let the past be the past. What is in front of us now is the future. The old ginger was still spicier. The old chief could hear the hidden meaning in Yi Chen's words, so he couldn't help but ask, what is the future? Yi Chen looked at the three of them and went straight to the point. Do you want the Great Gale Village to become a tribe? Let the Great Gale Village become a tribe? Feng Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. A first-rank tribe needs 1,000 to 2,000 households, and at least 7 or 8 villages have to be conquered. This is not an easy matter. Feng Dachuan also said, the bigger the village, the more supremes there are. The Purple Thunder Village, which is the closest to us, has 200 households and 5 supremes. We should thank the heavens if they don't find trouble with us. In the Huangshan continent, no one was willing to be conquered, because if they were conquered, their status would not be as high when they went to someone else's territory. The old chief's understanding of Yi Chen's words was obviously higher than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. He hesitated and said, little brother Yi, do you want our Great Gale Village to become a tribe? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Hearing this, Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan finally recovered. If they had Yi Chen's help, it was possible for the Great Gale Village to become a first-ranked tribe. However, they did not know what level Yi Chen's strength was. Great, with little brother Ye's help, the rise of our Great Gale Village is just around the corner. Come, cheers. The old chief did not look old and he looked to be in his 60s. In the Great Gale Village, the old chief was the #1 expert, and he was stronger than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. At this moment, he held his cup and stood up. Cheers. Cheers? The 4 of them stood up and toasted. Sometimes plans could not keep up with changes. Just as the Great Gale Village was about to attack the Purple Thunder Village, the Purple Thunder Village attacked the Great Gale Village first. Outside the Great Gale Village, there were 60 to 70 people gathered. The 5 people leading them were all supremes. The purple-haired old man in the middle shouted, Feng Baixiong, come out and surrender. Feng Baixiong was the old chief's name. Lei Haoyin, you are really bold. Do you think there is no one in my Great Gale Village? The old chief led 30 to 40 people out of the village. Whether it was the outside world or the Huangshan continent, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was to give birth. In the Huangshan continent, the difficulty of giving birth was 100 times higher than in the outside world. This made it very difficult for the population to develop. However, there were quite a lot of experts. In an ordinary village, 1/10 of them had a cultivation base of life and death 7th layer or above. These people were known as members with battle prowess. The others were usually not allowed to leave the village. Just these few people and you have the nerve to send them out? The purple-haired old man laughed heartily. Battle prowess does not depend on numbers, but also on quality. The old chief said meaningfully. Quality? Aha, then let me see your quality. The purple-haired old man's aura burst out. Battles between villages mainly depended on the Supreme's victory. If the Supremes on both sides were evenly matched, then the outcome would depend on the people below. Everyone be careful. The old chief was quite confident. Although they only had 4 Supremes on their side in his opinion, Yi Chen alone could fight against 2 or 3 of them. It's been a long time since we had a big battle. Feng Dachuan licked his lips. You don't need to do anything. It's too much of a waste of time. Yi Chen stopped the 3. Little brother Yi, what are you doing? The old chief was confused. Yi Chen said, I alone am enough. It was not that Yi Chen was arrogant, but he really did not put the Purple Thunder Village in his eyes. Conquering the Purple Thunder Village as soon as possible and building a bigger village was his top priority. After saying these words, Yi Chen walked out step by step and raised his head. You 5, come at me together. Arrogant. I lay you will teach you a lesson. A middle-aged man from the Purple Thunder Village pounced at Yi Chen with a mace in his hand. As he waved the mace, his aura seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Chapter 1329. Lei Yu was the 4th strongest in the Purple Thunder Village, but in terms of toughness he was ranked 2nd. This was because his body's defense was extremely strong. The desolate race placed a lot of emphasis on training their bodies. Whoever had a stronger defense would have an advantage. Lei Yu raised his mace with both hands and swung it down crazily. Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan's eyebrows twitched. If they were in Yi Chen's shoes they would definitely dodge. But Yi Chen's action shocked everyone. He stretched out his right hand and easily blocked the mace. The spikes on the mace didn't even pierce through the skin of Yi Chen's palm. Get lost. Yi Chen waved his hand and the mace bounced back, landing on Lei Yu's head. Blood started to flow out of his mouth as he was blown thousands of meters away. Who else wants to fight? Yi Chen looked at the purple-haired old man. Little brother, who are you? I don't remember you in the Great Wind Village. The purple-haired old man Lei Haotian said seriously. According to you, I am an outsider. Yi Chen said lightly. An outsider? Everyone's complexion changed. There were too many legends about the outsiders. It was said that many tribes weren't tribes in the past and relied on outsiders to rise. Although not every outsider was as powerful as them, the strength of outsiders was still widely spread. Hearing Yi Chen say that he was an outsider, the Purple Thunder Village's sovereign felt bitter in his heart. Soon after, he felt a trace of jealousy. Why didn't our Purple Thunder Village meet outsiders? Little brother, with your power, joining the Great Wind Village is a waste of your talent. Why don't you join our Purple Thunder Village? I can guarantee that other than being the village head in name, you will have the same power as the village head. The purple-haired old man wanted to poach Yi Chen. If they fought, the Purple Thunder Village might not be Yi Chen's match. Oh, the conditions are very good. Yi Chen smiled. Little brother Yi, whatever the Purple Thunder Village is willing to offer, we, the Great Wind Village, are also willing to offer. Plus, if you have any other ideas, just tell us. The old village leader was anxious. Once Yi Chen left, their Great Wind Village would definitely be conquered by the Purple Thunder Village. Feng Baixiong, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher. What you are doing is not kind. The purple-haired old man coldly snorted. Little brother Yi. The old village head looked at Yi Chen eagerly. On the other side, the purple-haired old man said expectantly, What do you think? Yi Chen shook his head and said, There's no rush. Let's defeat you first. The purple-haired old man's face turned cold. You're not going to reconsider? Today it's your Violet Thunder Village that invited me. Tomorrow it'll be an even bigger village that invited me, or even a first-grade tribe. What do you think I should do? I, Yi Chen, am not a fickle person. In fact, Yi Chen had bigger considerations. Although Gale Village's influence was very small, Gale Village at least relied on him. If it was a tribe, Yi Chen's reputation would not be comparable to that of a tribe's chief even if he worked himself to the bone. He believed that most of the people who came to the Wilderness God continent before had the same idea as him. They wanted to help a weak village grow into a tribe step by step. That way they would have more control. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Let's attack together. The purple-haired old man was not an inflexible person. Since Yi Chen had asked them to attack together, there was no need for them to be polite. The four supremes attacked Yi Qin from 4 different directions. 4 different domains covered the space where Yi Qin was. At this moment, even if the old village head and the other 2 wanted to intervene, it would be difficult. The domains are too weak. Yi Qin could see that the desolate race focused on body tempering, so they were much weaker in terms of domains. Just like the body tempering kings in the outside world, domains were their weakness. The sword domain, which had been activated by the sword Yuan, burst out fiercely, instantly turning semi-tangible. When the 4 great domains clashed with the sword domain remained unmoved, while the 4 great domains began to shake. Fighting 1 against 4, Yi Qin had the absolute upper hand. The faces of the 4 Purple Thunder Village Supremes changed several times. Yin Yang Blade. Thunder Strike. 4-directional Thunder Kick. Dominating Sky Axe. The 4 Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village each used their own killing moves. They didn't believe that Yi Qin could fight against the 4 of them by himself. Da. Sparks flew everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. The killing moves of the Purple Thunder Village's 4 Supremes landed on Yi Qin's body, but they couldn't even leave a scratch on Yi Qin's skin. Sparks flew everywhere, shaking the palms of their hands until they were numb and bleeding. On the other hand, Yi Qin didn't even crease his brows, as if it was just a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Swish. Stretching out his right hand, Yi Qin instantly grabbed the neck of a Supreme's. He exerted strength in his hand, causing the Supreme's face to turn red. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. "Do you still want to fight?" Yi Qin said with a slightly domineering tone. "Not anymore." The purple-haired old man was disappointed. How could they fight? The opponent's defense was too high. They could not break it at all. If they continued, they would only be humiliating themselves. Throwing away the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Yi Qin said, "You guys join the Great Wind Village. Discuss the details with the old village chief." Just like this, the Great Wind Village conquered the Purple Thunder Village. The population of the village increased from more than 100 households to more than 300 households, nearly 1,000 people. In the following month, the Great Wind Village was unstoppable, conquering one village after another. Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, Gaoshan Village. Finally, the population of the Great Wind Village exceeded 1,000 households and was qualified to be named a tribe. "Little brother Yi, what do you think the name of our tribe should be?" In the village that had expanded 10 times, the old village chief looked excited. In just a month, the Great Wind Village became a first-class tribe. This was simply a miracle. Of course, the biggest contributor was Yi Qin. Without Yi Qin's powerful force, they could not even conquer the Purple Thunder Village. Instead, they would be conquered by the other party. "Old village chief, of course it should be called the Gale tribe," Feng Dachuan quickly said. The old village chief glared at Feng Dachuan. He also wanted the tribe to be called the Gale tribe, but this tribe was conquered by Yi Qin. Yi Qin had the right to name it. They did not want to part ways with Yi Qin. Yi Qin promised them that they could stay in the Great Wind Village for a few more days. At the conference table, the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, and other villages had bitter expressions. After joining the Great Wind Village, their status was lower than the Supremes of the Great Wind Village. They had a certain right to speak, but the effect of their words was minimal. Yi Qin said, "It's not appropriate to call it the Gale tribe." What? The old village chief was puzzled. Yi Qin looked at the other Supremes and said to the old village chief, "The Great Wind Village is getting stronger and stronger, but the original population of the Great Wind Village is too small. There are also few Supremes. I can convince the others if I am here, but what if I am not here?" Old village chief, what brother Yi Qin said is reasonable. On the side, Feng Lai nodded. The old village chief thought for a moment and felt that it was reasonable. The Great Wind Village relied on Yi Qin to become a tribe. If Yi Qin was not here, the others would not dare to disobey him because of the oath, but his control was also limited. Once the other tribes attacked, this delicate situation was very dangerous. A first-class tribe is not our ultimate goal. I think the name of the tribe can be called the Eternal Tribe. The most powerful person in the Eternal Tribe is the chief, followed by the elders, the leader of the hunting team, and so on. The chief will be the old village chief. The old village chief was still very strong. Apart from Yi Qin, among the Supremes he was at least in the top 3. It was a bit inappropriate to let Feng Lai be the chief. After all, this was a tribe, not a village. As for the name Eternal Tribe, the Supremes of the other villages accepted it more easily. In any case, they had become elders and had a lot of power. In the past they were just thugs. Chapter 1330. The Eternal Tribe had a population of 3,500 people and 1,050 families. The leader was Feng Baixiong and the Eternal Venerable Yi Qin. Below him were the elders and the leader of the hunting squad. Of course, the Eternal Tribe was still in its embryonic form. Once the tribe became more powerful, other positions would be added. As an Eternal Venerable, Yi Qin's authority was equal to Feng Baixiong's, perhaps even a bit higher. The leader had to take care of a lot of matters, while Yi Qin didn't have to be so troublesome. The hunting squad is back. So much meat. The Eternal Tribe was prospering day by day, and the tribesmen naturally didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat. At present, the Eternal Tribe had a total of 8 hunting squads, taking turns to enter the mountains. Once the first squad returned, the next one would immediately set off. This way, even if they encountered an enemy attack, they would still have the greatest fighting strength. Old Chief, the Eternal Tribe is too remote. It's time to migrate. Yi Qin still liked to call Feng Baixiong Old Chief. Feng Baixiong nodded. Yeah, there are no more villages around. It's time to migrate. Migration was very simple. They only needed to store the buildings in the village into their storage rings. The Wild's God continent was enveloped by the Wild's God's laws, and everything was shrouded in mist. It was extremely difficult to draw a map, and it took them an entire month to find an ideal place to live. Fortunately, the villages had stockpiled meat, and they had not stopped eating meat for the past month. Mountains and rivers. It's here. What entered everyone's eyes was a mountain range and a huge lake. The mountain range was vast and the lake was crystal clear. The Eternal Tribe would certainly prosper here. Dong, dong. Houses fell one after another, spreading out in a ring shape. The entire Eternal Tribe was like a ring. Soon after, the Supremes joined hands to arrange a formation. The reason why the tribe was powerful was because of the many Supremes and the formations they arranged. It would be difficult for enemies to break in, and the tribesmen could safely reproduce inside. From now on, this will be our new home. Feng Baixiong sighed with emotion. The other Supremes also sighed with emotion. Although they had been conquered by the Great Wind Village and were now elders or leaders of the Eternal Tribe, no matter what, a tribe was a tribe. As a member of the tribe, their fate was closely related to the tribe. They were bound together for good or bad. The arrays that Yi Qin had set up were the Immortal Sword Array and Destruction Sword Array. Although he wasn't proficient in arrays, the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent were too powerful. A sword array that contained the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent would be able to block a Super Sovereign for a while. Anyone below the Super Sovereign realm would be severely injured even if they didn't die. The formation did not restrict the people of the Eternal Tribe. They could enter and leave at will. This was the power of the oath. The Eternal Tribe was surrounded by mountains and rivers, which meant that in the future, there would be not only land meat to eat, but also aquatic meat to eat. The more the people of the Eternal Tribe looked at it, the more they liked it, and soon they forgot the melancholy of leaving the place where they grew up. In the Eternal Tribe, the sounds of laughter could be heard every day, and the figures of children could be seen everywhere. Outside the tribe, a hunting team was hunting aquatic beasts in the lake, while another hunting team was in the mountains hunting terrestrial beasts. Yi Qin had a clear plan for the tribe's development. It was very simple, and that was to accumulate food. Only with more meat would the tribe's development not be limited. The fertility of the desolate race was also related to the meat they ate. Being full for one meal and hungry for another made it hard for them to give birth. This was because once there was no meat to eat, their strength would decline, and once their strength declined, where would they have extra yuan qi to reproduce? It should be known that the desolate race's people were born with astral reaching or even Sea of Soul realm cultivation base, which consumed a lot of yuan qi. Hunting geese all day long, there would be a time when geese would peck you blind. The second hunter squad that entered the mountains had met with a mishap. Dozens of Emperor Realm warriors and 2 Supreme Realm warriors had died. The specific situation was that on the 12th day the second hunter squad encountered a space bear dog. The leader of the second hunter squad cared a lot about the space bear dog and wanted to tame one. Therefore, he ignored the others' advice and risked everything to hunt the space bear dog. Who knew that this space bear dog was not a normal one, but an extremely rare space bear dog king, possessing the bloodline of the space bear dog. After being enraged, the space bear dog king went on a killing spree, killing the second hunter squad's leader and dozens of Emperor Realm warriors. If it were not for the fact that the space bear dog king was not as murderous as the other beasts, the second hunter squad might have been completely wiped out. Space bear dog king? This time I'll lead the team. You guys lead the way. Yi Qin's interest was piqued. He had always wanted a space bear dog, and now that a space bear dog king had appeared, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He prepared to let the lucky survivors of the second hunter squad lead the way. "Sir, you can't, it's too dangerous." A supreme being tried to dissuade him. The Space Bear Dog King was equivalent to a supreme being, and its physical defense was extremely strong. It was not something an ordinary Space Bear Dog could compare to. If something were to happen to Yi Qin, their eternal tribe's future would not be as good as before, and they might even be conquered by other tribes after a period of time. "There's no need to stop me, I know what I'm doing." Yi Qin had already made up his mind. "Since that's the case, it's better for Sir to be careful." Feng Baixiong knew Yi Qin's personality. If he continued to stop him, he would only make him unhappy. The next day, Yi Qin led the remaining members of the second hunter squad and set off. In the mountains, clouds and smoke lingered, and the range of soul power was only a few miles. Fortunately, Yi Qin had the Netherworld Saint Eye, which allowed him to see a few thousand miles away. "Sir, it's this direction." A member of the second hunter squad pointed to the front. After 3 days, Yi Qin and the others arrived at the place where the Space Bear Dog King appeared. "It's here." The members of the second hunter squad were a little nervous. They looked around, afraid that the Space Bear Dog King would suddenly appear. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Yi Qin patted the shoulder of one of them. Standing at a high place, Yi Qin looked around. Suddenly Yi Qin's eyes lit up. Originally, he thought that the Space Bear Dog King should have left this place. He didn't expect to find its lair 800 miles away. The Space Bear Dog King was very sensitive. It seemed to have discovered something and jumped out of its lair. However, no matter how sharp its eyes were, it couldn't detect anything strange. Shaking its head, the Space Bear Dog King went back to its lair to sleep. Not long after, Yi Qin and the others arrived at the outside of its lair. The Space Bear Dog King jumped out. It was much taller than the normal Space Bear dogs, as tall as a human. Its brownish-yellow fur was luxuriant and had a metallic luster. On its forehead, there was a shallow golden mark. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice the existence of the golden mark. It was normal that the leader of the second hunter squad didn't notice it. Its hexagram eyes glanced at Yi Qin. The Space Bear Dog King lowered its body and growled, preparing to launch a fierce attack at any time. "What a great Space Bear Dog King. One of you is better than 100 Space Bear Dogs." Yi Qin laughed and walked towards the Space Bear Dog King. A strong wind swept across. The Space Bear Dog King made the first move and pounced towards Yi Qin. Its sharp claws expanded in the air, reaching 5 feet long. The leader and deputy leader of the second hunter squad were torn to pieces by its claws. Chapter 1331. If Yi Qin was just a beginner-level sovereign, he would definitely retreat when facing the pounce of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Ferocious beasts and intelligent life forms were different. Their every move contained the mysteries of the heavens. Many supreme martial arts were created based on ferocious beasts. However, Yi Qin wasn't a beginner-level sovereign. Even without the Sky Sword, Yi Qin still had the strength of a medium-level sovereign. In addition to the immortal sword physique that could block the attacks of a peak-level sovereign, there was no need to fear the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Clang. Raising his hand, Yi Qin blocked the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Yi Qin's hands were comparable to sovereign weapons. They were unimaginably sturdy. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King's claw missed, so it stretched its neck and bit towards Yi Qin's neck like lightning. Each of its sharp teeth was half a foot long, especially the 2 pairs of fangs. They were 8 inches long and flashed with a cold light. If one was bitten, even a normal sovereign weapon would have a few bite marks. Although Yi Qin wasn't afraid of the opponent's bite, he wasn't willing to be bitten on the neck. With a kick, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King was kicked tens of meters away. Swish, without giving the opponent a chance to react, Yi Qin took a step forward and instantly rode on the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. His left hand grabbed onto the opponent's fur and his right hand clenched into a fist. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King felt dizzy. These 2 punches from Yi Qin didn't contain any ordinary force, but the terrifying 6 drive. 4 drive could normally shatter atoms, 5 drive could shatter neutrons, and 6 drive could shatter black holes. Of course, black holes came in all sizes. Against a large black hole, even Yi Qin couldn't do anything. The pain from the beating stimulated the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's ferocious nature. Exerting force from its 4 limbs, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King suddenly stood up and sent Yi Qin flying. As expected of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Qin estimated that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's strength was roughly equivalent to a medium-level sovereign. Even a high-level sovereign wouldn't be able to subdue it. One had to be 2 levels higher. The supremacy is too strong. He's actually suppressing the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. We have underestimated the Venerable One. As an outsider, the Venerable One definitely has many tricks up his sleeves. We can't see through him. The members of Hunter Team 2 discussed among themselves. Looks like I'll have to take out the Heaven Sword. Dusting off the dust on his clothes, Yi Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of the Heaven Sword. Chang, the Heaven Sword was pulled out and a peerless sword chi shot out. The fur of the Space Bear Dog King stood up as it felt an intense threat. Whoosh! Out of everyone's expectations, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King turned around and fled at lightning speed. Where are you going? How could Yi Chen let his opponent escape? His figure blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already at the right side of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Yi Chen didn't use the edge of his sword to attack his opponent. With a shake of his hand, Yi Chen's sword struck his opponent. Crackle! The might of the Heaven Sword was so strong that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King was sent flying, smashing a hole in the mountain on the left, causing dust to fill the air. Without waiting for the other party to come out, Yi Chen leaped into the hole. Rumble! Another loud sound could be heard. Not long after, the sound calmed down. Will the Venerable be all right? The members of Hunter Team 2 were very nervous. In the hole, Yi Chen's left hand pressed on the head of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, which was dizzy from the Heaven Sword's attack. He threatened, "Don't struggle or else you will suffer." The Starry Sky Bear Dog King seemed to understand. After struggling for a while, it gave up resisting. In order to tame a ferocious beast, one naturally had to brand a soul imprint in the other party's soul ocean. The stronger the soul imprint, the higher the other party's loyalty. Not to mention anything else, Yi Chen was very confident in his own soul. The Netherworld's sacred eye even allowed his soul to have the will of hell, which was not to be disobeyed. Very quickly, Yi Chen branded a complete soul imprint in the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's soul ocean. This wasn't the end. Yi Chen added a restriction on the soul imprint. Once the Starry Sky Bear Dog King tried to use its soul power to erase the soul imprint, it would be countered by the restriction. After doing all this, Yi Chen released the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. "Get up!" Yi Chen ordered. Woo woo woo! The Starry Sky Bear Dog King crawled up from the ground like a puppy. It stuck out its tongue and licked the sole of Yi Chen's foot while wagging its tail. "In the future, I will call you Sky Splitter." Yi Chen thought for a moment and gave the Starry Sky Bear Dog King a name. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King's claws were very sharp and could tear the heaven and earth apart. When Yi Chen and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King jumped out of the hole, the members of the second hunter squad cheered. The Venerable was their Eternal Tribe's #1 expert. Together with the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, who could stop them? It was rare to tame the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, so Yi Chen brought it out to hunt. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King was indeed worthy of being called the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Its hunting ability was quite impressive. Yi Chen didn't make a move and just watched from the side. In just a day's work, more than 100 ferocious beasts had been hunted. In the Eternal Tribe, everyone cheered. It was said that whoever tamed the Starry Sky Bear Dog King would have the qualifications to rule the Wilderness God continent. Although this legend might not be true, it was undoubtedly very encouraging. Venerable, the new map has been drawn. The closest tribe to us is the second-ranked tribe, the Golden Sand Tribe. The old village chief gave a map to Yi Chen. There was a red dot on it with the Golden Sand Tribe written on it, and the black dot represented the Eternal Tribe. Golden Sand Tribe? Yi Chen frowned. To be able to become a second-ranked tribe, the tribe would have at least 2,000 households, which was several times more than the Eternal Tribe. At the very least, the number of sovereigns would be several times more. Fortunately, it wasn't a third-ranked tribe. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't be sure that the Eternal Tribe would be able to stop and conquer the other party. Who knew if the other party had any powerful experts? As long as there were 3 or 4 high-level sovereigns, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to defeat the other party, let alone break the other party's formation. At the same time, in the Golden Sand Tribe. Chief, we've already investigated. The new tribe is called the Eternal Tribe, a first-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's main hall was packed with people. Sitting in the main seat was a yellow-haired middle-aged man with a majestic aura. A mere first-ranked tribe dares to call themselves eternal? How ambitious. The yellow-haired middle-aged man snorted coldly. Chief, give me a third of the troops. I, Jin Ho, am confident in conquering the Eternal Tribe. A skinny middle-aged sovereign walked out and volunteered. The Golden Sand Tribe had a total of 3,800 households, and there were more than 1,000 people who could fight. A third was already a lot. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Jin Ho, lead half of the troops and set off. I'll wait for your good news in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief felt that a third of the troops wasn't enough. I won't disappoint you. Jinho's face lit up. After he conquered the Eternal Tribe, he could choose a few more women to be his concubines and bear children for him. Such a good thing could only be encountered by chance. My Golden Sand Tribe can finally be promoted to a third-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief was very happy. He picked up his wine pot and drank. Chapter 1332. The Golden Sand Tribe is invading. Combat personnel, get ready. The rest of you stay in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's attack came earlier than Feng Baixiong had expected. It was no wonder. The Golden Sand Tribe was a second-class tribe, while the Eternal Tribe was a first-class tribe. In the eyes of the enemy, the Eternal Tribe was undoubtedly a piece of juicy meat. The earlier they swallowed, the earlier they could feel at ease. On the plains beside the lake, the Golden Sand Tribe's troops gathered together. At a glance, there were 45 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe only had 25. There were 20 more Supreme beings, a great disparity in numbers. I'm the third elder of the Golden Sand Tribe, Marquis Jean. Today, I'm here to conquer your Eternal Tribe. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender to prevent any casualties. Marquis Jean was clad in golden armor and wielded a large blade. I am the Venerable of the Eternal Tribe. I advise the Golden Sand Tribe to surrender as soon as possible. Yi Chen and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King walked out. What a huge Starry Sky Bear Dog. Marquis Jin's eyes widened. Third Elder, it's the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. The Supremes of the Golden Sand Tribe reminded Marquis Jean. Hearing this, Jinho's breathing became hurried. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King was 100 times rarer than an ordinary Starry Sky Bear Dog. It could only be chanced upon, not sought. If he could bring the Starry Sky Bear Dog King back to the leader, his position would definitely rise greatly, becoming the great elder who was second only to the leader. Kid, hand over the Starry Sky Bear Dog King and I'll spare your life. Marquis Jean said sternly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yi Chen mocked. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill him. Marquis Jean waved his hand. The Supremes of the Golden Sand Tribe rushed out like a whirlwind, pouncing towards the Supremes of the Eternal Tribe. Heaven Splitter, go and eat Marquis Jean. Yi Chen could tell that Jinho only had the aura of a peak Supreme being, and Sky Splitter could easily kill him. He did not know that the Starry Sky Bear Dog King that followed him was countless times more powerful than normal Starry Sky Bear Dogs. It was not something that a mere Supreme like him could handle. Of course, if Marquis Jean knew that Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level Supreme, he probably wouldn't have ordered the attack. After all, Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level Supreme. Yi Chen, who could tame Heaven Splitter, definitely had the strength of a mid-level Supreme. Heaven Splitter's 4 limbs exerted force, and with a single leap, he arrived beside Jinho. His sharp claws shot out and clawed at Jinho. How could Jinho have expected Heaven Splitter's speed to be so fast? He only had the time to raise his saber horizontally before a huge force collided with him. The saber slashed back, causing Jinho's body to tremble violently, and fresh blood spurted out. Impossible. Jinho's eyes bulged. Without waiting for Jinho to react, Sky Splitter opened his mouth and bit off Jinho's head. His claws clawed at Jinho's body, turning him into a bloody mess. Finally, Sky Splitter swallowed him whole. The stomach of a ferocious beast was a world of its own, capable of digesting existences stronger than itself. Clang. A set of supreme armor and a huge blade were spat out by Sky Split. Vicious beasts were unable to digest supreme weapons. Of course, it wasn't impossible to forcefully digest them, but it would take too much time and wouldn't bring any benefits. With a supreme weapon in its stomach, the efficiency of digesting other things would be reduced. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Good job. Yi Chen put away the supreme armor and saber. The Desolate Race Supreme's domain realm was too low. Yi Chen released his sword domain with all his might, instantly enveloping the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. The 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes panicked as they powered their domains to resist the sword domain. Unfortunately, their domains felt like they were facing a vast ocean against the sword domain. It was already pretty good that they could protect themselves, so how could they resist it? Yi Chen couldn't even be bothered to pull out the celestial sword. He punched out 30 times in one breath, and with the 30 punches, the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes immediately collapsed to the ground, losing all combat strength. This was the result of Yi Chen showing mercy, or his punches would have killed them. After devouring Jinho, Sky Splitter did not continue devouring the other Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. It only injured them to the ground. A man and a dog were invincible. Your third elder is dead. Quickly abandon your weapons and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy. Yi Chen shouted loudly, accompanied by Sky Splitter's domineering roar. Hearing this, all the Golden Sand Tribe Supremes threw down their weapons. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but the disparity was too great. The other party, a man and a dog, had taken care of most of them. Continuing to resist was just courting death. Village Chief, incorporate them. In the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen was in charge of fighting, while the village chief was in charge of incorporating them. The two had a clear division of labor. All right. The village chief, Feng Baixiong, was overjoyed. Yi Chen's combat strength was too strong. The Eternal Tribe was destined to prosper, and they would achieve great things in the Wilderness God continent. The incorporation was very smooth. After the oath was made, the Golden Sand Tribe's men that Jin Ho brought became members of the Eternal Tribe. The Eternal Tribe became unprecedentedly powerful, with more than 70 Supremes. Things were not over yet. Since the two tribes had already started fighting, they naturally had to conquer the Golden Sand Tribe as soon as possible. With Yi Chen and the village chief in the lead, a group of people marched towards the Golden Sand Tribe. The original Golden Sand Tribe members followed behind bitterly. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. As long as Yi Chen and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King were here, it would not be difficult for the Eternal Tribe to become a fifth-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe would have to submit sooner or later. After a day, the group arrived near the Golden Sand Tribe. In Golden Sand Tribe, the yellow-haired middle-aged man walked out with a group of Supremes. When he saw Jin Ho's group standing behind Yi Chen's group, his eyes couldn't help but squint as he asked in a loud voice, "Where is Jin Ho? Jin Hun, what's going on? Tell me quickly." Jin Hun was the leader of the Golden Sand Tribe's 5 hunting squads. He smiled bitterly and said, "Leader, we have already submitted to the Eternal Tribe. As for Elder Jin Ho, he died in battle." Another original Golden Sand Tribe Supreme said, "Leader, the Golden Sand Tribe can't resist supremacy Yi Chen's strength. We should quickly surrender." His family was in the Golden Sand Tribe. Since he had submitted to the Eternal Tribe, he naturally hoped that the Golden Sand Tribe would submit as well. Bullshit. If you want to conquer my Golden Sand Tribe, you have to defeat me first. Who dares to fight me? The Golden Sand Tribe's leader was bolder and more domineering than Yi Chen had imagined. He originally wanted to ask Sky Splitter to leave, but that was too insulting. "I'll fight you." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. "One punch. As long as you can take one punch from me, the Golden Sand Tribe will henceforth submit to the Eternal Tribe." The Golden Sand Tribe's leader was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. The Eternal Tribe had many more Supremes than them. If they fought as a group, they would definitely lose. Therefore, he decided to retreat in order to advance and fight alone. Like a primordial mountain running, the Golden Sand Tribe's leader roared and punched at Yi Chen. This punch shone with golden light. Before the punch arrived, the wind from the punch had already arrived. The terrifying wind from the punch tore the ground apart and violently churned. "Not bad, it's a novice Supremes." Yi Chen also punched out. The two fists collided. Yi Chen didn't move a single inch, but the Golden Sand Tribe's leader vomited blood and was sent flying. Chapter 1333. Just like that, the Golden Sand Tribe completely submitted to the Eternal Tribe, and the Eternal Tribe suddenly became a second-class tribe with 4,850 families. They only needed 150 families to officially become a third-class tribe. On this day, Yi Chen was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. He had been a Supreme for some time, but the 5-element sword technique had not reached the great success stage. This was also the reason why he could not improve further and become in existence on the same level as Supreme True Martial and Sky Demon Supremes. After all, these two, even if they did not have a divine weapon, were still high-level Supreme. Yi Chen did not have a divine weapon, Sky Sword, so he was only a mid-level Supreme. There was a difference of 1 level. Although the essence of the 3 Realms Supreme's martial arts has benefited me a lot and my swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, other people's skills are still other people's. I can use it as a reference, but I can't copy it. If I want to reach the great success stage of the 5-element sword technique, I need something new to inspire me. Or, like Supreme True Martial and the others, I can use time to accumulate, but that is too slow. Yi Chen frowned slightly. At his level, it was way too hard to make any progress. Right now, the only thing he was confident in was his spirit body. But, if he could not find any precious treasures, then it would be pointless. Ta. There was a knock on the door outside the yard. "Come in," Yi Chen said casually. The person who came in was the chief of the Golden Sand Tribe, Jin Ba. "Supremacy," Jin Ba said respectfully. The Eternal Tribe could do without the old village chief or anyone else, but it could not do without the supremacy. The more he spent time with Yi Qin, the more he felt that Yi Qin was powerful. "What is it?" Yi Qin asked. Jin Ba smiled. "I want to offer a treasure to the supremacy." "Treasure?" Yi Qin looked at Jin Ba carefully. "What treasure?" Jin Ba was a bold and domineering person and he valued power very much. Yi Qin guessed that Jin Ba wanted to build a good relationship with him so that when the Eternal Tribe developed into a powerful tribe, he could get a good position. "Supremacy, please take a look." Jin Ba did not keep Yi Qin in suspense, taking out a half-meter square stone from his storage ring. The stone was gray in color and its edges were not even. It looked like a small fragment of a broken stone wall. Yi Qin did not pay much attention at first, but the next moment his expression changed. There was nothing special about the stone. It was just a hard stone, but there was an extra word on it: tyrant. This word seemed to come alive, giving off a boundless domineering aura. One look was enough to shock Yi Qin's mind. The change in Yi Qin's expression naturally could not be hidden from Jin Ba. Holding the stone with both of his hands, Jin Ba said respectfully, "This item is for you, sir." "Where did you get this?" Yi Qin took the stone and asked. Taking back his hands, Jin Ba replied, "Thousands of years ago in the middle of the endless mountains, someone found a stone wall with a calligraphy written on it. Because of this stone wall, dozens of powerful tribes started a war. In the end, the stone wall broke into thousands of pieces and flew away. I was lucky enough to get one of them. Looking at the word tyrant on it, my martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, I believe that this calligraphy was not written by an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a legendary supreme." Not only a legendary supreme, but just by looking at the word tyrant, Yi Qin knew that the owner of the calligraphy was not just a simple legendary supreme. It was very likely a demigod because from this word, Yi Qin could see countless possibilities. Legendary supreme was the essence, while demigods were the experts. The so-called experts did not mean that they were experts in everything. "Alright, I'll accept it. If you need anything in the future, come find me," Yi Qin said. As long as the Venerable likes it, Jin Ba has no requirements. Jin Ba looked rough and domineering, but he was actually very meticulous. He only hoped that Yi Qin would have a good impression of him. This was more important than anything else. After Jin Ba left, Yi Qin carefully looked at the word tyrant on the stone. Unknowingly, Yi Qin's mind entered a strange space. In this space, a shadow was performing one set of sword techniques after another. These sword techniques were all different, but they had one thing in common, and that was domineering. After a long time, Yi Qin's mind exited the strange space. What a powerful word, tyrant. The simple word, tyrant, made Yi Qin understand what it meant to be domineering. In front of this word, Jin Ba's domineering aura was child's play. Yi Qin had never seen anyone with more domineering aura than the word, tyrant. Perhaps, by studying this word, I can create a supreme sword move that has reached the completion stage. There was a difference between a sword move and a sword art. A sword move was just one move while a sword art was complete. Compared to the former, the latter was more profound. For example, as long as the 5-element sword art reached the completion stage, all the sword moves that used the profound of the 5 elements as the foundation would reach the completion stage, greatly increasing their power. However, once a sword move reached the completion stage, there would be no way for the other sword moves to benefit. Even so, Yi Qin was still full of hope. A supreme sword move at the completion stage would greatly increase his combat power. As the days passed, Yi Qin's study of the word, tyrant, became more profound. Among all the sword moves, the 5-element slash is the most suitable for this word. Creating a sword move for the word, tyrant, alone was too time-consuming. Integrating the essence of the word into the 5-element slash would save a lot of time. What Yi Qin wanted to do was to combine the two into one. A month later, beside a lake near the Eternal Tribe, Yi Qin practiced his sword moves over and over again while the starry bear dog king, Sky Splitter, was capturing aquatic beasts. Open. The tyrannical sword momentum kept increasing. When it reached the limit, Yi Qin slashed at the lake. Boom. A sword mark that was dozens of miles long and 100 meters deep appeared in the lake. What? Water splashed everywhere as aquatic beasts were shaken out of the lake, turning into a bloody pulp on the spot. Sky Splitter jumped in fright and quickly retreated. The wilderness god continent was different from the outside world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every soil, and every rock was incomparably hard. Normally, it would be impressive if Yi Qin could leave a sword mark that was several miles long in the lake. The 5 elements slash combined the essence of the word, tyrant. Let's call it the Tyrant Sword form. The Tyrant Sword form wasn't just tyrannical. More importantly, it transformed the profound of the five elements into an invincible force. Although Yi Chen's five-element sword art hadn't reached the completion stage, the Tyrant Sword form had reached the completion stage. It was like taking a shortcut. A single word, tyrant, allowed me to create the Tyrant Sword form. I wonder how many words there are in that calligraphy. If I can comprehend the entire calligraphy, how amazing would that be? The power of the Tyrant Sword form made Yi Chen realize how precious the calligraphy on the stone wall was. One had to know that a piece of calligraphy would have at least dozens of words, maybe even hundreds of words. If a single word was so powerful, how amazing would dozens or hundreds of words be? Yi Chen didn't even dare to think about it. One more reason to make the Eternal Tribe strong. Yi Chen wanted to obtain the complete stone wall. Even if he couldn't get it, it would be good if he could get one more word. In order to obtain these words, he naturally had to conquer the other tribes. Chapter 1334. Half a month later, the Eternal Tribe rose to the third rank. A village called Bluestone Village came to join. This village originally had two Supremes, but one of them died while hunting in the mountains. The remaining Supremes felt that the village would be hard to maintain, so he led the villagers to join the Eternal Tribe. At least they wouldn't have to worry about meat anymore. During this period of time, many scouts from other tribes discovered the Eternal Tribe. The Huangshan continent was vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, the Huangshan divine law covered the entire continent, limiting the range of soul power. If one wanted to draw a map, they would have to send people to scout everywhere. The Eternal Tribe had a team in charge of scouting and drawing maps, called the Scouting Team, led by two Supremes. There were 4 tribes on the Eternal Tribe's latest map. The Eternal Tribe was in the center, the Armored Tribe was in the north, the Flying Bird Tribe was in the south, and the Greenwood Tribe was in the northeast. Among them, the Armored Tribe was the closest to the Eternal Tribe, the Flying Bird Tribe was a bit further, and the Greenwood Tribe was the furthest. It was about twice the distance to the Armored Tribe, but the Greenwood Tribe and the Armored Tribe were close. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to attack. Taking down these tribes would be a piece of cake for him, so there was no need to rush. Recently, he had been comprehending the martial intent in the tyrant character. This was the martial intent of a demigod, which had reached the 9th step. His destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were both at the peak of the 8th step, only a step away from the 9th step. Perhaps he would be able to find a path to the 9th step. In the sky, a nimble figure was hurrying at an unimaginable speed. Comprehending the line character actually increased my speed so much. I heard Dad say that the one who wrote this was a demigod. Seems like it's true. Passing by a mountain peak, the nimble figure landed. It was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her eyes were big and she seemed to be the unruly type. She didn't fear anything in the world, but judging from her aura, she was at the level of a super supremes. There was even a hint of nobility that seemed to look down on the world. This was the temperament of a person with a high position. After so many days, let's take a rest first. The woman took out an exquisite and beautiful courtyard from her storage ring. The courtyard landed with a faint radiance and the woman entered. At night, boom. A loud sound rang out and the woman walked out of the house. She looked at the dizzy supreme-level vicious beasts outside and couldn't help but smile. My father personally laid out 18 layers of arrays in this courtyard. Each layer of array can defend against a legendary supreme level's attack for a very long time. To completely break through these 18 layers of arrays, an ordinary legendary supreme level expert would need at least 1 or 2 months of continuous attacks. If someone heard the woman's words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 18 layers of array formations? Each layer could defend against a legendary supreme's attack for a long time? Could it be that the girl's father was a legendary supreme being, one that was proficient in array formations? Or was he a mid-level or even high-level legendary supreme being? Forget it, I was woken up by the noise. Let me comprehend the word break first. Taking out a stone with the word break on it, the woman's mind entered the strange space. The next day, the courtyard and the courtyard. A 5th-rank tribe is too powerful. I'm definitely not a match for it. There are at least 600 to 700 supreme beings inside, and there are probably quite a number of super supreme beings. Rank 4 tribes have 200 to 300 supremes. My defense is not that high. It's too risky. Let's play it safe. I'll just take down a rank 3 tribe. Once I have my own force, I'll upgrade it to rank 4 or even rank 5. Every time she passed a tribe, the woman would murmur. By the time the tribe's experts caught up, she would be long gone. On this day, the woman arrived at the Iron Armor tribe. This is the tribe. She took out her crescent blade and yelled, "Who's the leader? Come out and surrender. This tribe is mine." As she spoke, she slashed at the Iron Armor tribe. The invincible saber chi broke through dozens of layers of formations like a hot knife through butter, almost destroying the Iron Armor tribe's formation completely. The leader and other supremes who were about to come out felt their scalps go numb. Where did this little fiend come from? She broke through so many layers of arrays with one blade strike. She's at least a high-level super supremes. Iron River, Iron Mountain, you two come with me. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe was a black-robed old man. Following him were two muscular men. All three of them had the aura of a super supremes. You're not going to surrender? That's fine. I've been bored to death. The woman was eager to try. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe, Taiyu, took a deep breath and yelled, "I'm the leader of the Iron Armor tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Although the other party was a high-level supremes, Taiyu himself was a mid-level supremes. Together with the two low-level supremes, they still had a chance. So much nonsense. Watch my blade. The woman slashed at Taiyu. The dark green blade light was fast and swift. So fast. Taiyu hurriedly raised the shield in his hand. This shield was a supreme weapon that could be used for both defense and offense. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions. Taiyu staggered back dozens of steps and almost fell. "Let's go together." Taiyu roared. Rows of saw teeth appeared on the edge of the shield. Holding the shield, Taiyu charged at the woman. Facing the three's attacks, the woman moved her feet and disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was behind Taishan. With a sweep of the back of her blade, Taishan was sent flying while vomiting blood. He was also confused by the woman's elusive movements. In a moment of carelessness, his chin was hit by the hilt of the blade. What kind of movement speed is this? How could Taiyu not see that the woman's movement speed was extremely fast? When the opponent's speed reached a certain level, no matter how strong one was, it would be useless unless one's defense was very high. Still not surrendering? Do you really want me to fight seriously? The woman raised her crescent blade and shouted at Taiyu. Taiyu's expression changed several times. In the end, he had to face reality. It was obvious that the opponent was not serious. Once she did, the consequences would be unpredictable. Although the Iron Armor tribe had many supremes, most of them were ordinary supremes. If they fought to the death, the Iron Armor tribe might be able to repel the opponent, but the tribe's losses would not be small. In the future, it would be very difficult to contend against the other third-ranked tribes. Rather than that, it was better to surrender. There was a big difference between surrendering to a person and surrendering to a tribe. Surrendering to the latter, one's status would be much lower. Seeing the other surrender, the woman nodded with a look of teaching. "Don't worry, I won't steal your position. As long as you give me the title of supremacy, I can help you raise the Iron Armor tribe to 4th or even 5th rank." Iron Armor tribe's main hall. Taiyu took out a map and said to the woman, "Supremacy, there are 3 tribes around the Iron Armor tribe: Greenwood tribe, Eternal tribe, and Blood Drinking tribe. Among them, Greenwood tribe is the lowest, a 2nd-ranked tribe. Eternal tribe is 3rd rank and Blood Drinking tribe is also 3rd rank. Then we'll start with Greenwood tribe, then conquer Eternal tribe and Blood Drinking tribe." The woman glanced at the map and said, "Supremacy, the Iron Armor tribe's main force has set off for Greenwood tribe." A scout from the Eternal tribe reported. "So fast? Is he not afraid of us attacking him?" Yi Chen revealed a pensive expression. In fact, he alone could conquer a 3rd-ranked tribe, and even a 4th-ranked tribe might not be able to stop him. Let's first conquer the Flying Bird tribe. Facing such a situation, the Eternal tribe had to be prepared just in case. Chapter 1335. Just like the Eternal tribe, the Flying Bird tribe only had 2 supremes, 1 mid-level and 1 low-level supremes. They were the chief and great elder of the Flying Bird tribe. Report, the Eternal tribe is attacking. A scout rushed into the main hall of the Flying Bird tribe. They're finally attacking. Everyone get ready to defend against the Eternal tribe. Today, either we conquer the Eternal tribe or the Eternal tribe conquers us. The chief of the Flying Bird tribe was a middle-aged woman with a charming appearance. Good timing. After conquering the Eternal tribe, our Flying Bird tribe will become a level 4 tribe. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe laughed. Not far from the Flying Bird tribe, the Eternal tribe's combatants, led by Yi Chen and the village chief, flew toward the Flying Bird tribe. Soon they stopped near the Flying Bird tribe. Your Eternal tribe is really daring. You've just become a level 3 tribe, and you already dare to attack my Flying Bird tribe. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe shouted. Jinba replied, if it wasn't for the benevolence of our venerable, your Flying Bird tribe would have been long gone. Hurry up and surrender. Don't waste our venerable's time. Arrogant. Get your venerable to come out. Takata will fight him. The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe was called Takata. You think you're worthy? Jinba will fight you. Jinba's figure flashed and appeared in the open space in front of him. There were all kinds of battles between tribes. Some were invitations, some were group battles, and some were between chiefs. Different situations had different forms of battles. You can't do it. Takata brought with him the power to destroy mountains and slash towards Jinba. Bang 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 bang, both of them were low-level supremes and their strengths were about the same. After 500 rounds of fierce battle, Jinba eventually won, sending Takata flying with a punch. Of course, it was difficult to injure the other at the same level, let alone kill him. Takata wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wanting to fight again. Takata, that's enough. Jinba, stand down. At this moment, the chief of the Flying Bird tribe and Yi-Chin spoke at the same time. Takata reluctantly retreated. Jinba grinned and returned to the Eternal Tribe camp. I'm the venerable of the Eternal Tribe Yi-Chin. If you can block one of my punches, the Eternal Tribe will retreat immediately. Yi-Chin slowly walked forward and said to the leader of the Flying Bird tribe, one punch. A trace of indignation flashed on the face of the Soaring Bird tribe's leader. She was a mid-level super sovereign, and even a high-level super sovereign wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat her in a single punch. She really didn't know if the other party was arrogant or ignorant. Chief of the Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu. Please enlighten me. Gao Yu silently took a few steps forward. It was these few steps that caused Jinba's expression to change drastically. The village chief and the rest were puzzled. Gao Yu's few steps were as though hundreds or thousands of people were stacked on top of each other. Before the other party's feet touched the ground, it was impossible to predict how the other party would move or where they would eventually appear. In short, there were countless possibilities in these few steps. An ordinary mid-level super sovereign would probably lose to her in one move. Of course, it was only defeat and not death. It was impossible to kill someone at the same level. If one could kill someone at the same level, then they wouldn't be on the same level anymore. What a mysterious movement technique. Yi-Chin narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Are you done? Asked Yi-Chin with his hands behind his back. I've been done for a long time. Gao Yu was also sizing up Yi-Chin. She could see that Yi-Chin's aura was deep and unfathomable, but she was still very confident in blocking one punch. In that case, be careful. Yi-Chin took out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Take my punch. Without moving his body, Yi-Chin's right fist swung out. In the next moment, layers of fist energy enveloped Gao Yu like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The speed was fast and tricky. Gao Yu's eyes were solemn. Her body quickly shuttled back and forth. As she shuttled back and forth, countless of her appeared in the void. On each of her, there was a shadow of a bird. These bird shadows brought Gao Yu to dodge the fist energy at unimaginable angles. Seeing that all the fist energy was about to hit nothing, a smile appeared on the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth. Suddenly, all the fist energy turned into one and landed on one of Gao Yu's body. Gao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. This was her real body. How did you see through it? Gao Yu asked with a face full of disbelief. Your transformation is too simple for me. And my fist technique is the mortal world killing fist of the three realms. Other than not having such dense killing intent and power, it is no different from the mortal world killing fist. Yi-Chin said the last sentence in his heart. I'm impressed. From today onwards, there will be no Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu said bitterly. Leader. Gao Tian was anxious. Gao Yu waved her hand. The difference is obvious. Can't you see it? The conquest of the Flying Bird tribe went smoothly. After keeping the Flying Bird tribe's houses, everyone gathered together and returned to the Eternal Tribe. The Flying Bird tribe had a total of 6,500 households. Together with the Eternal Tribe's 5,000 households, there were a total of 11,500 households. The Eternal Tribe had officially become a fourth-ranked tribe. Compared to the change in population, the increase in Supremes greatly increased the Eternal Tribe's strength. The Flying Bird tribe had 75 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe had 70. Adding up to 145, there were 4 Super Supremes, 31 Powerful Supremes, and 110 Ordinary Supremes. With so many Supremes in the outside world, it would definitely be an unparalleled force. Unfortunately, the Wilderness God continent was enveloped by the Wilderness God's laws. The people of the Wilderness race would never be able to leave the Wilderness God continent. Even outsiders would find it extremely difficult to leave. Yi Chen guessed that the reason the Wilderness God continent could produce so many Supremes was probably related to the Wilderness God's laws. After all, it went against common sense. No one knew the meaning of the Wilderness God continent's existence. Perhaps only the gods and the Wilderness God knew. The Eternal Tribe, which had more than doubled in size, looked like a small city. There were spacious roads, buildings of varying heights, and a plaza in the middle of the tribe. It had everything. The tribe had even opened simple shops. With more people, the social environment would become more complicated. This was a process of progress. Iron Armor Tribe. What? When we conquered the Greenwood Tribe, the Eternal Tribe conquered the Flying Bird Tribe? How could it be so fast? Upon hearing the scout's report, the Iron Armor Tribe's leader, Taiyu, widened his eyes. The scout lowered his head and said, "It's absolutely true. I also saw the Flying Bird Tribe's leader, Gao Yu. He looks like the Eternal Tribe isn't simple. There might be an extremely powerful expert holding down the fort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary third-ranked tribe to conquer another third-ranked tribe in such a short period of time." The woman took a bite of fruit. "Then what do we do?" Taiyu asked the woman. "It's very simple. First, give up on the Eternal Tribe and devour the bloodthirsty tribe." The woman became interested in the Eternal Tribe. Interesting things were put at the end of her life motto. Chapter 1336. The blood-drinking tribe was very strong, much stronger than the armored tribe. The entire tribe had 8,000 families, 100 Supremes and 5 Super Supremes. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood-drinking tribe didn't have any high-level Super Supremes, the armored tribe would have already been devoured. For a tribe that wanted to level up, not only did they need many Supremes, they also needed an expert that could intimidate the masses. Without such an expert, even if they had more Supremes, it would be very difficult to defeat a tribe of the same level. The armored tribe and the blood-drinking tribe had fought many times, and the blood-drinking tribe always had the upper hand. Unfortunately, they couldn't completely suppress the armored tribe. The Greenwood tribe lived near the two great tribes and was lucky enough to survive. After all, the two great tribes didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if their nest was destroyed, it would be a big problem. This balance was broken until the mysterious woman came. "Leader, the Iron Armor Tribe is attacking." The atmosphere in the blood-drinking tribe was heavy. They had found out that a powerful expert had come to the armored tribe. With just the strength of a single person, they were afraid that their blood-drinking tribe would also be conquered. "Let's go and meet her." The leader of the blood-drinking tribe was a bald man with a blood tattoo on his head. Leading a group of people, the bald man walked out of the blood-drinking tribe. "I am Shui Kuang, the leader of the blood-drinking tribe." Shui Kuang's eyes swept around and soon, his attention fell on the mysterious woman. The woman smiled and said, "You should be unwilling to surrender directly. How about this, if you can take one blade from me, the armored tribe will immediately retreat." This woman's words coincided with Yi Chen's. Only the time and place were different. "Okay." Holding a spear, Shui Kuang arrived in front of the woman. "Make your move." The woman pulled out her crescent moon blade and pointed it at the ground. "Sorry for the offense." Shui Kuang let out a low roar and his entire body turned into a blood-colored tornado, sweeping towards the woman. Countless blood-colored spear shadows shot out from the tornado's mouth, which was extremely domineering. "Break." The woman held the crescent moon blade with one hand and slashed down. A blade light flashed and the blood-colored tornado was split into two. In the next moment, Shui Kuang was sent flying, and there was a faint blade light behind him. Wow! Shui Kuang coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. It was too terrifying. His opponent's blade chi had been released and then retracted, obviously holding back. However, that invincible blade chi had still pierced through his body, causing him quite a bit of damage. It was hard to imagine that if his opponent had used his full strength, he would have died. The blood-drinking tribe is willing to submit to the Iron Armor Tribe. As he vomited blood, Shui Kuang raised his hand in surrender. Even the blood-drinking tribe has been conquered. It seems like the Iron Armor Tribe is going to soar to the skies. Taiyu rejoiced in his heart. He was even glad that the woman had conquered the Iron Armor Tribe. Otherwise, the Iron Armor Tribe would not have such glory. In the future, when the Iron Armor Tribe became a fifth-ranked tribe, his authority as the leader would definitely increase greatly. After conquering the bloodthirsty tribe, the armored tribe only had one target left, the Eternal Tribe. Has the blood-drinking tribe been conquered? After receiving the scout's report, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. The old village chief was puzzled. How did the Iron Armor tribe's strength suddenly increase so much? I remember that the blood-drinking tribe was much stronger than the Iron Armor tribe before. Yi Chen speculated, the Iron Armor tribe should have sent an expert. Expert? Could it be someone from the outside world? The Supremes of the Eternal Tribe looked at Yi Chen. I don't know if it's someone from the outside world, but in addition to outsiders, the Wild's God continent definitely has its own powerful experts. There were too many Supremes in the Wild's God continent, and the more there were, the more likely there were experts. From Yi Chen's point of view, the Wild's God continent was very likely to have legendary Supremes, or even more than one. Gao Yu said, Venerable is right. There are many tribes in the Wild's God continent. Generally, a 5th-rank tribe has a high-level Supremes, a 6th-rank tribe has a peak Supremes or quasi-legend Supremes, a 7th-rank tribe has a legendary Supremes, and an 8th-rank tribe is said to be the peak of the Wild's God continent. There are basically no 9th-rank tribes. Once they appear, they will be defeated by the alliance of many 8th-rank tribes. After all, Gao Yu was once the leader of a 3rd-rank tribe, so she knew more than others. We'll deal with it when it comes. When the Iron Armor tribe attacks, we'll know what kind of expert it is. Yi Chen was also very curious about this mysterious expert. What would come would come. 3 days later, the Iron Armor tribe attacked. Yi Chen and the mysterious woman noticed each other at a glance. The two really stood out too much. You're the expert of the Eternal Tribe? The expert of the Iron Armor tribe should be you. The two spoke one after the other. It seems that you're a strong opponent. I wonder if you can block my saber technique? The woman was very confident in her saber technique. We'll know after we try. Yi Chen pulled out the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword was a sacred artifact. Even if its source was damaged, it was still not something a Supreme's weapon could compare to. A sacred artifact. The woman determined the grade of the heavenly sword at a glance. On the Wild's God continent, sacred artifacts were usually in the hands of legendary Supremes. Her father was the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, and he had a sacred artifact, Sky Hammer. Every sacred artifact had a powerful characteristic. The Sky Hammer's characteristic was destruction. He didn't know what the sacred artifact in his opponent's hand had. Fortunately, my Blue Moon Saber is also a sacred artifact and has an armor-piercing characteristic. Destruction and armor-piercing couldn't be lumped together. Destruction was pure destruction, while armor-piercing was about gathering power to attack. Obviously, destruction was much stronger. Whoosh. The woman moved very fast, much faster than Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Chen wouldn't even be able to see the woman's trajectory. When she reappeared, the woman was behind Yi Chen and slashed at him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yi Chen turned around and blocked the woman's slash with his sword. Rumble. A huge crater appeared on the ground as if a meteorite had crashed into it. The shockwave radiated and many people fell on their butts. What a powerful might. The two of them aren't high-level Supreme beings, but peak Supreme beings. Shui Kuang and Tai Yu could see it. On the Eternal Tribe's side, Gao Yu also saw it. The woman had conquered the Iron Armor tribe and the Blood-Drinking tribe before, but she hadn't used her true strength. For her, a little bit of power was enough to conquer them. Unlimited power condensation. Yi Chen's right hand was numb and his eyes were solemn. The crescent moon saber in the woman's hand was clearly a sacred artifact. Different from the light power of the heavenly sword, the crescent moon saber carried the armor-piercing power. The light power was illusory while the armor-piercing power was a real attack. Of course, it didn't mean that the light power was weaker than the armor-piercing power. The first move was just a test. The sword energy directly transmitted to my right arm. The woman didn't feel good either. The power contained in the opponent's sacred artifact was just and honorable, and it was difficult to completely exclude it. Chapter 1337. Revolving Blade Wheel. Seeing that her speed couldn't confuse Yi Chen, the woman leaped into the air and spun her body. A spiraling blue blade light swept towards Yi Chen. The blade light went from bottom to top, and its speed kept increasing. So did the power of the blade. In addition, it covered a huge area. Could be said to be a powerful killing move. Yi Chen took a few steps back and swung his heaven sword. Spacetime sword art, Death Cleave. The interweaving sword net covered a wider area than the spiraling blade light. Under Yi Chen's intentional control, the sword net was shrinking as if he was fishing. Clang, 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 clang. The sky was filled with sparks as the sword net covered the spiraling blade light. The spiraling blade light rampaged, trying to tear the sword net apart. The blade and sword clashed millions of times. It seemed to be a long time, but it was just a moment. After a moment, the sword net was shattered, and the spiraling blade light vanished. Sword burial art. A figure passed through the dissipating sword net and blade light and stabbed the woman. The woman retreated quickly. Her speed was even faster than Yi Chen's attack. But soon she found that her speed was getting slower. A condensed space-time power had enveloped her. Unlucky. Ever since she understood the secret of the word, attainment, the woman had always been successful. But there were exceptions. For example, when she met an expert who was proficient in space-time, her speed was useless. Moment of youth. The woman didn't retreat anymore. She stabbed the blue moon blade into the ground. The next moment, the blade light burst out like flower petals, wrapping the woman up like a flower bud. Yi Chen's sword burial art stabbed on it, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not good. His strong intuition told Yi Chen that the woman wasn't done with this move. As expected, when Yi Chen's strength was exhausted, the flower bud bloomed and the blade light burst out. The woman stood in the middle of the blossoming flower and slashed at Yi Chen. Dang 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 dang. At this critical moment, Yi Chen's heart force burst forth and his sword speed burst forth. In an instant, his sword speed was raised to a level that surpassed the heavenly Tao, blocking wave after wave of saber lights. However, within the saber lights there was also a blue saber light. The saber light seemed illusory and real at the same time, as if it was condensed from mist. A smile appeared in the woman's eyes. She believed that Yi Chen would not be able to block this attack. 5-element sword art. Extreme prosperity and decline. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He waved the heavenly sword and the 5-colored sword light filled the air. When the blue sword light came into contact with the 5-colored sword light, its power and speed immediately decreased as if it was stuck in a swamp. When the saber light was 3 inches away from Yi Chen, it suddenly dissipated. So strong. Up until now the two of them were evenly matched. Yi Chen hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Although Celestial Demon Venerable and True Martial Venerable were stronger, they were a level higher than him. It was impossible for him to have so much fun, and he didn't have the chance to. I'm Lan Yu. What's your name? The woman asked. Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at her doubtfully. Yi Chen, I can tell that you are young. Since you have given me so much fun, I can let you see my strongest saber move, Void Blade. Lan Yu said confidently. Void Blade? It seems very powerful, Yi Chen said. Of course it is. You will see it soon. Alright, bring it on. I also want to have a test subject for my Overlord Sword Style. Overlord Sword Style combined the essence of 5 elements slash and the word, Overlord. When the sword was used, it could destroy everything. It was extremely overbearing. It was Yi Chen's most overbearing sword move. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a trump card too. Lan Yu was a little surprised. She thought that Yi Chen had used up all his trump cards. Let's start. Lan Yu raised the blue moon saber with her right hand. The surging saber chi soared into the sky, giving people a feeling that it could cut and break everything. Yi Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Yi Chen's body erupted with an unprecedented dominance. The dominance and sword momentum combined to form an overbearing sword momentum. The heaven sword in Yi Chen's hand trembled, and the sound of the sword could be heard incessantly. Just like Lan Yu, Yi Chen also raised his heaven sword. The two didn't plan to dodge this attack. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed with this attack. Void Blade. Overlord Sword Style. The two waved their sabers and swords at the same time. The blue saber chi crisscrossed, and the black sword chi violently swept. Before the two came into contact, the ground in the center had already cracked. Pieces of earth the size of a house flew up and shattered into nothingness. Rumble in the stagnant smoke and dust, the saber chi and the sword chi collided, and a blue-black mass of air suddenly formed. Then, the mass of air spread at an unimaginable speed, and in an instant, it covered a radius of dozens of miles. Except for the woman and Yi Chen, everyone else was floating in the air, and they couldn't control it at all. Boom. An earth-shattering sound broke out, and everyone was sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were aghast. How can it be so terrifying? Even a quasi-legendary sovereign is only SOSO. Gao Yu had seen the battle of two quasi-legendary sovereigns. Although the momentum was greater than that of Yi Chen and Lan Yu, it was still limited. Gao Yu was right. The two who displayed the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style had already entered the ranks of the quasi-legendary supremes. Just this move alone made the two fully deserving of the combat power of the quasi-legendary supremes. Of course, there were also strong and weak quasi-legendary supremes. Compared to the other quasi-legendary supremes, the two of them were still a bit weaker, unless most of their moves were comparable to the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style. An arrow of blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth, and Lan Yu's face suddenly turned pale. I haven't completely comprehended the word break, or else I wouldn't have lost. The void blade contained the essence of the word break, but unfortunately, it wasn't completely comprehended. On the other hand, Yi Qin had completely comprehended the essence of the word overlord. I've lost. Lan Yu's complexion instantly recovered. She had lost this move, but it wasn't to the extent of causing her to be seriously injured. She had only consumed a bit of yuan qi and inextinguishable energy. It can be considered a draw. There was a saber scar on Yi Chen's cheek. Only now did the scar split open and blood flowed out. Compared to Lan Yu, his situation was much better, but his immortal sword body was still broken. If he didn't have the immortal sword body, Yi Chen wouldn't dare to say that he would have won if the fight had continued. The main reason was that the opponent's crescent moon scimitar contained a powerful armor-piercing power that forcibly broke through his defense. Lan Yu laughed and heartlessly said, Tai Yu, since I've lost, the armored tribe will join the eternal tribe. Do you have any objections? I have no objections? Tai Yu didn't dare to say that he had any objections. That's good. Lan Yu looked at Yi Qin. The armored tribe can join the eternal tribe, but I also want to become the venerable of the eternal tribe. You won't refuse, right? The venerable is just an empty title. You're welcome. Yi Qin extended his hand to express his welcome. With the addition of the armored tribe, the eternal tribe's power swelled to a terrifying level, becoming a fifth-ranked tribe with a population of 27,000 households. If each household had 3 people, then 27,000 households would have more than 80,000 people. In fact, the population had already surpassed 90,000, approaching 100,000. As for Yi Qin and Lan Yu, they were the left and right venerables of the eternal tribe. Chapter 1338. So you're an outsider? In the eternal tribe, after learning that Yi Qin was an outsider, Lan Yu was very curious. What is the outside world like? My dad heard from an outsider that the outside world is a vast universe. There are countless planets in the universe, and they are billions of times larger than the Wild's deity continent. The Wild's deity continent is just a part of the universe. Is that true? Lan Yu chattered. Yi Qin nodded. The outside world is so big. The experts there should be countless times more than our Wild's god continent, right? Lan Yu asked again. This time Yi Qin shook his head. I don't know how many sovereigns there are in the outside world, but compared to the Wild's god continent, it's nothing. How is that possible? Our Wild's god continent is so small. Lan Yu's face was full of disbelief. Yi Qin smiled bitterly. It's true. There are many races in the outside world, and our human race is one of the most powerful races. However, our human race only has a few dozen sovereigns. Perhaps I'm counting a bit too many. I see. Our desolate race is naturally suited for cultivation. Lan Yu was somewhat proud. The people of the desolate race were born with at least astral-reaching realm cultivation. Lan Yu was even more powerful when she was born, being at the Sea of Souls realm. She had reached the life and death realm at the age of 10, which was much more powerful than the people from the outside world. She had heard from her father that the people from the outside world did not have any cultivation when they were born. Yi Qin didn't comment. In his opinion, the Wild's god continent was very special. What enveloped the entire continent was not the heavenly law, but the Wild's god's laws. If the Wild's god's laws set down a rule, it wouldn't be impossible for the desolate race's people to be born with astral reaching or Sea of Soul realm cultivation base. The methods of true gods were unfathomable, and not something ordinary people could figure out. Has anyone from your desolate race ever left the Wild's god continent? Yi Qin suddenly asked. Lan Yu froze for a moment before shaking her head. None. Since ancient times, not even one. The Wild's god's laws restrict us from leaving. If we want to leave the continent, there's only one way, and that's to enter the Wild's god tower. Desolate god tower? The Desolate God Tower is in the center of the Desolate God continent. Legend has it that it was built by the Desolate God. Whoever can pass through the Desolate God Tower will be able to leave the Desolate God continent and be summoned by the Desolate God. As for going to the outside world, that is impossible. Can the people outside leave? This was what Yi Qin wanted to know the most. He could not stay on the Wild's God continent forever. Lan Yu thought about it and said uncertainly, My father said it's possible, but it's very difficult. Do you want to leave? I don't want to for now, but I'll have to leave eventually. One of them was a member of the desolate race, while the other was an outsider. They chatted about topics of interest. From Lan Yu, Yi Chen learned about the distribution of forces on the Wild's God continent. There were a total of 13 grade 8 tribes on the Wild's God continent, and all of them were located in the central region of the continent. Outside the central region were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of villages. Among the 13 rank 8 tribes, 5 were the strongest. They were the Redbud Flower tribe, the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the Battle Tower tribe, the Star Ocean tribe, and the Cloud Central tribe. These 5 tribes occupied the best resources in the central region of the Wild's God continent, followed by the other 8 tribes. In addition to the rank 8 tribes, there were even more rank 7 tribes in the central region, a total of 81 rank 7 tribes. Although there were many more class 7 tribes than class 8 tribes, and their combined strength far surpassed that of class 8 tribes, there were very few class 7 tribes that could defeat class 8 tribes, even if they joined hands. Once, there were 10 class 7 tribes that joined hands to attack the Unfalling Eagle tribe, but the final result was that these 10 class 7 tribes were disbanded, and were divided between other class 7 tribes and a large number of class 6 tribes. Since then they had disappeared. In the Wild's God continent, the 13 rank 8 tribes were the rulers of the entire Wild's God continent. They did not allow any rank 7 tribe to advance to rank 8 tribe. Once a rank 7 tribe advanced to rank 8 tribe, it would immediately be attacked by other rank 8 tribes until it was completely disbanded. It was for this reason that although rank 7 tribes often fought with each other, they restrained themselves from devouring each other, unless they were prepared to face rank 8 tribes. Of course, rank 8 tribes did not dare to advance to rank 9 tribes. Rank 9 tribes were taboo in the Wild's God continent. If they appeared, not only would they be attacked by rank 8 tribes, but even rank 7 tribes would also attack them. This strange rule kept the center of the Wild's God continent in a delicate balance. Let me tell you, the leaders of the 13 rank 8 tribes all have powerful sacred weapons. Among them, the leaders of the 5 rank 8 tribes have the most powerful sacred weapons. The leader of the Redbud Flower tribe has the Redbud armor, the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe has the Exploding Hammer, the Battle Tower tribe has the Battle Axe, the Star Sea tribe has the Star Sea Spear, and the Cloud tribe has the Thunder Punishment Spear. How do you know so much? I'm very knowledgeable. These tribal leaders only have one saint artifact. My Blue Moon Saber is an Earth Saint artifact, and your sword should be an Earth Saint artifact as well. Getting an Earth Saint artifact is both difficult and easy. As long as you have a 3rd grade Supreme artifact and a piece of Divine Stone, you might be able to make an Earth Saint artifact. As for Sky Saint artifacts, they are extremely rare. There are no more than 5 Sky Saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent, and they are all in the hands of the leaders of the 5 rank 8 tribes. Earth Sacred Weapon? Sky Sacred Weapon? This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of it. It seems that you still don't understand what an Earth Sacred Weapon and Sky Sacred Weapon are. To put it simply, a supreme weapon with 1 divine stone will become an Earth Sacred Weapon. With 10, it will become a Sky Sacred Weapon. Of course, with 9 divine stones, it will also become an Earth Sacred Weapon, but it will be at the peak of the Earth Sacred Weapon. Your Blue Moon Saber has several divine stones. My Blue Moon Saber has 4 divine stones, but your sacred weapon is not bad either. Can a rank 5 supreme weapon have 10 divine stones and not collapse? Not necessarily. I don't know the specific details. If I knew, I would be a legendary supreme. Why do you have so many questions? I thought you outsiders knew more than us. Hearing this, Yi Chen twitched his mouth. There were countless supremes on the Wild's God continent, and sacred weapons were definitely not rare. How could the outside world compare to them? Just thinking about it made him angry. If people like Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign came to the Wild's God continent, they would probably feel unhappy. Do you have any words left behind by a demigod? Lan Yu suddenly asked Yi Chen a question. She had 2 words of her own, one was attainment and the other was destruction. Yi Chen's overlord sword style made her think that he might have some. The reason why she asked this question directly was that she was not afraid that Yi Chen would guess that she had some words and wanted to snatch them. Even if she could not defeat Yi Chen, she could still leave. Chapter 1339. Yes, you have it too? Yi Chen asked Lan Yu in reply. I have the word break. What word do you have? The word line was very important. After comprehending it, one's speed would increase by 10 or even 100 times. Lan Yu didn't plan to expose it. The word overlord. That's great. When I completely comprehend the word break, I'll exchange with you. How about that? Sure. Yi Chen didn't expect her to have the word break. It seemed like her identity wasn't that simple. How could an ordinary person know so much information? 1 month later, the two of them officially exchanged words. The word break, as the name suggested, contained the essence of breaking through everything. After comprehending it, Yi Chen's sword moves would be more threatening and destructive. This time, Yi Chen planned to merge the essence of the word break with the sword burial art. The sword burial art could bury the opponent's time. The spacetime power would condense into a spacetime sword force. Just this effect alone was no weaker than the 5-element sword art sword moves. However, Yi Chen's profound meaning of time was only 70% complete. This caused the sword burial art's destructive power to be limited. It was much weaker than the 5-element sword art. For example, when he was fighting with Lan Yu, Yi Chen's sword burial art couldn't break through his opponent's defensive sword moves. In the courtyard, Yi Chen's mind entered a strange space. Inside, a figure started practicing sword skills. Every swing of the sword gave people a feeling that it could break through everything. After watching for a long time, Yi Chen felt his mind hurt. Compared to the word overlord, the word break seems to be better. Yi Chen immersed himself in his sword skills. He only left the strange space when his mind was in unbearable pain. The demigod realm is unpredictable. Just one word is so magical. I wonder what the other words are. Yi Chen was even more curious about the other words. Compared to Yi Chen, Lan Yu's comprehensive ability was obviously weaker. After spending 3 months, Yi Chen had successfully combined the essence of the word break and the burial sword spell together, while Lan Yu had not completely understood the essence of the word tyrant yet. Of course, be it the word tyrant or break, Yi Chen had not fully understood them either. What the demigod had left behind was a piece of calligraphy. Only when all the words were combined together would it be considered calligraphy. Comparing one word to another would be like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. The sword burial technique, which contained the essence of the word break, was still far inferior to the hegemon sword style in terms of power, but it was more than 100 times stronger than the previous sword burial technique. In terms of facing an enemy, the sword burial technique was not much weaker than the hegemon sword style. The essence of the sword burial technique was to bury time, freezing the enemy's soul and body, and then kill them with a single strike. After recuperating for 2 months, Yi Chen and Lan Yu felt that the days were too peaceful. The two of them planned to conquer the other 5th-ranked tribes and raise the Eternal Tribe to a 6th-ranked tribe. Only by becoming a 6th-ranked tribe would they be qualified to enter the central region of the Wilderness God Continent. There were the best resources there, as well as many dangerous places with a large number of treasures. The two of them first targeted the Iron River Tribe. The Iron River Tribe had 12 Supremes, and the strongest was only a high-level Supremes. They were no match for the Eternal Tribe. Yi Chen didn't even make a move. He watched as Lan Yu defeated the leader of the Iron River Tribe and conquered the Iron River Tribe. The Iron River Tribe had 25,000 families. With the addition of the Eternal Tribe's 27,000 families, the population of the Eternal Tribe finally exceeded 50,000 families and became a 6th-ranked tribe. However, 52,000 families were still too few. The two of them planned to conquer 2 more 5th-ranked tribes and make the Eternal Tribe a relatively powerful existence among the 6th-ranked tribes. A month later, the High Mountain Tribe and the Black Mountain Tribe were conquered one after another. The population of the Eternal Tribe reached 95,000 families, close to 100,000. Once it reached 100,000 families, it would become a 7th-ranked tribe. However, the two of them were not ready to become a 7th-ranked tribe. Once they became a 7th-ranked tribe, they would receive the attention of other 7th-ranked tribes. If a 7th-ranked tribe attacked the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen and Lan Yu would definitely not be able to stop it. There were legendary Supremes in a 7th-ranked tribe. One legendary Supremes was equivalent to dozens of Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Therefore, a 6th-ranked tribe was the limit of the Eternal Tribe unless Yi Chen and Lan Yu could make another breakthrough and become legendary Supremes. After becoming a 6th-ranked tribe, the Eternal Tribe began to migrate. The journey this time was extremely long. Even if they traveled day and night, it would still take them about half a year. Normally it would take them about a year. However, everyone was very excited. They had long since heard that the central region of the Wild's God Continent was incomparably fertile. It was like a national capital, and although there would often be wars between tribes, they could still move about and communicate with each other. They could even do business with each other's tribes. Every tribe was like a city and they weren't sealed off. In the pitch-black night, a tribe appeared in the barren mountains. There were countless bonfires in the tribe, and everyone was roasting meat and eating dinner. After eating some barbecued meat, Yi Chen returned to his courtyard. After conquering 3 fifth-rank tribes, Yi Chen received an unexpected surprise. In the storage ring of the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, there was a fantasy character. After discussing it with Lan Yu, she agreed to let Yi Chen keep it. However, if she wanted to see it, Yi Chen couldn't refuse. As his mind entered the strange space of the character, Yi Chen saw a figure practicing a dreamlike sword art. This sword art even made Yi Chen hallucinate. Yi Chen, who had almost lost himself in the sword art, turned pale with fright. His omniscient nature had enough changes, and this fantasy character sword art had even more changes. It was to the extent that one's mind couldn't deduce what was real. Mortal world killing fist turns complicated into simple, and the fantasy character sword art makes people hallucinate. It's just as frightening. As the days passed, Yi Chen gained some understanding of the character's essence and began to try merging it into omniscient nature. He believed that once he merged it, it would become one of the most frightening supreme sword arts. Even the tyrant sword style would be inferior to it. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and they were getting closer and closer to the center of the Wild God continent. On this day, Yi Chen finally merged the character's essence into his omniscient nature. As soon as he threw out a sword attack, a dreamy sword light spread out like a bubble. As long as one entered the sword light bubble, they would be affected by the illusion. The most frightening thing was that it was not a soul illusion but a deeper illusion. Therefore, no matter how powerful one's soul was, one would not be able to break through it. Only with a powerful heart power could one escape from the illusion. Let's call it the illusion sword style. Right now, there were already 2 completed sword movements in the 5-element sword arts, which were the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Among the spacetime sword arts, the burial sword art was slightly weaker. However, it could be used to deal with warriors who were not familiar with the spacetime profound. Sometimes, it might even be more useful than the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Chapter 1340. Soon, another half a year passed and they finally arrived at the central border of the Wild's God continent. Lan Yu, why are you wearing a mask? Yi Chen saw that Lan Yu was wearing a black mask. This mask not only blocked Lan Yu's aura, but even Lan Yu's figure was slightly blurred by the mask. He could only vaguely guess that she was a woman. I have some enemies here. If they recognize me, the Eternal Tribe will be in big trouble. Lan Yu explained. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Why do I feel that you don't want everyone to see your appearance? It seems that you are quite famous here. Isn't it better to keep a secret? Lan Yu glared at Yi Chen. Okay, sure. Then tell me what this place is. Yi Chen asked. Lan Yu looked around and said, this should be the Sheen Plain in the central part of the Wild's God continent. There is only one level 7 tribe in the Sheen Plain, and the rest are all level 6 tribes. As long as you are careful and don't be too arrogant here, you should not be targeted by a level 7 tribe. A level 7 tribe had a legendary supremacy. Whether it was a legendary supremacy relying on a divine artifact or a legendary supremacy themselves, it was equally terrifying. The former had powerful attacks while the latter had no shortcomings. Of course, if the latter also had a divine artifact, it would be even more terrifying. In short, the Eternal Tribe could not afford to provoke a level 7 tribe. Since they had just arrived, the Eternal Tribe naturally had to keep a low profile. They chose the border of the Sheen Plain. I'm done. Your illusory sword style is too abnormal. Outside the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen and Lan Yu had just finished exchanging pointers. Lan Yu looked very depressed. Since joining the Eternal Tribe, she would spar with Yi Chen every once in a while. At first, Yi Chen only had the Overlord sword style, so she could still put up a fight. Later, she completely comprehended the word break, and was evenly matched with Yi Chen. But recently Yi Chen created another illusory sword style, which immediately suppressed her. Your illusory moon blade is also not bad. Yi Chen smiled. He had created the illusory sword style, and the opponent had also created the illusory moon blade. However, the opponent's illusory moon blade had not reached grand completion, and there was a big gap between it and the illusory sword style. Far from it. The word illusory is more difficult to comprehend than the word break and overlord. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to reach grand completion. Before meeting Yi Chen, Lan Yu was very confident in her comprehensive ability. But now she finally understood what it meant by there would always be someone better than her. The Divine Fire Tribe was the only level 7 tribe in the Sheen Plain. As a level 7 tribe, they naturally occupied the best resources in the Sheen Plain. To the east of the Divine Fire Tribe was a vast sea of stars. There were countless treasures in the Sea of Stars, which was controlled by the level 8 tribe, Xinghai tribe. To the north of the Divine Fire tribe was a primeval forest with countless fierce beasts. If you were lucky, you might be able to hunt some tame fierce beasts. To the south of the Divine Fire tribe, which was the center of the Sheen Plain, there was a dangerous place called the Divine Fire Cave. The Divine Fire Cave was an underground world with many layers. Each layer contained a large number of fire attribute treasures such as metals, elixirs, and even divine stones, and a large number of supreme weapons. The Divine Fire Cave was guarded by the experts of the Divine Fire tribe. If you wanted to enter, you needed to pay a Divine Fire Supreme Order. The Divine Fire Supreme Order was a token refined by the Divine Fire tribe. The only way to exchange for a token was with a supreme weapon. A level 1 supreme weapon could be exchanged for 2 Divine Fire Supreme Orders, a level 2 could be exchanged for 5, a level 3 could be exchanged for 10, a level 4 could be exchanged for 20, and a level 5 could be exchanged for 50. Many Supremes who entered the Divine Fire Cave made a fortune and obtained many treasures and supreme weapons. Of course, there were also many Supremes who never came out after entering. Their supreme weapons and wealth were naturally left in the Divine Fire Cave. In terms of danger index, the Divine Fire Cave belonged to 3 stars. 1 star corresponded to ordinary Supremes, 2 stars corresponded to powerful Supremes, and 3 stars corresponded to Super Supremes. This didn't mean that there was no danger for Super Supremes in the Divine Fire Cave, but it was relatively less dangerous and the chances of coming out alive were very high. If one was unlucky, not to mention elementary Supremes, even quasi-legendary Supremes would be in danger. The Divine Fire tribe was huge and it was like a city. The outer perimeter was protected by tall city walls, and one could only enter through the city gates unless one wanted to break through the Divine Fire tribe's formation. In the Divine Fire tribe's northern city, there was a tall pagoda. This pagoda was called the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, and it was the place to exchange for the Divine Fire Supreme Medallion. On this day, Yi Qin and Lan Yu came to the Divine Fire tribe to exchange for some Divine Fire Supreme medallions. This broadsword is a second-grade supreme weapon. It can be exchanged for 5 Divine Fire Supreme medallions. The red-robed elder looked at the supreme broadsword that Yi Qin took out and said, "All right, let's exchange." Yi Qin nodded. This supreme broadsword was obtained by Yi Qin after he killed the Golden Sand tribe's 3rd elder, Jin Ho. At the same time, he also obtained a supreme armor. However, the supreme armor was very useful, so he didn't plan to exchange for it. "This is your Divine Fire Supreme medallion." The red-robed old man sheathed his great blade and handed over 5 fiery red tokens to Yi Qin. The workmanship of these tokens was exquisite, and they emitted a scorching aura. There was a fiery dragon pattern flowing on top of them. After leaving the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, Lan Yu said, "The Divine Fire tribe has a Divine Fire restaurant. The meat and dishes there are very delicious. It's very famous in the central part of the continent. I'll treat you." "You should have to pay, right?" Yi Qin asked. Lan Yu said, "Of course. Starting from the 6th grade tribes start to coin their own currency. For example, the Divine Fire tribe's currency is Divine Fire coin, and below it is Fire coin. This is used internally. If outsiders want to exchange for Divine Fire coins, they can either use Yuan stones or treasures. Of course, they can also use supreme weapons. In the Divine Fire tribe, 1 million Yuan stones can be exchanged for 1 Divine Fire coin. Although the Divine Fire continent's Yuan Qi was rich, it still required Yuan stones to cultivate. However, under Life and Death realm, Yuan stones were not very useful. Absorbing the Yuan Qi of the world was enough for them to maintain the fastest cultivation speed. A single meal in the Divine Fire restaurant cost Lan Yu more than 300 Divine Fire coins, which was equivalent to more than 300 million Yuan stones. The two had a supreme banquet and the meat was all supreme beast meat. Needless to say, the taste was extremely good. At least, Yi Qin had never eaten such delicious meat. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. A single meal cost more than 300 million Yuan stones, and the meat on the table was only about 1% of the supreme beast meat. Most of the customers in the restaurant were from other tribes, so the business was very good. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two left the Divine Fire tribe and rushed toward the Divine Fire cave. In the distance, the two saw a beam of fiery red light shooting into the horizon. It was the entrance to the Divine Fire cave. 1 Divine Fire Supreme token per person. Whoever dares to barge in will be killed without mercy. The ones guarding the entrance of the Divine Fire cave were the experts of the Divine Fire tribe. The leader had sharp eyes and was clearly a quasi-legendary sovereign expert. Behind him, there were 2 peak super sovereigns and 6 high-level super sovereigns. With such a lineup, not to mention a lone sovereign, even if a level 6 tribe came to force their way in, they wouldn't have an easy time. Chapter 1341. That's the Divine Fire Tribe's Raging Blaze Hall's Hall Master, Wubian. The Divine Fire Tribe has a total of 3 halls, namely the Raging Blaze Hall, Sacred Fire Hall and Warfire Hall. Each hall's hall master is a quasi-legendary sovereign. The 2 beside him are the Raging Blaze Hall's Vice Hall Masters, while the other 6 are Raging Blaze Hall Elders. The elites of the Raging Blaze Hall are all here. Lan Yu whispered to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded slightly. If the Raging Blaze Hall was so powerful, it wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the Divine Fire Tribe was. It was impossible for a 6th-ranked tribe to fight against a 7th-ranked tribe. After handing over 2 Divine Flame Supreme tokens, Yi Qin and Lan Yu entered the Divine Fire Cave. The first layer was a fiery red world of lava. The temperature was extremely high. Even 1,000 suns wouldn't be this high. There aren't any treasures on the first layer. Let's go straight to the 5th layer. Lan Yu seemed to be very familiar with the place as she led Yi Qin to the next floor. Soon the 2 arrived at the 6th layer. The 6th layer was no longer fiery red but light blue. It looked a bit cold, but the temperature here was 100 times higher than the first layer. So hot. Yi Qin felt his sword energy was slowly being consumed. One had to know that sword energy wouldn't be consumed in the first layer. It's fine here. Once we reach the 9th layer we have to put up an energy barrier. Lan Yu said. How many layers does the Divine Fire Cave have? Yi Qin asked. Lan Yu said, I know there are 11 layers but I'm not too sure about the exact number. A long time ago there was only 1 layer. Later on, someone discovered the 2nd layer, then the 3rd layer, the 4th layer. Maybe someone has already discovered the 12th and 13th layer. But as long as they aren't stupid they wouldn't tell anyone. The newly discovered places have the most treasures. The 7th level of the Divine Fire Acupoint was blue in color. The 8th layer was dark blue, the 9th layer was dark blue, the 10th layer was light blue, and the 11th layer was azure. In the azure world, flames were like lightning, flashing. Wherever they flashed there would be a loud bang. Without exaggeration, even a powerful sovereign would be turned into ashes by the azure flames. Yi Qin and Lan Yu put up an energy barrier. Otherwise, if they were hit by the azure flames, their energy would be consumed very quickly. Crackle. A green flame flashed towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin didn't even bother to look at it. The speed of the green flame was too fast. Even if he dodged it he would still be in a sorry state. So, it was better to just ignore it. Dang. The powerful impact caused Yi Qin to stumble. What was going on? Yi Qin turned around just in time to see an axe bounce away. Supreme Axe. Who would have thought that there would be a Supreme Axe wrapped within the green flames? The axe's entire body was scarlet red, and it was obvious that it had been burnt red. You're quite lucky. Lan Yu teased. Let's hope we have more luck. With regards to supreme weapons, Yi Qin held the attitude that the more, the better. There were quite a few honorable ones on the 11th floor. In just a short while, the 2 of them had already encountered 5 honorable ones. However, it was clear that all of them were very cautious and avoided them from afar. The 11th level of the Divine Fire Cave was extremely vast. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had formed its own space, the entire Sheen Plain might not have been able to cover it. The 2 of them flew aimlessly. When they noticed something strange they came down to take a look. Rumble. The 2 of them were just about to pass by a magma lake. All of a sudden, the magma lake below instantly evaporated and the ground cracked. Immediately after, pieces of inky green crystals flew everywhere. Puchi. A small part of Yi Qin's protective sword energy was penetrated, and a small piece of inky green crystal was stuck on it. Yi Qin stretched out his hand to grab it. Puchi. The crystal was extremely hot, and inky green flames darted out, instantly enveloping Yi Qin in flames. Scatter. His sword energy erupted, and the inky green flames were extinguished. What crystal is this? Yi Qin was startled. He felt that this inky green crystal was not simple. The temperature of the flames was thousands of times higher than the green flames on the 11th floor. Divine Fire Stone. Lan Yu exclaimed. Hearing this, Yi Qin looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu explained, Divine Fire Stone is a kind of fire-attributed energy crystal. Legend has it that it contains a trace of the desolate god's power, which is why its temperature is extremely high. Divine Fire Stone has many uses, and its biggest use is to forge supreme weapons. Some supreme materials are very hard to melt, but as long as they are burned by the flames of the Divine Fire Stone, they will melt in a short while. With enough Divine Fire Stone, forging supreme weapons will be many times easier. In addition, Divine Fire Stone has a great effect on refining the body. The flames of the divine firestone can burn away the impurities in the body, making the body stronger and purer. Can divine firestone upgrade a rank 8 spirit body to rank 9 spirit body? Yi Chen asked. Lan Yu glanced at Yi Chen. Of course it can. It's just that the process is more painful and dangerous. You need to use the power of the divine firestone bit by bit. You can't use it too fiercely all at once. It's fine if it can. Yi Chen sighed with emotion. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, and finding it without any effort at all. Yi Chen and Lan Yu didn't care about those divine firestones that were flying around. Their eyes were fixed on the crack below, where traces of dark green light were shining. Finally, the ground stopped trembling and a sharp point emerged from the crack. The sharp point was inlaid with dense dark green divine firestones. Collect the divine firestones. You can't use any energy, or the energy in the divine firestone will explode. Its temperature isn't very high. Lan Yu said and removed the energy barrier. She walked to the side of the sharp point and began to collect the divine firestones. Yi Chen also walked up to collect. As expected, after removing the protective sword energy, the temperature of the divine firestones wasn't high. Of course this was only relative. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon Yi Chen had collected over 100 divine firestones. As the two collected the divine firestones on the sharp point, there weren't many left. Divine firestones? Not far away, a beam of light flew over and a brown-robed old man was wrapped in the light. Yi Chen and Lan Yu tilted their heads and looked over. Not only did the two not slow down, but they also sped up. Stop. My divine firestones? The brown-robed old man's heart was bleeding. The most precious treasure in the divine fire cave was the divine firestones besides the divine stone. The divine stone depended on one's luck. Although the divine firestone wasn't as rare as the divine stone, it still required a lot of luck to obtain. Some people couldn't get a piece in their lifetime, while others might get one on their first visit. The brown-robed old man had bought 3 divine firestones from the divine fire tribe last time, which cost him a lot. This time he finally saw so many, but he wasn't the first to see them. Either leave the divine firestones or leave your lives. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legend supremacy. He stared at Yi Chen and Lan Yu fiercely. Yi Chen, be careful. This guy is an expert from another level 7 tribe, the Hidden Fog tribe. He has the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Don't underestimate him. Lan Yu secretly reminded Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, I haven't fought a quasi-legend supremacy yet. Let's join forces and fight him. Okay, beat him to a pulp. Lan Yu said heroically.